Friends and Enemies, a Pride and Prejudice variation, written by J. Dawn King, narrated by Stevie Zimmerman. Chapter 1. "La, Mr. Darcy!" Lydia Bennet lifted the loosened curls from her neck with one hand while fanning herself with the other. "Of all the unattached men in attendance, you are the last one I hoped to find on the balcony." Fitzwilliam Darcy could remember few times in his life when he had been as miserable. Since he had been in Hertfordshire with his friend Charles Bingley, he had been paraded in front of a multitude of families who assaulted his sensitivities from a decided lack of decorum. Miss Lydia was one of the most offensive. In his opinion, at barely 16, she had no business being out of the schoolroom, especially should she not have been at a ball. "Pardon me, miss." Darcy spun from the railing. His intention to return to the ballroom as quickly as possible came to a complete stop at her next words. "It is no wonder Lizzie despises you. Though your coat is of fine quality and your cravat is elegantly tied, had you been in the red coat of an officer, I believe you would have presented yourself in a manner which may have attracted attention other than disdain." Miss Lydia huffed into the silence, turning from him as if he was not the most influential man in attendance. "Or perhaps not." He could not stop himself. "She despises me. Fitzwilliam Darcy of Pemberley in Derbyshire and Darcy House in London. Me?" He was incredulous. Nobody, certainly not some country miss from Hertfordshire, far below him in rank, held him in contempt. "Lord, you are just as she claims, arrogant and filled with pride." Miss Lydia scoffed at him, without even the courtesy of turning and facing him. She casually strolled to the place he had vacated by the railing. "You know, Mr. Darcy, you could be an attractive man if you did not constantly have the look about you of sucking a lemon." "What a terrible thing to say, young lady." He had a hard time containing his ire. She had vulgarly surveyed him from his toes to the hair on his head, and he could read in her eyes that she had found him wanting. "A gentleman does not flaunt his emotions. Simply put, so you may comprehend my meaning, it is not done." "Ha!" Her uncontrolled cackle, followed by a hiccup, spoke of the amount of punch she had imbibed. "What do you know of being a gentleman, sir? Mr. Wickham, who is a man of manners and grace, never proclaimed my sister as only tolerable and not handsome enough to tempt him, quite unlike you did, Mr. Darcy." She hiccuped again. "You, sir, are the last man on earth I would call a gentleman." He opened his mouth to refute her claims. How dare this crass little girl compare him to Wickham? Then her words filtered through his brain. What? His insult had been heard. He wiped his hands over his face, as if he could remove the words he had indeed said at the first assembly where he had been introduced to all 5 of the Bennet sisters. Shaking his head in disbelief that he was having this conversation with Miss Lydia, he addressed the most pertinent fact. "Beware of Mr. Wickham. He is not as he seems." "Oh, la, what a joke!" she snorted, her chin lifting in the same manner he had witnessed her second eldest sister doing when she was endeavouring to put him in his place during a debate. What had been charming on Miss Elizabeth was far less so on her youngest sister. "Who are you to tell me what to do, and who, or would it be with whom, I should associate? You are not my master, and I'm certainly not your servant. You mean nothing to me, Mr. High and Mighty Darcy," she chortled. At that, she turned her back on him. He was livid. Darcy stiffened his spine and fisted his hands at his sides to keep from wrapping his fingers tightly around her. No, he was a gentleman. Inhaling deeply, he stalked to where she was peering over the railing. "I would be cautious if I were you. You have been fooled by a charismatic rake. Continued company with him will bring you and your family to harm. My good conscience will not allow me to keep silent." He stepped closer and quietly enunciated each word. "Furthermore, I am certain your mother would disapprove of your childish censure of me. My fortune would be a prize for a woman like her." "Your fortune?" Her laughter floated across the night air. "Why, now who is the fool? Has my mother encouraged any of her 5 daughters to seek you out or flirt with you? Not at all. If she were a fortune hunter, would she not have pushed us at you, you with your 10,000 a year?" Now it was she who stepped closer, the gaiety stripped from her voice. "I may be full young, sir. However, even I have heard the whispers of your wealth. Yet only that nasty, self-exalted Miss Bingley yearns to have your company. You, sir, are held by all my neighbours to be inferior to Mr. Bingley, no matter how much money is in your purse." He was stunned to realise she was entirely correct. None of the mothers of the farming town of Meryton were throwing their daughters at him, as was done when he was in London society. None of the daughters sought to gain his attention. Even spinsterish Miss Lucas essentially ignored his presence. Had his conduct been that poor? Air poured from his chest until he felt empty. Yes, it had been. He had insulted Miss Elizabeth when Bingley had been trying to encourage him to partner her for a dance. Once he truly observed her, he found a lady with sparkling eyes brimming with life and a pleasant countenance, which was all that was deemed proper. None the less, whether he found her attractive or not, his actions had not been appropriate. He should never have uttered the words. He knew he never should have thought them in the first place. Darcy suddenly felt his error most grievously. "I will no longer condemn you, for I sense your remorse." Miss Lydia spoke softly, in a tone he had never heard from her before. That alone caught his attention. She finally looked at him full in the face. "Mr. Wickham had requested the first set with me, and his absence left me searching for him when I could have had another partner." She sighed. "Even Lizzie stood up with my father's ridiculous cousin. It is beyond the pale that she should dance when I did not." "I am sorry you were distressed." He gave her a slight bow, as he wondered at still being in her presence. When had her words started making sense? "Never feel sorry for me." She tapped him on the arm with her fan, a practice move to gain a man's attention. "Jane may be beautiful, and Lizzie may be smart, but mark my words, Mr. Darcy, I am the Bennet daughter who will marry first."
"Why?"
he had to ask. "Why what?" She tilted her head, puzzled. He wondered again how many times she had been at the punch bowl.
"Why do you desire to marry so young?"
She was barely 16. Upon closer inspection, when her mouth was shut tightly, she might be considered a pretty girl. For a certainty she did not have the serene countenance of her eldest sister. Miss Jane Bennet's looks had captured his friend's attention immediately. Within minutes, Bingley proclaimed her his angel. Miss Elizabeth possessed a vibrant beauty, and her conversation on any subject was intelligently expressed. She had mentally run circles around Miss Caroline Bingley, and had proven to be a worthy opponent against him in a battle of wits. This youngest Bennet had little other than her vanity to recommend her. Miss Lydia waved at someone walking in the garden. "Yoo-hoo, Kitty! There you are with Captain Carter. I see you." Darcy stepped back into the shadows, horrified at her conduct, and disgusted when her next eldest sister yelled back. The two girls together were 1 part wise and 10 parts stupid. Before he could retreat through the doorway, it opened to admit Miss Elizabeth to the elevated patio. He stepped further into the shadows. "Lydia Bennet," she hissed into the darkness. "Come inside immediately. Should you be found alone by one of the officers, there could be a compromise, and you would be ruined." "I wish." Miss Lydia rested her hand on her hip and fluffed at her hair. Lowering her voice to a whisper, she said, "I am not alone, Lizzie. Mr. Darcy is here, though I believe he was just now leaving." Miss Elizabeth spun to face him. Even in the dim light from the torches lit in the gardens, he could see her eyes on fire. "Sir!" Grabbing her sister tightly by the upper arm, she dragged her over to stand in front of him. "You should know better than to be alone in the dark with an unmarried female, even one as young as Lydia. If you were caught, you would be made to wed, and I would not wish that outcome for my enemy." "Lizzie, let me go," Miss Lydia demanded, her tone getting louder with each word. Miss Elizabeth released her sister's arm, only to pinch Lydia's earlobe, pulling her back towards the ballroom. "I will not." Before stepping through the doorway, Miss Elizabeth stood on her toes, so her face was close enough for her sister to feel her breath, and muttered, Behave."
With that, both girls pushed their shoulders back, smoothed the fabric over their hips, and took in a deep breath. Regally, as if they had not been bordering on a cat fight, they glided into the ballroom to the time of the music. When the door closed, muting the sounds within, the only noises were the giggles of young lovers meeting clandestinely in the prettyish sort of wilderness below him. Fitzwilliam Darcy slumped against the back wall of Netherfield Park, and wondered for the 1000th time why he had come to this shire. He felt beaten, battered to the depths of his soul. How dare such common examples of the female species condemn him, when they were nothing to him? He would leave, not the ball, as good manners required he stay until the last guest left the estate. He would request his carriage and depart for London at first light. Wounds needed licking, and his study at Darcy House was the perfect place to do so. With a purpose to his step, he swerved around Miss Bingley as she sought his attention, leaving the ballroom and going upstairs to his bedchambers. "Pack for Darcy House, Parker. I have important business in town, and will need to leave as soon as we are able."
"Yes, sir."
His valet had served his father before him, so Darcy had no doubt his orders would be obeyed with diligence. Returning to the ballroom, his eyes roved across the dancers, until he spied Miss Elizabeth standing next to her youngest two sisters, a tight grip on both. Miss Kitty was no longer giggling in the garden with the officer. Darcy wanted to smile in relief that someone from the family had taken control. In his heart, he was unsurprised it was Miss Elizabeth who had taken them to task. She was fearless.
"Mr. Darcy, wherever have you been?"
Miss Bingley's whine hurt his ears far more than the mediocre musicians. He felt her wrap her talons around his elbow, and stepped away from her when she leaned her chest into his upper arm.
"How inappropriate."
"I will be returning to London in the morning, and needed to make arrangements." He owed her no explanation, though he gave her one out of politeness. She had long made her intentions of becoming the next mistress of Pemberley evident by her agreeing with his every opinion and pandering to his preferences at mealtimes and every other occasion. Her habit of denigrating those whom she felt threatened her goals was unpalatable to him, yet he tolerated her because of his friendship with her brother.
"Sir,"
she leaned closer,
"take my brother with you, I pray you. He is in danger of being caught by a woman of no consequence, who would not elevate him in society, one who has shown no interest in him personally, and who follows him like a shadow at the insistence of her mother. Surely you see his error, and will come to his aid."
Darcy easily recognised she was referring to Miss Jane Bennet. While Miss Lydia had been correct about him not being the intended target for fortune hunters, Bingley's easy acceptance of anyone in his company left him vulnerable. Darcy glanced at Miss Bennet to see if he could detect her interest.
She smiled too much.
Caroline Bingley was right. His world had turned upside down in the past 30 minutes, and the persons responsible all had the surname Bennet. He would indeed remove himself from Netherfield Park, and he would take his friend with him. His decision made, he relaxed for the first time since he had stepped onto the balcony. He would be done with them. Once in town, he would return to his associates, who appreciated him for the man he was, honourable, honest, and humble. What would any one of those silly girls know about the value of a man? Bah! He walked away from Miss Bingley. He would spend the rest of the ball in the library. No one would dare accost him there. Chapter 2. Had it been the longest night of his life? No, it had not. As the carriage rolled away from Hertfordshire, Darcy reflected on the many events during his almost 28 years which had cost him sleep. The birth of his sister, and his mother's death the day following, when he was at the tender age of 12, learning of the dishonesty and immorality of one of his closest friends while at Cambridge. Wickham. His father's death 5 years past, and the hours upon hours he had struggled with the tremendous responsibility dropped on his shoulders as he learnt to manage his large landholdings. No, he had been many nights without slumber. He sat back on the squabs and looked out of the window to the passing countryside. His mind bounced from one concern to the next. His sister, Miss Georgiana Darcy, was, like Miss Lydia, barely turned 16. Quite unlike the youngest Bennet, she was extremely shy and reticent around strangers, more like her brother than she could know. Resting his chin on his hand, he worried she would never recover from Wickham's duplicity during the summer. Trusting her new companion, Mrs. Young, had been his gravest error, one his sister would suffer from the rest of her life. Wickham had used his charm to treacherously convince the innocent girl of his love and tender affections. Darcy's unexpected arrival at her cottage in Ramsgate had prevented an elopement, which would have ruined her and brought untold anguish to Darcy, as the miscreant sought his revenge against his former friend. His sister had not placed blame on his shoulders, although he had failed Georgiana in the worst way possible. Miss Lydia had laughed in his face when he tried to warn her about his former friend. He could easily imagine Miss Elizabeth's sister running off to Gretna Green with Lieutenant George Wickham. He scoffed at the idea. Even though he could see her jumping at the chance, Wickham would never attach himself to a female with no fortune. Darcy had to reluctantly admit that Mrs. Bennet might not be the fortune hunter he had assumed her to be. George Wickham, on the other hand, certainly was as greedy as they came. His motto had always been, something for nothing. Darcy turned his head to look at the man seated next to him. Charles Bingley was as different from George Wickham as Georgiana was from Lydia. Bingley was affable, amiable, and kind. Wickham, on the other hand, was a consummate liar, a man who practised almost every vice known to the lowest dregs of humanity, and who selfishly presented himself as honourable, when he was in fact a wolf in sheep's clothing. How dare Miss Lydia condemn him, Fitzwilliam Darcy, Esquire, and promote Wickham as a gentleman? The foolish girl. It was good her older sister had taken her in hand. He chuckled to himself as he recalled the sight of petite Miss Elizabeth grabbing her youngest sister by the ear. What had she told Miss Lydia? "If you were caught, you would be made to wed, and I would not wish that outcome for my enemy." Miss Elizabeth certainly had the right of it. He would not wish his worst enemy, George Wickham included, to marry Lydia Bennet. No man, no matter how corrupt, deserved a future with that crass child. Wait a moment. With Miss Lydia claiming her sister held him in disapprobation, did Miss Elizabeth mean it would be a tribulation to be attached to her sister, or did she instead mean it would be a hardship for a woman to be married to him? As he re-examined the conversation, a sick feeling started churning in his stomach. Oh, dear Lord. Instantly he felt the rapidity of his pulse and the shallowness of his breathing. For a split second he thought he might have to put his head down between his knees to keep from retching. Coolness crept from his chest to his forehead as his hands quivered in shock. She had meant him. Elizabeth Bennet had thought it would be a trial for even her silliest sister to connect herself to him, grandson of an earl and master of Pemberley. Darcy, do we need to stop? Bingley was staring hard at him. At his words, Parker looked at his master as well. The stares of the two men made him want to squirm in the seat, a feeling he had not had since his youth. Why do you ask? Darcy quickly replied, to gain time to settle himself. He swallowed back the bile and used his handkerchief to quickly wipe the perspiration from his upper lip. Your face is vacillating between pale beige and the colour of creamed peas, and your hand is gripped so tightly on the window-sill, I worry you will pull it from the glass. Are you ill? I beg your pardon, Bingley. Darcy rushed to ease his friend's concerns. He wanted to lie, to blame his current turmoil on something he had eaten earlier, but his honour would not allow deceit. Do not be concerned. My purpose in returning to London is a matter of weighty concern. I shall regain my composure as soon as I reach Darcy House, I'm sure. Is it Miss Darcy? Has she come to harm? Darcy stared at his friend closely. Was he somehow aware of the events at Ramsgate? Surely not. No, Georgiana is at Pemberley, enjoying the new pianoforte I gifted her prior to travelling to Hertfordshire. She could not be more pleased. He felt his breathing stabilise as his pulse slowed. Focusing on the pleasant past with his sister always calmed him. Might I offer my assistance, Darcy? Bingley's concern was honestly done. I should not always rely on you for help, when I know you have your own burdens to bear. However, with that said, I do realise that since becoming acquainted, I have made relatively few decisions on my own." Darcy nodded, accepting the truth of the statement, and relieved to be thinking of something other than the Bennets. "My habits have to change, as I am aware." Bingley was twisting his hands together, something he did when nervous or upset. "Now that I have charge of an estate, I need to take control in other areas of my life as well." "I'm pleased to hear of this, Charles." Darcy was, in truth, relieved. He enjoyed the company of the younger man, but often felt like he had a puppy running around his legs, trying to trip him up and distract him. A pleasant pup, but a whelp just the same. "You see, Darcy, that is the thing," Bingley gulped, and Darcy wondered at the younger man's nerves. "We have known each other since the day I lost my father. I will never forget your resolute kindness." "Thank you, Charles." Darcy remembered the circumstances when they met. A long-time retainer at Darcy House had died, and rather than leave the arrangements to his man of business, Darcy took personal interest in seeing to all the details. When he walked into the London chapel to confer with the clergyman, he saw, standing off to the side, a young man dressed entirely in black, alone, his gaze fixed on the stained-glass window. Never had Darcy seen someone who looked as desolate. A whispered question to the rector revealed the gentleman had just concluded his business, arranging for the funeral of his parents. Under normal circumstances, Darcy left people to their own business. But something moved him to step to the man's side, introduce himself, and offer aid. Possibly it was that the young man looked exactly like he had felt when his own father had died. He had been extending help ever since. "You see, the thing is, Bingley hesitated. "Just tell me, Bingley." Darcy sighed, inherently knowing he was not going to be pleased with what he heard. "Well, then I will." Taking in a deep breath, Bingley exhaled quickly and began speaking. "In the past month, as my guest, you have taken it upon yourself to make changes to the running of Netherfield Park, my home. I've often not been consulted. Instead, you've given directions to my steward, and I'm informed after the deed is done. Now—" He raised his hand as Darcy started to interrupt. "I appreciate your wisdom and experience, truly I do. Nevertheless, this is my home, not yours. Though I have no doubt I will make many mistakes, I feel I will learn the lessons I need when they come along, so I will improve my decision-making as time goes by." Darcy felt like he had received a strong blow to his gut. Had he been so terrible? Really? His pride in his ability to discern how others he respected viewed him was taking a beating. Surely he could not be that bad. "I beg your pardon, Charles, if I have overstepped." Darcy tamped down an anger starting to take root in his heart. He had sacrificed for Bingley, using his valuable time and the Darcy name and reputation to aid the less experienced man in establishing himself in a much higher level of society than Bingley had been born to. Charles could never have done it on his own. How dare he not realise who of the two of them had the superior understanding? Darcy was instantly ashamed. Charles Bingley was a good, honest man who was generous to a fault. Darcy rubbed his hands over his face, and again found them trembling. "Pray do not think this affects our friendship, my man." Bingley gave him his typically present big smile. "I'm ready to let go of your hand and walk on my own. I am no longer in leading strings, and you should be proud your guidance has reached a successful conclusion. At least, I'm hoping I will be a success." "I am humbled." Darcy was proud of Bingley's stepping up to accept responsibility, and proud of his own response. Bingley glanced out of the window on his side of the carriage. When he looked back, Darcy noted the set of his jaw and the intensity of his stare. He suddenly worried what would come from his friend's mouth. "I've decided to pursue Miss Bennet for the purpose of marriage." Bingley spoke quickly. "I'm aware of your disapproval of the family, her next younger sister, Miss Elizabeth, in particular. Nonetheless, my heart is touched in a way I've never felt before. Despite my past of claiming over and over how I was in love with one young lady after another, this feels permanent. I long to spend each moment in her company. I want to have a family with her, grow old with her, and make our house into a home. She means the world to me, Darcy." Bingley hesitated. "Rather than have your disapprobation, I ask you to step back, so I may travel this road on my own." Darcy was dumbfounded. Out of all Bingley said, it was one sentence which stood out. "You think I disapprove of Miss Elizabeth?" Bingley snorted. "Of course I do, and so does everybody else. You made your feelings quite obvious when she stayed at my home to care for her sister while she was ill. The poor girl could not sit in the drawing-room without you glaring down upon her like she was a bug on the wall you wanted to squash. Each time she opened her mouth, you challenged her opinion in a way that made Caroline smirk at Miss Elizabeth's discomfort. Yes, there is no doubt you hold the young lady in derision, far more than the rest of my new neighbours." Darcy's tongue was somehow stuck in the back of his throat, and he feared he would expire on the spot from not being able to catch his breath. Pain filled his chest until he had to press his fist over the most tender area and rub. When he finally found his voice, he blurted, "I most certainly do not. Miss Elizabeth is an exemplary young woman. I know few who are her equal." Charles Bingley guffawed. "Oh, you tease! I will never believe it." He was offended. Why should he not believe it? Darcy rarely teased, and never about the character of a gentlewoman. Before he could say anything, Bingley continued, happiness radiating from every pore in his body. "The horses are slowing. We must be approaching the inn. I am pleased to be doing so, as I barely broke my fast due to the early hour of our departure." The younger man rubbed his hands together. "Nevertheless, the sooner we get back on the road, the sooner I can take care of business in town, and return to pursuing the more important task of establishing a courtship with my fair lady." How could anybody be so happy when he was this miserable? For the first time in his adult life, Fitzwilliam Darcy, Esquire, wanted to whine. Shuddering at the thought, he desperately sought to regain control of his emotions. He knew his reputation amongst his peers. He was steady to his purposes and unaffected by emotions. Swallowing, he inhaled deeply and focused his eyes on the carriage wall across from him. By the time the vehicle came to a stop, he had regained his composure and his balance. His determination and stalwart demeanour lasted until he walked into the inn and unexpectedly came face to face with his favourite cousin, Colonel Fitzwilliam. "Richard." "Hello there, Darcy." Richard slapped him on the shoulder. "You're just in time to buy me a meal. Why are you looking sour?" Sour? The question was so reminiscent of Lydia Bennet's comment that Darcy determined, then and there, he had had enough. 3 individuals whom he respected, Miss Elizabeth, Charles Bingley, and his favourite cousin, shared the same negative opinion as to his attitude and character. He was devastated, and realised the anger filling his heart was inappropriate. He should be grateful they had exposed clearly how he was viewed by others. It was like he had been looking at himself in a mirror, and failed to see he had a piece of green vegetable stuck between his front teeth. He needed to take charge and regain control of his reputation. Within seconds, he discerned exactly how he needed to proceed. "Cousin, would you consider me a man of action?" He could see that the unexpected inquiry caught the colonel by surprise. "I suppose." Richard tilted his head and continued. "Why do you ask?" Darcy ignored him. He turned to his friend. "Bingley, would you consider me to be a man of action?" Bingley raised his eyebrows and shrugged his shoulders. "Without a doubt, my man." "Good." Darcy nodded. "As soon as we are refreshed and the horses rested, you will need to retrieve your mount tied to the back of the carriage and proceed to London on your own, Bingley. With your permission, of course, I will be returning to Hertfordshire to settle some unfinished business." Slapping his cousin on the shoulder, in the same way he had been greeted, Darcy moved between the tables until he found a vacant spot in the far back corner. He heard the men's footsteps following behind him. As usual, he was taking the lead. The surly thought needed to be vanquished. Seated, he looked about the room. His view of his own importance had been shattered like shards of thin glass. However, he was not a failure. He was a Darcy. He would prevail. The relief he felt at impulsively deciding to return to the scene of his greatest humiliation surprised him, though it should not. He had much to prove. Oh, certainly not just to others. He needed to prove to himself that he was fundamentally a good man. And he would start immediately. Chapter 3. I'm tired of town, weary of constantly complaining soldiers, angry with inept commanding officers, and sick of pretentious so-called friends who seek me out solely because I am the son of an earl. I cannot recall ever seeing you this disconsolate, Richard. Darcy was aware it was his nature to worry over those he loved, and his cousin was his closest friend. He was grateful to have the company for the return trip north. Are you thinking it is time to sell your commission? To be honest, I do not know. Darcy's cousin rubbed his face with both of his hands. I will be 30 in less than a year, and wonder where my life is headed. Most likely it will be back to France for me. Should my life end in battle, I fear I will have accomplished little. Richard, you know that is not so. Darcy reassured him. You are one of the finest men I know. What has caused this melancholy? I met a woman. Immediately, Darcy understood his cousin's confusion. After all, did he not feel the same about Miss Elizabeth? Since the night of the Meryton Assembly, he believed his world had turned upside down. When she stayed at Netherfield Park to care for her sister, his entire outlook on the qualities necessary in a wife had undergone such a drastic change that he now wondered at the value of his own intelligence. He had always been staunch in his opinions and goals. Now, he shook his head. Yes, he understood Richard. Tell me about her. The Colonel turned his head to stare blankly out of the carriage window. She's nothing like the woman I thought I would ever want by my side, Richard harumphed. In fact, I'm still not sure what it was about her that first caught my eye. I know what caught mine. Miss Elizabeth's eyes. A mental picture of her beautiful green eyes, sparkling with the same radiance as his mother's emeralds, filled Darcy's mind. Richard continued, completely unaware he had lost Darcy's attention. I met her at a ball Mother had coerced me to attend. The week had been long, and I had much rather have been with the men from my regiment, drinking at one of the local pubs. But like a good son, I went. The Colonel clasped his hands between his knees and sighed. She was dancing. Her partner must have said something witty, because her laughter filled the room. It was really quite scandalous, as the debutantes had been taught that showing such rich emotions is uncouth. The sound was melodic, and I was hooked. She's from the first circles, then? There would be no impediment. The Fitzwilliams were well established in society. Not quite. For a moment, Richard's chin dropped to his chest. Then his shoulders squared, and he looked directly at Darcy. While she is a gentleman's daughter, their estate is impoverished due to the lackadaisical actions of the father. He is an avid bird-watcher who gives no attention to his home or his family. Darcy was stunned with the similarities. Mr. Bennet was an indifferent parent who appeared to do nothing to check the inappropriate conduct of his younger daughters. Nor did he work to increase the dowry each child would have to offer a single man of interest. Her surname? Pray do not let it be Bennet. Knowlton, Miss Cecily Knowlton. Darcy expelled the breath he had been unaware he had been holding. This is her 3rd season. She has had no offers, then? Darcy was curious. Even with her poor financial state, if she was a beauty, eligible men would flock to her side, not unlike Bingley's attentions to Miss Bennet. Richard chuckled. Oh, she's had plenty. Darcy watched as his cousin leaned back on the seat, closing his eyes, a small smile on his face. Her vivacity immediately captured the attention of the ton, and she was looked upon with favour by at least 1 duke and 2 viscounts. His smile grew. However, she would have none of them. Smart girl, Darcy whispered. Richard heard. That is so. You see, she explained to Mother how she would rather remain poor than attach herself for the rest of her days to a man she did not love, admire, and respect. Her saying so became a death sentence to the attachments of most all of the gentlemen who had sought her affections. Not yours. Certainly not mine. Again he smiled. She looks the part of a fragile English rose, yet has the fierceness of a warrior. I would do anything to make her mine. Has she left London? Darcy could not hide his confusion. If it was as Richard said, why would he abandon his lady to the company of others? She has not. The Colonel shrugged. I cannot offer for her, because I am probably in worse circumstances than she. I have no estate to offer her, no fortune. I am a soldier, no more and no less. She is lost to me. I see. And therefore I am seeking your company, cousin. Richard jabbed him with his elbow. I can commiserate with the man most likely not to have his head turned by a pretty woman. You will help me regain my senses. I doubt it. Richard continued. Which begs the question, what in the world are you up to? According to poor Bingley, you allowed him no rest or even a meal after the ball before scurrying off to town. Now you were on your way back to Hertfordshire. This uncertainty is most unlike you, Darcy. What has happened? Is it Georgiana? Is it Wickham? Darcy wished the blood rushing to his cheeks gone. He dropped his chin to his chest and breathed in slowly. He could not dissemble. I met a woman. He kept his voice flat, knowing his cousin would either laugh uproariously or commiserate with his pain. No sooner had Darcy repeated the whole of the sordid tale when the carriage slowed to enter Meryton. He suspected the two of them would be arriving at Netherfield Park about the same time as the Bingley sisters and Mr. Hurst would be rising to break their fast and begin their day. He was not in a hurry to be in their company once again. Why, look there! The Colonel was focused on a sight beyond his window. As soon as Darcy realised what, or rather whom, his cousin was looking at, he tapped his cane on the roof. When the carriage stopped, Darcy stepped out and left the door open in case his cousin followed. It was not until he was almost upon the Bennet sisters that he discerned the ladies were not alone. Gone was the oafish clergyman who had had the temerity to stand up for the first set with Miss Elizabeth. In his place were 3 of the militia officers who often swarmed around the young ladies of the village. He paid them no attention, his gaze focused on the second Bennet daughter. He had assumed the loveliness of the ladies had caught his cousin's attention. When he heard the slide of steel upon steel, Darcy comprehended his error. As he bowed to the women, Richard moved directly in front of Wickham and placed the tip of his blade against the villain's throat. "Wickham," Richard growled, as Miss Kitty swooned. Captain Carter caught her before she hit the ground. Miss Jane Bennet immediately wrapped her arms around her sister Mary and pulled her back away from the grouping. Miss Elizabeth stepped closer to Darcy. "What is the meaning of this?" she demanded. Lydia Bennet sidled up to Richard and placed her hand on his left arm, entirely ignoring his unrelenting posture and the sword in his other hand. "While I thank you for seeing to my honour and good name, Colonel, I do not think Lieutenant Wickham's not showing up to claim the first set is worth retaliating with such force," Miss Lydia purred. Darcy watched as she squeezed the muscle on his cousin's arm. "Though," she continued, stepping even closer to his cousin, "such a display assuredly tells me who is the better man." Her eyelashes lowered as she batted them rapidly. "Lydia Rose Bennet," Miss Elizabeth hissed at her sister, embarrassment flooding her face. She grabbed her boldest sibling in a replay of the night before. "Pardon us, sirs. We will remove ourselves immediately." With that, she spun her around, gathered Kitty, who had quit pretending to have fainted when she undoubtedly realised she would miss the action with her eyes closed, and steered the rest of her present family towards Longbourn. Darcy could do nothing other than stand and watch them go. The elaborate plans, made while Richard slept the first part of the journey, to improve the opinion of the community, and more particularly Miss Elizabeth, had gone up in flames with his cousin's aggressiveness. "What do you want me to do with him?" Richard demanded through gritted teeth. Darcy, frustrated he had missed his best opportunity to put his plans to work, said the first thing that came to mind.
Kill him.
Chapter 4. Miss Bingley's reaction to his return was exactly as he had expected. Footmen were covering the furniture as she barked orders to the staff. She huffed her frustration at having visitors interrupt her departure, and so was mightily embarrassed when she turned to see him standing in the entrance hall with his cousin. Darcy knew what drove her decision to vacate the premises and return to London, separating her brother from Miss Jane Bennet. Darcy shook his head, though he refrained from commenting. Bingley would need to take charge of his sisters, as they had a pattern of making decisions for him. He shuddered with the realization that he had been just as controlling, though unintentionally. That he would have something in common with the Bingley females was horrifying.
Another good reason to adjust his attitude. Richard, as soon as you return downstairs, I will leave for Longbourn. You are welcome to ride along.
Miss Bingley interrupted their plans. Pray, Mr. Darcy, do allow me to provide respite from your hurried travels. Surely the Bennets can do without your company long enough for tea to be served. It will take but a moment. She stepped closer to him and fluttered her eyelashes in what she must have assumed was an attractive pose. The similarity between her actions and Miss Lydia's would have horrified the superior in her own mind Caroline Bingley. By the time you remove the dust from the road, the tray will arrive. I'm certain you would not want to offend your hostess. He accepted defeat, though not so graciously as he probably should have, and acceded to her plans. Thus it was more than an hour before he and Richard mounted their horses and rode to the Bennet estate.
Is the woman you were in love with a Bennet?
Darcy rolled his eyes at the innocent question from his cousin. They were alone on the road to Longbourn, but he knew their voices carried in the stillness of the autumn day.
I am not in love with anyone, thank you, Richard.
Darcy's answer was abrupt.
She has merely unsettled me, causing me to reflect on my reactions to meeting strangers and interacting with those from a lower sphere.
He had already felt the sting of being overheard by Miss Elizabeth at the assembly. Carefully choosing his words, in case someone lurked behind the ancient oaks lining the roadway, awaiting an opportunity to report any slurs against the lady, he clarified.
She seems completely unaffected by my wealth, my name, or my position in society. Her conversations are stimulating, and her arguments well thought out. I have never spoken with a woman before who is my intellectual equal.
She is rare indeed. His cousin rubbed his chin. And you do not love her? Are you certain, Darcy?
Of that I am entirely certain,
he quickly reassured his cousin, and himself.
I know my familial obligations, my duty. The future mistress of Pemberley will be as expected, from the first circles, a woman of fashion and sense, who will elevate the Darcy name and add to our coffers. I will marry no other, so would never encourage a country miss with no prospects and nothing to offer other than her charms.
So she is charming.
Darcy sighed. You are being persistent, cousin, and I am unsure of your goal. My heart is not attached to anyone, and I do mean anyone. I have no intention of allowing her to have any more importance in my life other than as an impetus to readjust my viewpoints. My heart is intact now, and will be when I depart Hertfordshire. With that said, dear cousin, I am not a blind man. When you are introduced to Miss Elizabeth, you will see some of the finest eyes in the kingdom. Unfortunately for me, they pierced my soul, revealing I am not quite the man my father raised me to be. Once I adjust my countenance amidst strangers, I will be done with her and her neighbours. You shall see, Richard.
Darcy kicked his horse to a gallop. Within seconds, his cousin had done the same, and the race was on. Although they had been introduced, Darcy had spent little time in Mr. Bennet's company. Thus he was taken by surprise with the disapprobation he was confronted with when he and his cousin were shown into the Master of Longbourn's book-room.
Mr. Darcy, I am unsurprised to see you. I am assuming this is Colonel Fitzwilliam.
Mr. Bennet had stood at their entrance and looked over the top of the spectacles perched on the bridge of his nose at the two men in front of him.
Yes, sir, this is my cousin.
And you are both here to tell tales of Lieutenant Wickham, I believe.
They had not even been offered the most common courtesy of taking a seat in front of his desk. They had been offered no libation from the stock sitting on a silver tray to the right of his large leather chair, nor had they been offered a greeting consistent with their position. Instead, Darcy could see the sarcasm bubbling beneath the surface of Mr. Bennet's face, and he felt ire at the insult. Their stopping at Netherfield Park, long enough to soothe Miss Bingley, had apparently allowed Wickham to plead his case to receptive ears. Unclenching his fists, he replied, "We are not children to tattle on one another, Mr. Bennet. Though we have known Wickham since our youth, it is his actions as an adult which—" "I know." Mr. Bennet fluttered his right hand in the air, as if sweeping the words out of the window beside him. "Lieutenant Wickham has already shared your history, and I must say, Mr. Darcy, you have plenty of nerve to come to my home after insulting my family and friends. That you seek to do the same to a fine young gentleman such as the lieutenant is a testament to what is already known about you. Your arrogance and selfish disdain for those you consider below you does not recommend you as anything other than a troublemaker. I refuse to listen to any vitriol you spew, so keep silent, young man." Mr. Bennet immediately focused his attention on Richard. "And you, Colonel, how dare you come into our peaceful community with your sword drawn, threatening innocent citizens? Your conduct is a reproach to the King's army, and I've already sent my opinion to Major General Wellesley, your superior, as to the egregiousness of your conduct. But Wickham has a past history of—" "Not another word, Mr. Darcy." Mr. Bennet planted both hands on his desk and leaned towards them. He did not even blink. "Just prior to leaving this room, Lieutenant Wickham asked for a few moments of privacy with my Lizzie. I expect that within a short period of time the gentleman will be my son. With the knowledge of running an estate he learnt from his beloved father and your own, I foresee a brilliant future for all my daughters once he takes over the management of Longbourn. I have nothing further to say. You may leave, knowing you are no longer welcome in my home. Though I cannot speak for my neighbours, and would imagine you would not be welcomed in their homes or businesses as well." Darcy was livid. Never had he been dismissed so perfunctorily, and never had his opinions been disregarded with such aversion. Before leaving, he stepped forward and leaned his fists on the desk, mimicking his host. "Your choice not to protect your daughters from evil is your right, Mr. Bennet. However, with that decision, the responsibility and accountability for this decision will solely be on your shoulders, and yours alone. I wash my hands of you. Of all of you." Standing erect, he brushed his hands together, turned and walked out of Longbourn, knowing he would never see Miss Elizabeth again. At that moment in time, his anger was such that he could not have cared less. "Darcy, do not let his insolence stop you from following the right course. I know you, cousin. You will brood and fret and worry yourself sick if you leave these people unprotected." "I am aware of my tendencies, Richard." He forced himself to stop grinding his teeth. "I will do what I must." Darcy turned his horse towards Meryton and stopped in front of the haberdashery. Dismounting quickly, he walked into the shop and proceeded directly up to the merchant. "Mr. Simons, in spite of my history of covering the debts of Lieutenant George Wickham in towns such as Lambton, Kimpton and Matlock, I will no longer do so. If you have allowed him credit, you are solely responsible for the loss you will suffer from his non-payment." He noted the man's discomfort and suspected Wickham had already started collecting charges. "Prudence dictates you share this information with your peers, sir. I will be stopping at the tavern to share the same, as I told you. I will not be purchasing his vows from you or anyone else in Hertfordshire, nor will I clean up his messes with any of your daughters. He is a disreputable man, and has long been so." Leaving his horse at the store, he walked to the tavern and told the owner the same. Unfortunately, or rather fortunately, the man's daughter overheard. "But he said he loved me, and will marry me as soon as he's paid his due from the militia," the young girl cried, to the dismay of her father. "I believe he is at this very moment making an offer of marriage to one of the Bennet girls." Darcy turned to walk away. "You have been warned." Mounting his horse, he looked at his cousin. "We're done here." With haste, they retraced their steps towards Netherfield Park. Taking the liberty of making himself comfortable in Bingley's study, he took the top off the crystal decanter of brandy and poured 2 glasses to the brim. Gulping back the first one, he refilled it before handing the other to the Colonel. "I am sorry, old man." Richard spoke softly, as if it somehow made his words more palatable. Darcy wanted to slam his forehead against the thick hardwood mantel over the fireplace, or shove his fist through the panelling on the wall. He did neither. "Do not be sorry for me. I am reaping what I have sown." He took a sip of the fine liquid. "I shall weather this storm as I have always done, and will, with hope, come out a man who is more considerate of my own position and responsibilities. I am done with Wickham, and the people of Hertfordshire. They have been warned. I owe them nothing else." The Colonel had dropped into one of the chairs in front of the fire, with his head leaned back and his face to the ceiling. "I say, it is good you did not give your heart to Miss Elizabeth. It would be all the harder to know she will be bedding your enemy had you decided on her." Darcy could barely speak. Bitter words jumbled in his throat until they threatened to choke him. Anger and disappointment filled him until he thought his head would explode. "Enough," he growled. "I had sought to earn her forgiveness. No more. From this second onward I shall not think of her again. I am finished." "What shall you do now?" The Colonel set his drink on a side table. "I need to be back in town by morning. I doubt Bingley will return before I leave. I will probably meet him on the road." "I think my best course of action is to winter at Pemberley with Georgiana. There I shall have peace." As Darcy said the words, he felt the rightness of them. "I think I'd better learn from what happened here, and not delay in trying to set things straight with Miss Cecily Knowlton." The Colonel stood to leave the room, stopping to look back at him. "Perhaps you will meet the woman of your dreams soon, cousin. Then you will be as happy as I am." "But you are miserable." Darcy could not help but note the droop of Richard's shoulders. "I know. I fear it is what love does to a sensible man." They both snorted, content in having finally reached the correct decision. Before his cousin could leave the room, they heard a soft knocking. A footman entered bearing a note. "The express rider is outside, awaiting your reply, sir." The direction was in Mrs. Reynolds' hand. The long-time housekeeper at Pemberley used the express service only when the news was dire. Georgiana was at Pemberley. Unless the estate had suffered extensive damages, the tidings concerned his sister. Weakness shot through his knees. He sat on the closest chair, and forcefully breaking the seal, ripped open the paper. What he read sent chills down his spine. He knew from his cousin's reaction that his fear showed on his face. Handing the paper to Richard, he put his hand to his mouth, remembering to breathe as he did so. "The rose has bloomed." "What is the meaning of this?" Enlightenment covered Richard's face as soon as the words were out of his mouth. "Oh, dear Lord!" His cousin collapsed into the seat beside him. "Georgiana!" Darcy exhaled. As bad as the past 24 hours had been, this was far worse. His sister, his sweet, innocent sister, had been defiled by that vile man. Darcy had wondered, but he had been afraid to ask upon witnessing her mental state after Ramsgate. He had not known how to ask. "The end of July, and it is now the end of October. 3 months. She must have felt the quickening," the Colonel mused. "You need to get her away from Pemberley. Get her out of England, Darcy. If you want to protect her reputation, you cannot let anyone know, or she will be ruined." "Yes," he whispered, as options filled his mind. Standing, he left the room. Before he ran upstairs to tell his valet to pack, he turned to the footman. "Tell the rider I will leave for Pemberley immediately." Thrusting the problems of the Bennets and Meryton society to the depths of his mind, he had a mission, a goal. He would use the travel time to Derbyshire to determine the course of the next year. The Bennets and Wickham would have to fend for themselves. May God have mercy on their souls. Chapter 5. 3 long days on the road gave Darcy plenty of opportunity to make plans for his and Georgiana's future. With that said, He had yet to make a final decision. Vacillating between choices was most unlike him, and he gave himself a firm talking to at least once during the day, and several times at night, when he should have been sleeping. Any remnants of family pride had been left in a puddle in Bingley's study with the receipt of the message. If he gave any consideration to his conduct, shame threatened to overwhelm him, so by sheer force of will he stoically refused to resurrect his actions in Hertfordshire. He thought only of his sister, unless he thought of Miss Elizabeth. By the time he arrived at Pemberley, he had narrowed his choices to his estate in Ireland, travelled to Italy, which should be beyond the reach of the war with Napoleon, or a lengthy journey to the colonies. He had no clue how his sister was faring, how she would make the trip. Was she sick each morning like his mother had been? Was she vibrantly healthy, as he imagined Mrs. Bennet had been as she delivered one daughter after another? He shook off the thought. Imagining one Bennet led him to think of the second-born, and the mental image of Wickham having the right to kiss Miss Elizabeth's hand, and more, tortured him beyond measure. Although her status was far below the Darcys, she was as far as the sunrise from the sunset to the former steward's son. She deserved better. "Stop. Think of Georgiana. Think of Pemberley. Count sheep. Anything." "Have you spoken with Georgiana?" he inquired of his housekeeper. He had been surprised at his sister's happy greeting upon his arrival at their ancestral home. She had run down the front steps and launched herself into his arms. Horrified, his eyes had been drawn to her chest area, to find she had blossomed with a womanly figure. Had she not noticed? He was deeply ashamed that he had. Little sisters were not supposed to have those breasts. "I have not." Mrs. Reynolds was the soul of discretion. "She seems unaware of her difficulty, and I did not feel it was my place to confront her with the new changes to her life." Darcy shook his head. How can she not know? Red tinged his housekeeper's cheeks, and he knew he would share her embarrassment with the discussion. He was right. "Your sister has never been regular with her courses, sir. She's had some bleeding over the last month, so has not expressed concern." His housekeeper swallowed. The first 2 months after her return from Ramsgate, she was disconsolate and inconsolable. The staff, her maid in particular, believed her early morning sickness was a result of being distraught. For the past 2 weeks, Miss Darcy's illness has stopped, and her appetite has increased substantially, which has resulted in her maid having to let out the seams on her dresses. I've heard no question or rumours other than concern expressed for the tender heart of your sister. But the bleeding, this is a serious consideration. The ache in his stomach increased in intensity. Their mother had died in childbirth. He remembered clearly his father cursing his own selfish inclinations for getting his wife with child, after her difficulty with his delivery. At 12 years of age, he did not understand his father's bitter anger, or why this happened. He recalled the number of doctors and midwives who had attended the mistress of Pemberley. His sister's figure was tall and slender, the same as their mother's. This was the worst of news. "To bring in a physician would be to invite curiosity, sir. I could not take that chance without you knowing." Mrs. Reynolds wrung her hands and refused to look at him. "You did well. I thank you for your care for my sister, and for protecting the family name." Darcy was quick to reassure her. Mrs. Reynolds had worked at Pemberley for the past 24 years, and was loyal. Her decisions for the household when he was absent were mature and intelligent. When Mr. Reynolds had passed on, the housekeeper became fully devoted to the Darcy children, and he was eternally grateful for her actions so far. "I will speak to my sister. Pray, prepare her trunks for a lengthy journey, Mrs. Reynolds." He had to act quickly. "I had thought to take her to Ireland, but the estate is isolated and the medical care primitive. Wintering in Italy would be a better option, but the language might be a barrier if there was an emergency. Though the journey will be longer, I believe our best option is the colonies. They are no longer rustic, and I'm confident we can set up house in a situation beneficial for both Georgiana and the babe." "I will do as you direct, sir. When might you depart from Pemberley?" Darcy wiped his hand over his face. He was exhausted, but could not allow that minor detail to slow his momentum.
"We leave at first light."
"Yes, sir." Mrs. Reynolds looked him in the eye. "You are a good man. Pardon me for speaking out, sir, but your parents would be proud." He knew she meant it as a compliment. Nevertheless, he felt his failures deeply. Had he not sent her to Ramsgate? Had he not hired Mrs. Young as her companion? Had he not hidden from her the long list of crimes of her former childhood companion? They would be staying at home for the winter season, looking forward to a new year and a fresh start. Yes, his failures were many. "A baby? I cannot possibly be having a baby, brother. I am not married." Georgiana scoffed at his question. "George told me we had nothing to worry about until we reached Scotland. Since we did not follow through with the elopement, it is an impossibility. He was quite clear when he told me a couple needs to be wed before there is a child."
"He lied to you, as he has lied to many others, Georgiana."
He could not believe he was having this discussion with his sister. His hatred for his nemesis burst from him as he heard his own voice growing louder and louder. Getting himself back under good regulation was critical. He slowly took in a few breaths. He could see her fear, and they did not need hearing ears outside his sister's sitting room to spread the subject of their discussion.
"Coming together as a male and female is what creates a child, whether they are dogs, horses, or people. The act of mating, that special joining, is how babies come into existence, not marriage."
"But he said it was merely a way to prove to him how much I loved him." By now the tears were pouring down her face as she realised the extent of her fall. "Oh, William, what am I to do?" Reaching out, he stopped his hand before he could touch her arm. He was not ashamed of her. Nonetheless, he had no clue if physical comfort would be welcomed, though he longed to have her arms around him to ease the distress in his own heart.
"We will get through this, Georgiana."
When she collapsed against him, he wrapped her in his embrace as she sobbed.
"We will, I promise."
5 days later, they pulled up to Darcy House in London. An express had been sent to his man of business to wait upon him before the day was out. A sturdy ship would need to be found, and transport arranged.
"Mr. Darcy, I have 2 options available for travel to Boston."
The solicitor pulled a stack of papers from his portfolio.
"I do need to point out the danger of travelling the rough seas going into the harsh winter months. The weather upon arrival will likely be frigid, with deep snow and freezing temperatures."
They had been his concerns as well.
"And do you have something else in mind?"
"I do, sir." Passing a weathered newspaper across the desk, he waited while Darcy read the article.
"A steamboat. I have heard of such."
He pondered the information.
"Travel to New Orleans will take considerably longer."
"Yes, you are correct.
However, the weather is much more temperate, which might be a consideration for Miss Darcy. But the conditions in the Louisiana Territory, we get reports of piracy, impressment, and disease from that part of the world. I cannot imagine taking my sister into danger." "Sir, your plans to travel to the colonies is fraught with danger, no matter which port you choose."
The solicitor paused, before pulling out a long sheet of paper covered with figures.
"There is a ship built in the Americas departing from England in 2 days. Currently, there is a fairly large percentage of passengers from the merchant class who will be travelling on this journey. I happen to overhear one of London's wealthiest exporters, Mr. Edward Gardner, speak of his interest in the new steamboat as an outstanding investment opportunity. He will be making the voyage."
The man continued, his enthusiasm growing with each word.
"One of the principal steamboat owners, Mr. Robert Fulton, will be attempting to travel from the interior of Pennsylvania down the Ohio and Mississippi rivers to New Orleans in less than 1 month. A feat unheard of, Mr. Darcy." "I see the potential."
He studied the calculations and predictions and was intrigued.
"Nevertheless, I do not know if this is the best choice for us at this time." "Then allow me to provide you a report I also overheard."
He waited for Darcy to nod before he spoke.
"Mr. Gardner has a wife and 4 young children, boys of ages 4 and 10, and twin daughters aged 6. He will be taking them with him to New Orleans and up the Mississippi River.
He's an informed man who is reputed to be cautious. Surely he would not take his family into a situation where they would be in peril." "I would hope you are correct. There is a physician and a cleric on the manifest, sir."
It was this last information that convinced him of his decision. Darcy was pleased with the information. For a certainty, he would rather not try to set up an establishment in heavy winter conditions, such as in Boston, Philadelphia, or New York. Saying a quick, silent prayer, he chose their course. They would be leaving England for the wilds of the southern portion of the Americas in 2 days. At the thought, he felt a twinge in his heart at what he would leave behind. In 48 hours, he would sail into the unfamiliar. His favourite cousin, his homes, and his familiar staff would be left on English soil. The Darcys would need to be gone for 9 months to a year. Richard Fitzwilliam, Charles Bingley, and Miss Elizabeth Bennet would likely be long married by the time he returned. He felt the same twinge again at the thought, and rubbed his chest to make it go away. Miss Elizabeth would be Mrs. George Wickham. He wanted to break something, or break into tears. Instead, he signed a banknote to purchase their passage. By the time they came back to England, Miss Elizabeth would be a distant memory he would be unable to recall. Chapter 6. The hustle and bustle of the London dockyards made Georgiana cry. Of course, so had an oak leaf when it had fallen from a tree. A bowl of her formerly favourite beef soup, and a song she remembered learning from her first music master. It seemed as if every single moment he had spent in her company since their talk had involved her sobbing until her nose ran, and Darcy trying to get her under control, as well as produce an endless supply of clean handkerchiefs out of mid-air. The newly constructed hull of the Clipper was sleek and would slice through the waves, cutting days and possibly weeks from their journey. The captain had predicted their arrival in New Orleans 6 weeks from the day they left England, if the weather held. Darcy had gone the day before to Billingsgate to speak with the crew and to gain a glimpse of the quarters he and his sister would be sharing. While the captain was larger than life, the room was small. The stateroom had 2 bunks attached to opposite walls, a narrow aisle, and a small curtainless window between them. At the end of each bed was a wooden trunk for storage. Along the wall with the door was a stand with high railings for holding a pitcher of water in rough seas. A basin rested below. The only other item of interest was a wedge of wood, which could be pulled down from the wall for use as a writing desk. It was primitive, but serviceable. As they neared the wharf, he mentally checked off the tasks he had scrambled to get done before their departure. His solicitor had filed and received his protections from being impressed into service on a British Navy vessel, an updated last will and testament naming Richard as heir to the Darcy holdings, should something happen to both his sister and himself, a purse full of coins, and a draft from his bank to establish an account in the Americas, as well as letters of introductions he could use to make their way in the limited society they would encounter in New Orleans. He had sorted through items of clothing, choosing those which would stand the wear and tear of the length of time they would be gone, directing his valet in packing as lightly as possible for the limited space on board. He had obtained several blank leather-bound journals to record the trip and their unique experiences in a new land. Finally, he had explained over and over to his Fitzwilliam aunt and uncle his fictitious reasons for travelling at this dangerous time of year. He was exhausted. Since they had left Darcy House, Georgiana had become quieter and quieter. At one point, she had pressed herself into the far corner of the carriage, with her arms tight across her waist, as if she was holding herself away from him. He did not understand her at all. Certainly the smell from the fishmongers' stands, the noise of the quack medicine hawkers, and the swift movements of the porters as they rushed from carriages to the ships was probably a first for his sensitive sister. Though she had spent several years in London learning from the masters, he doubted she ever had reason to visit this portion of the city. "Are you well, Georgiana?" A sheen of perspiration covered her brow, and beads of sweat dotted her upper lip. "Are you anxious about the trip?" "I am." His sister nodded, though she did not meet his eyes. Nor did she expound as to whether she was well or anxious. "Please rest assured that the next month and a half will pass before you know it. We have an adventure awaiting us, my dear.
Was he reassuring her, or himself? He shrugged. It mattered not. Being an optimist did not come naturally to Darcy, and he knew it. Little in his life had gone well. They were orphans who gave their trust sparingly because of the ever-present vultures ready to prey on their wealth and reputation. He breathed in deeply and held it for a moment until his own heart calmed. His solicitor was correct. It was a treacherous time to be travelling anywhere. But they had no choice, no other options. They had been in the carriage almost 2 hours before pulling as close to the wharf as possible. Teeming with humanity, he determined to hold tightly onto Georgiana as Parker made his way to the ship with their belongings. Stepping out, he noted the number of families gathered to wave off a loved one. Children scampered dangerously close to the water, then were roughly pulled back by their nannies or their mothers. He heard her before he saw her. Her rich laughter floated over the clanging of the rigging on the bare masts, the squeaky wheels of the merchants' carts and the yelling of the fishmongers. Miss Elizabeth Bennet was here. How was this possible? He had left Longbourn, knowing of her impending betrothal to Wickham. Was she in town purchasing her wedding clothes? He shook his head. It mattered not. Georgiana's pregnancy by Miss Elizabeth's future husband terminated any possibility of ever being in her company again. The inevitable had happened. All dreams and imaginings of her must be let go. He huffed out his breath, trying very hard not to be angry at his sister's foolishness. It was far easier to place all blame with Wickham. He turned to where Miss Elizabeth stood. She looks happy. Then she cannot have come to know Wickham's character. Again he shook his head. Thinking on this was fruitless. Turning back to the carriage, he again extended his hand to his sister. When she did not respond, he peered at her closely, and to his chagrin and horror found her writhing in pain. She was in agony, and he had no clue what to do. From the corner of his eye he spotted his valet departing from the carriage behind him, undoubtedly in readiness to assign the care of their possessions to a porter. He stopped him. Parker, remain as you are.
William, help me,
his sister muttered, tears streaming down her face. He dropped his eyes to the floor of the carriage and saw a small puddle of watery blood. Good Lord. I am right here, Georgiana. Panic rose in his chest and threatened his ability to breathe. They were at least 2 hours from home, once they were able to leave the wharf. Carriages lined up in front and behind them as others sought to do business in Billingsgate. His sister needed immediate assistance, and the only familiar female face was Miss Elizabeth's. I will get help. He closed the door, leaving the footman to guard the carriage, and pushed through the crowd until he came alongside his intended target. Miss Elizabeth. He may have spoken louder than he had planned, as she visibly startled at his voice. Mr. Darcy. He had no clue whether she was surprised to see him, or surprised he had addressed her in such a public setting. It mattered not. Gesturing to the coach, he said, My sister is in distress. I beg your assistance. Miss Elizabeth looked to the woman standing alongside her, a fashionably dressed matron with a somewhat familiar face. At the older woman's nod, Elizabeth took his arm as he pushed them forward through the crowd. Without question, Elizabeth jumped into the carriage, then immediately popped back out to call to the woman who had followed along behind them. Aunt Gardner, pray come. Darcy took Mrs. Gardner's arm, assisting her up the step, whereupon she closed the door with a slam. Looking around him, he was surrounded by children, 2 boys and 2 girls. Before he could address the stranger's progeny, the door reopened, and the woman stepped out. Sir, can you carry your sister a short distance? I can. He would walk on water if need be. He would move mountains or slay dragons for her. Georgiana was all he had left in the world. Children, at the risk of being banished to the nursery for the next month, stay with Lizzie. Miss Elizabeth's friend gathered her brood, seriously admonishing them as Elizabeth stepped down to join them. Mr. Darcy, have your man follow along with my niece and children. She will provide directions for your drivers. Pray follow me. Miss Elizabeth's face reflected the compassion she was feeling. As he returned to Georgiana's side, Darcy heard Mrs. Gardner direct a footman, who had apparently accompanied the family, to inform her husband they were returning home. His sister was limp in his arms. The women had wrapped her in blankets and tucked them under her chin. Once he was outside the carriage, Mrs. Gardiner pulled the soft wool over his sister's face, hiding her from any who were witness to her trials. Her whimpers and soft puffs of air were all that comforted him. She was still alive. Mrs. Gardiner had been correct about the distance to her house. After a short walk down Little Thames Street, they turned right onto Gracechurch Street. Within a couple of 100 yards, she approached a well-proportioned building with a cheerful red door, which opened before she could knock. Without taking the time to remove her outer clothes, she started barking orders, sending a footman for a surgeon, and having her housekeeper obtain hot water, clean cloths, and specific powders for healing. "Follow me, sir." Mrs. Gardiner started climbing the staircase. "We will place her in Lizzie's room. She will be comfortable there." He did as she commanded, though fear kept the words from sinking in. Tightening his arms, he lifted the covering from her head and closed his eyes, feeling Georgiana's eyelashes, the point of her nose, and the softness of her mouth against the side of his face. His heart was full of love for her, as terror at her condition filled his mind. When Mrs. Gardiner flung the bedclothes back, he placed her as gently as possible on the bed. Two things happened at once. His sister immediately rolled away from him and curled into a ball, moaning with each movement. Then he noted the amount of fluid on the sleeve of his greatcoat, fluid that had soaked through all her clothing layers and the 2 blankets which had been wrapped around her. "Will she be—" He could not force the words from his mouth, putting voice to something so terrifying. "I do not know, sir." Mrs. Gardiner looked up at him, and he knew what she saw, worry etched on every surface of his face. He felt as if every pore oozed fright. "When Hannah comes with the water and towels— Oh, here she is. Pray, sir, I pray you wait in the drawing-room for both the doctor and my niece, with whom you apparently have an acquaintance." He wanted to yell at her, this petite woman who had been the epitome of kindness. How dare she want him to leave his sister's side? "Sir." Her voice was both gentle and firm. "We need to change your sister into a clean gown before the doctor arrives." Yes. Intellectually he knew the sense of it, yet it was in strict opposition to what his heart yearned for. "Yes, I know." Still he stood there, unmoving, unable to move away from his closest living relative. Then he heard her. Miss Elizabeth had arrived with the children. "Cousins, pray go to the nursery, and I will see how quickly cook can provide a snack for your sterling obedience." Lightweight footsteps hurried up the staircase and past the bedroom they were in. The nursery must have been beyond them down the hallway. Someone stopped outside the door, tapping lightly before entering. "Aunt?" Miss Elizabeth peeked around the door. "Lizzie, take the gentleman downstairs and ask Barton to provide him with some of your uncle's brandy. I believe he needs it." Mrs. Gardiner smiled at her niece as she sat on the bed next to his sister. "Now!" Obeying as quickly as the young children had, Miss Elizabeth wrapped her fingers around his left hand and started pulling. He did the only thing he could under the circumstances. He followed where she led. Chapter 7. Miss Elizabeth stood just inside the doorway and watched him pace. He did not blame her for being uncomfortable in being alone in the same room as himself. "Might you want some tea?" Her voice was kindly. "No." He was too abrupt. "I thank you, no." Back and forth, from one side of the fireplace to the other. He had no concept of time, and no awareness of where he was. How was his sister? Did she need him? Want his presence? "Mr. Darcy, my aunt will treat your sister as if she were her own child. She is loving, though resolute, should the circumstances require." "Thank you. I am glad to hear this, Miss Elizabeth." He stopped and looked directly at her. "My secrets, my sister's shame—" "Will not pass outside these walls, sir." She approached him cautiously and seated herself in one of the chairs in front of the fire. "You and your aunt," Darcy considered. Would she be the wife of Mr. Edward Gardner, the importer?
She would.
Yet she did not get on the ship.
As you see, sir. Elizabeth tilted her head in the manner he found particularly attractive.
I was told, in an effort to reassure me of the journey's safety, that she and her children would travel to New Orleans with her husband. I was also told there was a physician and a cleric on board.
I do not know if the last is true or false. Miss Elizabeth waved the butler in with the small glass of brandy. Once it was set upon the table next to her, and the older man departed, she lifted her brow at him. Another expression he found appealing. He did not want the drink. He wanted nothing to dull the ache in his chest. Darcy knew he would not be well until his sister was the same. My uncle determined the journey had too many dangers. Disease, poor weather, and the threat of war kept him from allowing us to make the trip. As it is, though he wanted to go as far as the Mississippi River, he will be departing from the ship at its first stop in Charleston in the Carolinas to check on several investments. He will then return home on the next vessel available. We expect his return in 2 months.
Those were my same concerns.
Darcy nodded, impressed with the man's caution and care of his family. Immediately his own family concerns poured over him, and his anger simmered.
You're betrothed.
My what? Who? Puzzled, she looked at him. Mr. Collins.
Mr. Collins? I thought you were to marry Wickham. Your father told my cousin and me that he had asked for a moment of privacy to declare his intentions.
Darcy's confusion and panic caused him to stop and drop into the seat across from her.
You are to marry your cousin, Mr. Collins?
He is my father's cousin, and no, I am not. She was firm.
Why did you mention him, then?
He knew Miss Elizabeth to be articulate as well as wise. She did not speak frivolously.
Was he having a hard time following the conversation?
While I did not receive an offer from Lieutenant Wickham, Mr. Collins proposed earlier that morning.
It was a busy day.
He wanted to slap his forehead at such a blatant understatement of events. That it was, Mr. Darcy. She chuckled softly. I did suspect Lieutenant Wickham, by the way he approached me, of desiring to offer for me. However, once I explained the entailment upon Longbourn, he lost interest. I presume he was looking to a future with the Bennet daughter most likely to remain at home unmarried.
That will never happen.
He had not known he had muttered his thoughts aloud until she called him on it. Are you condemning your former friend's mercenary attitude, or that I am unlikely to remain at Longbourn? He could tell by the twinkle in her eye that she was teasing him. Still, he did not know confidently how to answer.
I do believe it best not to answer your challenge, Miss Elizabeth, or I might find myself in hot water.
Tell me of your sister. He felt his brows hit his hairline. Oh, not her problems. She waved away the thought. How old is she?
She's just turned 16, he easily admitted.
Lydia's age?
Yes.
Darcy's mind travelled to the night of the ball and his interchange with the youngest Bennet on the balcony.
Your sister is much more...
More? She stiffened her shoulders as her chin lifted. She was preparing for battle if he deigned to insult her sister. He would not do so.
Lively, Miss Elizabeth.
He wanted to sigh in relief at escaping the dart shooting from her beautiful eyes.
My sister is much like me, reticent in company.
I see. Darcy jumped up and began again to pace. He knew he needed to relax his jaw. His teeth were clenched so tightly he could feel the pressure in his ears. Thinking of his sister's situation brought his mind back to Wickham. His fists flexed into battle formation. The miscreant was a danger to society.
I should have let Richard run him through at Meryton.
Again, he was unaware he spoke out loud, until she quickly swivelled her head to stare at him. Who, Mr. Darcy? Elizabeth's hands gripped the arms of the chair so tightly that her knuckles were white.
Wickham!
He spat out the name.
He is the vilest, most immoral creature I know. He preys on the innocent and ignorant like a beast who cares not for the damage he leaves behind. I have spent years cleaning up after him, out of respect for my beloved father. No more. He crossed a line with my family to the point where there will be no recovery.
Are you
implying he is responsible for—" Miss Elizabeth's hand went to her chest.
Georgiana.
He stopped directly in front of her. His words were clipped.
I do far more than imply, Miss Elizabeth. He uses his charm most freely. He spreads lies about his circumstances and their cause until he has the sympathy and confidence of caring souls. Yes, he is responsible.
He heard her swift intake of breath.
I know not to speak of such matters with a maiden who is wholly unrelated to me, and I apologize for my breach of propriety.
He ran his hand through his hair.
Nevertheless, my dear sister is above stairs in your room, on the brink of losing a child, and possibly her life. Why? Because she was led to believe that submitting to Wickham's advances was a way to prove her love and affection.
He started pacing again.
I should have told her. I should not have allowed her to be ignorant as to the ways of men. This is my fault.
I do not know what to say, sir. Elizabeth sat back in her chair, as if she had received a blow. How do I offer comfort when, in many ways, my sisters and I are just as uninformed?
Yet you know not to allow a man access to the secret parts of yourself.
He had no idea how he knew it, but he did. This is true, she quickly reassured him. My mother and my aunt have both shared the dangers since the beginning of our 10th year.
Georgiana had no one to help her. No one!
He ranted.
Only an idiot of a brother who thought he was protecting her sensibilities by withholding the truth about Wickham and not warning her of the wickedness and guile of some men.
Mr. Darcy, females are in a precarious position in our society. Pray do not blame yourself or your sister.
Then who am I to blame?
He leaned towards her.
Her other guardian, my cousin Richard, has long claimed that I am too protective of my sister. Had our mother been alive, I have no doubt she would have known how and when to speak with Georgiana to protect her. My father, he was a hard man to approach, yet he loved both his children enough to have made an effort to keep her from harm. Me, I failed in something so fundamental in taking charge of my sister's future that I do not know if she will have a future, and I hate myself right now.
He sat back down in the seat, as he could tell from Miss Elizabeth's expression that his stance bordered on intimidation, while his heartbeat quickened to the point he worried it would erupt from his chest. Exhaling deeply, he determined to cease yelling and calm himself.
Miss Elizabeth, I am appalled you are seeing me in such a state.
He rubbed both hands over his face, then dropped them between his knees, his head drooping to his chest. Do not apologize, Elizabeth rejoined. I have 4 sisters, 2 of whom are unrestrained by my parents. While you can assume that the existence of your own parents may have prevented this tragedy, the simple truth is that there is no guarantee what an immature girl will do under the influence of a disreputable man, especially a man we knew and thought we could trust. We, all of our sex, are vulnerable.
Nonetheless, I cannot imagine you to be easily swayed.
He spoke the truth. I cannot imagine that as well, Miss Elizabeth replied. With that said, I will confess my belief in the strong opinions expressed against you by Lieutenant Wickham. They were told so convincingly, and your own conduct
did not recommend me to you or your neighbours.
He refused to look at her as he spoke, ashamed of what his conduct had been.
I am aware.
Sir, do look at me, she insisted. Since we are being frank, I will tell you that Lydia shared with me her comments out on the balcony. While she spoke the truth as she knew it, her words were harsh. Please allow for her youthful impetuosity, and forgive her the utterances she made against you.
No, I cannot.
He raised his head until he met her eyes.
I am grateful she spoke so boldly. I am grateful for her honesty. Yes, I was angry. However, by the next day I was determined to return to Meryton's society a better man.
But the next day you saw Lieutenant Wickham and your ire was raised.
Yes.
He dropped his head again.
And within an hour after returning to Bingley's home, we had word of Georgiana.
I can see the reason for your distress, and would only wish all of this undone. They both heard a loud knock upon the front door, and looked to the entrance hall outside of the room. The doctor had arrived. Darcy started to stand, but Miss Elizabeth put out her hand to stop him. "Sir, you cannot go to your sister now. Your presence would not be welcomed." His inclination was to bodily lift her out of his way, moving her aside so he could run up the stairs, taking several at a time until he was outside his sister's room. But she was correct. He would not be welcomed.
"What can I do?"
It came out a wail. What would he do without his sister? What would become of him? What would she suffer before these events would be over? The thought brought tears to his eyes. "Mr. Darcy, I ask that you stay in this room, please." Elizabeth spoke calmly. "Speak to me of any subject. You can do so with impunity, and I will listen."
"What do you want to hear?"
he mumbled, unsure if his mind could form a coherent thought. "Tell me your favourite memory of Miss Darcy's youth," she suggested. Surprisingly, he knew exactly what to share. His lips moved into a smile, as pieces of the memory joined into a picture most lovely.
"My mother loved botany. We have pages and pages of drawings she made of the plants around Pemberley. Each had the Latin name of the species and subspecies carefully printed on the bottom."
"She loved to draw?"
"Not at all," he chuckled. "My mother was a terrible artist. Though she tried and was diligent, her love was in the growing and nurturing of the plants."
Memories filled his mind.
Georgiana loved those drawings and cared not how well they were done. Over and over she would ask me to read her the scientific names of the flowers. By the time she was 4, she could identify almost all of the specific flowers, and she had a preference for those pink in colour.
"How sweet."
"Yes, it was."
He felt himself smile.
"That is until my Aunt Catherine came to visit."
His smile grew exponentially.
"She seemed to favour a hideous turban with a posy of flowers attached on the side. Georgiana refused to call her Lady Catherine, as my aunt demanded."
"Lady Catherine rather than Aunt Catherine?" He nodded.
"You would have to know my aunt to understand."
He smirked.
"Be that as it may, Georgiana called her Erica Silaris for the pink flowers she often wore."
"Dorset Heath," Elizabeth stated.
"Yes, exactly."
Darcy was unsurprised she knew.
Aunt Catherine repeated over and over that her name was not Erica, only to be called such repeatedly by her niece. It was a matter which continually frustrated them both.
By then Elizabeth was laughing. "I can imagine."
"Thank you, Miss Elizabeth."
She again raised a brow.
"I needed that moment to resettle myself."
He stood.
"But now I must pace."
"Do as you must, Mr. Darcy, and think nothing of it." She selected a piece of needlework from the ever-present basket and quietly went about her task as he walked back and forth, back and forth. It seemed like hours before Mrs. Gardiner and the man he assumed was the doctor came into the room. When they did, their gloomy expressions told him the news would be bad. It was. Chapter 8. Dead. The babe was gone. To his intense shame, amidst the sadness, Darcy felt a trickle of gladness drip into his cold heart. Glad he would not be forced to marry an American stranger, to pass the child off as one his wife brought to the marriage. Glad the spawn of Wickham would not grow up at Pemberley, a constant reminder of his sister's sin. Glad Wickham would not somehow find out he had the means to forever extort money from the Darcy family to buy their silence. Glad he would not have to live a lie. Liars were his abhorrence.
"My sister?"
His heart dropped to his stomach, and fear filled his chest. The babe was gone, but his sister had a long fight ahead of her that he fervently prayed she would win.
"Tearful," replied the doctor. "With the help of laudanum, she's now asleep. May I go to her? Please, please, do not give me reason to stay away. No, keep me away. What can I possibly say to her under these circumstances, when my own emotions are raw and bleeding?"
He felt a tug on his right hand and looked down.
When had Miss Elizabeth joined her slim fingers with his?
Or had he reached out in desperation, seeking the comfort of the only person who knew his pain? He cared not how it happened, only that her palm was against his, providing strength and solidarity when he needed it most. He looked to the physician. When he nodded his head, Darcy was poised to run out of the room. "Do not wake your sister," the doctor demanded. Before he could leave, the butler announced the arrival of the Darcy carriages. Mrs. Gardiner took charge. "Barton, see that Miss Darcy's belongings are taken to Miss Elizabeth's room. Mr. Darcy's trunk should be put in the guest room." She looked to Darcy. "Was your valet to travel with you aboard ship?" "He was not." She turned back to her elderly butler. "Then direct both carriages to return to Darcy House, and make no mention of any change of plans. As far as anyone is concerned, they are on their way to the Americas. Their location needs to be confidential, and we will leave it up to Mr. Darcy to decide who does and who does not know." "As you wish, madam." The man backed out of the room, closing the door behind him. "I thank you for your quick thinking and your consideration." Darcy bowed to the mistress of the home. "Before I go to Georgiana, might we be introduced?" It was the polite thing to do. He resented the fine breeding his parents provided coming to haunt him at this second. Why could he not be as self-centred as Wickham? Oh, wait, Miss Elizabeth already thought he was. "Mr. Darcy, I do believe we have no need of introductions, for I've known you since you were a lad." Mrs. Gardiner's small smile was indeed familiar. "I beg your forgiveness." He bowed again. "Pray enlighten me, for at the moment I am hard-pressed to think of anyone other than my sister." "My father owned the bookshop in Lambton." "You were Miss Madeline Clark?" He had spent many hours in the shop with both of his parents, and he mourned when Mr. Clark died and the property was sold to another. It lost the comfortable feeling, that welcoming alcove where a child could pull books from a small shelf under the window and relax in a rocking chair piled with pillows. At her nod, he added, "Then we are the best of friends, are we not?" Looking closer, it dawned on him that there were relatively few years' difference in their ages. Where he had thought her much older in his youth, she, in truth, might have only been about 5 years older than himself. "Mr. Darcy." She kindly approached him, ignoring the joined hands, the point where he felt the only heat amidst the chill of his soul. "With Miss Darcy tucked snugly in her bed, might you have questions for the doctor that he could address to help you along? Surely, for an unattached man—" She glanced to where his and Elizabeth's fingers were entwined. "You must wonder what to expect." He deeply appreciated her wisdom. Without letting go of Miss Elizabeth, they moved to where the physician stood. Once all were seated, a million questions fought for precedence, yet none seemed clear. He knew not what to ask. "Sir, it is most unfortunate that your sister's circumstances are entirely too common," the doctor began. "From my experience of over 30 years in medicine, it is a rare woman who does not experience the loss of a child at some time in her life, whether at birth or later." His head moved back and forth, and his chest sagged at the statement. "Your sister shared that your own mother suffered several miscarriages prior to her final birth. Do you recall how it affected her?" How could he not remember? The memories were some of the most painful of his youth. His parents' joy each time his mother was increasing. Baby clothes would be sewn, each stitch placed with love. The nursery would be aired and readied, while lively discussions about the possible sex and baby names would fill his mother's sitting room. He always thought his mother beautiful, yet during those early days she was radiant. Then the loss. The small shirts and gowns would be quietly packed away, the nursery would close, and Mamma's sitting room would be silent. Oh yes, he remembered the quiet, broken solely by the heart-rending sobs of his mother, and the gentle voice of his father as he sought to comfort the woman he loved most in the world, even as his own heart was torn in two. As a lad he had felt powerless. As a man he felt the same. "Your sister is young. In time her body will recover, Eventually, when she is much older and under more desirable circumstances, she may have many children."
The doctor continued, speaking into a room devoid of sound or motion.
"Nonetheless, the toll this will take on her emotions is unknown. As an intelligent girl, she most likely will discern the benefits of no longer carrying her child without being wed. This knowledge will battle with her heart, which will feel anguish at the death."
"Did she—"
He needed to know, though he could not adequately find the words.
"No, she felt no quickening."
The doctor wiped his large hands down his face.
"More than all other explanations, this indicates there were likely difficulties with the pregnancy for a while. She was far enough along that she should have felt some movement."
"Was this good? Better? Worse?"
Darcy rubbed his own face with his free hand.
He knew so little. How could he be of help when he had no clue what to do?
For the first time since Mrs. Gardiner and the doctor entered the room, Miss Elizabeth spoke. "Then what can we do?" The physician paused before answering.
"I have found that there is no better medicine than a listening ear. Allowing your sister to express her anger, hurt, pain, and loss will help her heal, even physically." "I can listen."
Darcy stood to leave, pulling Elizabeth up with him. Determined to do what was best for Georgiana, he declared firmly,
"I will listen."
Grateful, Elizabeth walked beside him rather than having to pull her along. He stopped before the first step of the staircase. He looked, truly looked, at the woman alongside him. Her beautiful eyes were pools of serenity as her calmness radiated to him. He suddenly felt invincible, though he knew it was a facade.
"Do not let go of me, I pray you,"
he whispered. Immediately her fingers tightened in his.
"No matter what you might see and hear, please do not let go."
The plea in his voice must have touched her innermost recesses, her compassion, as she moved so close that her shoulder touched his upper arm. Even through the fabric of his jacket he felt her heat. Gulping air, they took the first tread in tandem.
He could do this.
Georgiana was curled on her side, facing them, her dark eyelashes resting softly on her cheeks.
She looked so young.
The hair next to her forehead was damp, and her face was splotchy red and pink, a testament to her ordeal. Yet her breathing was slow and steady. He was relieved to watch the bedclothes rise and fall with each inhale and exhale. 2 chairs had been placed next to the bed, and he surmised they had been used by the doctor and Miss Elizabeth's aunt as they waited for his sister to sleep. Another reason for gratitude. In unison they sat, Darcy taking the closer seat. Silence, almost painful in its discomfort. Yet what could he say? Georgiana would be unaware of any utterance, and the woman at his side already thought poorly of him. Upon momentary reflection, he could begin to work at changing her impression of him.
"Pray, accept my apology for my thoughtless words on the night we met. My concern for my sister made me unpleasant company. I should not have been at the assembly that night, nor should I have attended any other social function in Hertfordshire."
He blurted each word into the quiet.
"As it was, I was correct to be concerned, was I not?"
He could not look at her, although he felt her eyes on him. He pressed on.
"I have done nothing to garner your promise of secrecy, Miss Elizabeth. I have treated you most unkindly. Therefore I beg your forgiveness, while I thank you sincerely for your confidentiality."
Again, he felt the squeeze of her hand, suspecting she was going to prove herself a far better person than he. When she did not speak right away, he finally pulled his eyes away from his sister, looking her directly in the face. "Now, knowing the pressures you were under, I cannot help but wonder, who is the real Mr. Darcy?" Elizabeth spoke quietly. "Having come to the realization that I had completely misread Lieutenant Wickham's character, I fear I have done the same to yours."
"Pray do not distress yourself."
"But I must," she insisted. "Despite condemning you for your arrogant pride, sir,
I have gloried in my own wisdom, being just as proud." She paused, as if in reflection. "Your tender care of your sister is not something I would have expected from you."
"But I love my sister."
"I know that now, sir." Using her free hand, she patted where theirs were joined. "In truth, I believe I actually told my father at one point that you had a black void in your chest where your heart should be. I'm now embarrassed for sharing the insult, and for believing it myself."
"No, pray do not."
His heart felt her barb as it pierced the surface.
"To my shame, I gave you no reason to think otherwise."
Elizabeth gasped for air and clutched at her chest. "My father! He believes Lieutenant Wickham to be a man struggling to make his way in the world, and feels sympathy for his plight. The lieutenant is welcomed at Longbourn almost daily, and my younger sisters are vulnerable to his charm. I need to write to him immediately." She stood, releasing his hand as she did so. "I am sorry, sir, that I can no longer keep you company. You've given me much to ponder, and I promise to do so. However, for the protection of my own sisters, I need to give this immediate attention." He stood, his hand reflexively reaching for her.
"I understand. Go. Do as you must, and do not fear I am upset at your needing to do so. If I felt Mr. Bennet would read anything from me, I would happily give my voice to your letter."
"No, sir, you are correct. You are the last man on the earth he would accept information from, I'm sorry to say."
"Then go."
Her skirt caught on the door as she raced through the opening. Without slowing her pace, Elizabeth reached back and pulled it loose. Then she was gone. He looked back at his sister as he sat by the bed. Crossing his legs, he rested his chin on his hand, his elbow perched close to his knee. He admired Miss Elizabeth Bennet. He admired her a lot, far more than he had admitted to Richard. That she should treat him and his sister with consideration after all he had done to her. She was a woman above all others, including those of the temps.
What was he going to do about Miss Elizabeth?
He looked at his sleeping sister.
What was he going to do about Georgiana once she woke?
He had no clue as to the true turmoil of his worries, until he felt a hint of moisture on his cheek. Chapter 9. Lady Anne Darcy had died in the early morning of the day he turned 12. Georgiana had been born the day prior. Against the advice and commands of the doctors and midwives present, he had crept into her room the night she had given birth to his sister. Despite her exhaustion and weakness, her smile had been welcoming as he climbed onto the bed beside her. "Your father will not be pleased to see your tears, son," she gently counselled him. "But I will admit to finding great pleasure with the evidence of your tender heart. It tells me more than words that you are just as much my son as his." "Why does he have to be so distant, mamma?" He begged her for a satisfying answer. It had not been the first time he had asked. His young mind could not grasp how such an intelligent man would welcome the attentions of a servant's son, George Wickham, and in almost the same breath reject his own flesh and blood. With George his father had laughed and teased. With his progeny he allowed for nothing except the pursuit of always being the best, achieving the highest marks in his classes, being the most athletic of all the boys, and giving his full attention to the responsibilities and duty of bearing the Darcy name. "Your papa loves you, Will. He loves you very much," she reassured him, as her hand brushed through his curls. "No, mamma, I do not feel this to be the case at all." He looked directly at her. "When I marry, I will cherish my wife as my father cherishes you. I will worry and fret when she is ill. I will laugh with her and smile often, as he does when he is in your presence, and I will tell her how much I love her. But when I have a son, I will love him like you do, mamma. I will welcome his presence. I will play with him, and I will encourage him by example to be proud of our heritage. I will not be as my father is." "Your father is a good man, my son." She gently tugged on his earlobe, and he knew her to be disturbed at his comments. "He is a good master," Darcy insisted. "I will cry for you, mamma. Then I will cry no more." And he had not, until Georgiana, until today. "Sir, might you take tea?" Darcy jumped at her voice, though Miss Elizabeth spoke in soft tones. Glancing around him, he spied a cup and saucer placed on the bedside table next to him, steam rising from its surface.
When had she returned?
Mr. Darcy. She again seated herself next to him. I have completed my task. Nonetheless, before I send this letter to my father, I would appreciate your review of what I have written. Therefore, you can have confidence I have revealed no secrets. His head pushed back, as if an offensive odour had trespassed on his senses.
I'm sorry.
He shook his head as he peered at her. Sure enough, a sheet of parchment rested in her hand.
I cannot begin to imagine why you would have even a minuscule supposition that I would not trust you, Miss Elizabeth. I have no doubts as to your ability to craft a letter in a manner which reveals Wickham's character to your father. I also have no doubt he would trust the truthfulness of your words.
Sir? Now the confusion was on her face.
I do not think meanly of you, Miss Elizabeth, he asserted.
Yet, at Netherfield Park, you did nothing each time Miss Bingley found fault with me in company. You said nothing, or did nothing, to indicate disagreement with her foul comments. He easily heard the astonishment in her voice. All of Meryton was aware of your dislike of myself and my family. You mentioned earlier in the parlour that you trusted in my ability to retain a confidence. How could this be? With the exception of today, you have been verbally critical of me. She picked at the folds of her morning dress with her left hand. Sir, Miss Bingley delighted in repeating statements you uttered in her presence, statements that found fault. He had no idea what to say. Did you not indicate to Mr. Bingley, Miss Bingley, and Mr. and Mrs. Hurst that you would not want your sister to imitate my actions in using whatever means were available to help a loved one who had taken ill? Did you not unfavourably compare my beauty to my own mother's wit? He felt the truth of her words, as embarrassment and humiliation at being caught out enveloped him.
Blast that Caroline Bingley.
And as I walked from the drawing-room, after a discussion about what constituted an accomplished woman, Miss Bingley attacked me for using mean, paltry arts. Your response, Mr. Darcy, was undoubtedly—
Pray, accept my apology, Miss—
She waved his words off. Sir, my intention for reminding you of your own actions and words was not to provoke you to repentance. Her eyes pierced his. My goal was to remind you of the weeks we spent together in Hertfordshire, and the opinion you held of Lizzie Bennet for all of those weeks. Her eyes moved to his sister and back, as if she was checking to see that there would be no witness to overhear their conversation. What has happened today, to you and your sister, has placed you in a precarious position. You have no choice but to trust my aunt and me with your secrets. I suspect, though you are agreeable so far, upon reflection you truly may find you have little on which to base that trust. My offer to have you read my missive was an effort to lay a foundation of friendship that we can build on during Miss Darcy's recovery.
Oh.
He felt like the floor had disappeared from underneath him.
How was he to respond? I am at a loss.
He rubbed his eyes, then ran both hands through his hair. He was in unfamiliar territory, and was disconcerted she had the upper hand.
I do not know what to say or do, except offer another apology, with the hopes you will discern its sincerity.
Mr. Darcy. He appreciated her kindly tone. I will remind you of my comment earlier, when I said I did not know who the real Mr. Darcy was. The last hour between that comment and now, I admit to still feeling the same. Surely you have questions and concerns about my own character. As an intelligent man, how could you not?
You think me intelligent?
He wanted to slap himself.
Where'd that comment come from?
She chuckled softly. I do believe, with your history, my aunt knows you better than I do, sir. She handed him the parchment. We will be much in company until your sister is well enough to return to your home. Perhaps the bad we assumed of each other can be balanced or overcome by the good we may learn in the weeks ahead. What think you, sir? The twinkle in her eyes lit a fire in his heart, and for the first time in his memory he wanted to grab a woman to him and kiss her senseless.
What a pitiful thought! Had he been so involved in the business of his estates that he had not socialized enough to recognize his own yearnings? Had he ever held a woman that closely?
He had not. His cousin Richard would tease him mercilessly if he knew. He was in the prime of his life.
Good heavens! Miss Elizabeth would be appalled at the directions his mind travelled at her question. "I will humbly accept that you have the right of it, my new friend," he offered, hoping beyond measure that it gave evidence of his intelligence and did not reveal him as a fool.
Her eyes immediately softened as she stood to leave. He exhaled forcefully in relief. "Brother?" At first he imagined he had heard her. Then he saw the slight rise and fall under the bedclothes, where he suspected her legs to be.
"Georgie, you are awake. Do you need water? Do you need to refresh yourself?"
He refused to be shy under the circumstances.
"What can I provide you to ease your discomfort, sister?"
"Water," she whispered. "I'm parched." Hannah, Mrs. Gardner's maid, had brought a fresh pitcher of cool water just after Miss Elizabeth had walked out of the room. He set her letter aside and helped his sister sit up enough to drink without the fear of dribbling down the front of her borrowed nightgown.
She was wearing Elizabeth's bedwear. The gown belonged to Miss Elizabeth.
Immediately, his mind replaced the fair hair of his sister with the long, wavy, rich brown tresses of the garment's owner, splayed across the pillow. They had the same slim shoulders, and, since Georgiana's pregnancy, the same... He felt the heat rising from his own chest to his neck, and his cravat tightened accordingly. "Thank you, William."
"Get yourself under good regulation, man."
"I do need the attention of a maid, brother," she mumbled, turning her face away from him. She blushed the colour of a ripe tomato. He instantly vacated the room. Mrs. Gardner and Hannah were approaching, and he begged their assistance. Bowing slightly, he hurried past them down the stairs and out of the front door. The cold assaulted his face, and he welcomed the brisk air. Until this day he thought he knew himself.
He was born and raised a gentleman.
Or was he?
How could he have contemplated Miss Elizabeth in such a suggestive manner?
It had to be the events of the day which had him unsettled. Had he not spied Miss Elizabeth at the dock, hours would have been wasted in getting back to Darcy House. Then they would have been forced to wait for the physician to arrive. Fear shook him at what might have happened to his sister. Had he shown more discernment in hiring the treacherous Mrs. Young as his sister's companion, she would not have been exposed to Wickham. Georgiana would not have lost her innocence, and she certainly would not have lost a child. Rather, she would be ensconced at either Darcy House or Pemberley, pursuing her studies with the masters, and he would still be spending hours upon hours with business interests. He sucked in a breath. For all of this, he was to blame. He lifted his chin, as if proving the blow that just hit him had no effect.
He was a fraud.
What he had told his mother all those years ago had been a lie. As a 12-year-old, he could only speak of wishes and dreams. Yet the simple truth was that he had failed to make good decisions for his sister. He had kept himself so busy that she was left on her own, basically ignored. All those words of being a caring and loving father were nil, for he was more a father than a brother to his sister.
He had failed. He had failed. He had failed,
ran through his mind like a chant. Yes, he admitted, he had been less than what he should have been, both to his sister and to a young woman such as Miss Elizabeth. He again lifted his chin, the cold glancing off his cheeks, sharpening his senses. This time, as he pondered his actions, his eyes were straightforward and his jaw was set. They, the three of them, had a new beginning under altered circumstances. He would find the balance between stalwart and lovable for his sister, and he would find the balance for Miss Elizabeth between an inferior acquaintance and a companionable friend. He could do this. He was a Darcy, master of Pemberley. He was his father's son. He was his mother's beloved child. He was determined. Chapter 10. Darcy was unaware how long he stood outside the door. Traffic on Gracechurch Street was brisk, yet he barely noticed. He felt no chill from the cold. Mentally, he strategized the events most likely to occur and pursued each thread until its probable conclusion. As the doctor said, Georgiana's body would heal, especially should there be no infection. Eventually she would need to leave the safe haven of the Gardner household and return to Darcy House. She would complete her studies and be introduced into society. She would wear the white and pastel gowns of a debutante, signifying an innocence she no longer possessed. They would have to promote a lie. Though it was his abhorrence, he would stifle his conscience until a reputable man, who could be trusted, offered marriage to his sister. If it did not happen, she was free to remain with him for the rest of their lives. Nevertheless, in her youth and inexperience with the temps, how would she react? Would she bend under pressure and unknowingly reveal her secret to a false friend who would prove treacherous? Would she fall into the same trap again? Darcy inhaled the sooty London air.
What if the young woman with child had not been his sister? How would he have reacted? Would he have felt she could still be integrated amongst his peers, or that she should be forever banished from proper society?
He exhaled. The answer yanked hard on his heartstrings, for he knew how he would have reacted had Georgiana been from another family. He would have shunned the girl and secretly ridiculed the parents and children as being inept, unable, or unqualified to care for their own. He shook his head as he felt the humiliation of the situation. If word leaked of her ruination, there would be no recovery. Elizabeth's conduct in Hertfordshire had been pleasing, but it was her attitude under adversity which left an indelible impression on him. Whether it was with her younger sisters or Miss Bingley, she never once in his presence failed to act appropriately. Her taking his hand, not once but twice, infused strength and stalwartness into his very being. It was no hardship to imagine years ahead, with her by his side. However, he had to consider consequences. Should his sister be found out, it would be unfair to attach a young woman with dignity and grace to his family, at least not until Georgiana was settled into her own household. It would be unfair to beg her to wait, for he realised at that moment, unfair or not, beg he would. How quickly matters could change. Where her poor connections, her lack of dowry, and the improper conduct of her family had been a reason to stay away from Miss Elizabeth Bennet while he was in Hertfordshire, what now? From his heart, he believed she would be his only means of salvation, or rather the only means he would have of salvaging any chance of happiness in his own future.
Was he selfish?
Most assuredly.
Was he willing to sacrifice what he had formerly held as vital to become a man deserving of her affection?
Absolutely. He turned to go back inside the house, but was stopped by a carriage coming to a halt at the curb. The man who alighted was approximately 40 years of age, and dressed in fine, though sturdy apparel. As he approached the house, the door behind Darcy opened.
"Mr. Gardner, sir."
Barton greeted the gentleman, his tone one of surprise.
"We were not expecting your return."
"I imagine not." With a brief nod proclaiming his notice, the man walked by Darcy into the house. Barton stood with the door open, waiting for Darcy's decision as to whether or not he would enter as well. He did. Once inside, the butler informed his master,
"Oh, the mistress and Miss Lizzie are in the guest room."
Mr. Gardner nodded, then turned to acknowledge Darcy's presence.
"Sir, if you would follow me into my study."
Before he could turn to head down the hallway, the knocker on the front door banged firmly.
"Whoever might that be?"
Mr. Gardner muttered, to no one in particular. Darcy was flummoxed when his cousin, the Colonel, strode through the doorway.
"Richard, how did you know where to find me?"
His mind started spinning with the possibilities. Had he heard about Georgiana? How could that possibly have happened? He was in a part of London he undoubtedly rarely frequented.
"Darcy, we need to talk."
Mr. Gardner interrupted.
"I suggest we go to my study and do that very thing."
As the cousins turned to follow their host, Darcy could not help but shoot Richard a look. His cousin's countenance was grim. Once they were seated, Mr. Gardner poured them each a brandy, French.
"I am Mr. Edward Gardner. My wife sent a note of a distressing circumstance involving you, Mr. Darcy. She discreetly chose not to reveal her cause of concern. Her missive, though brief, was enough to cancel my travels."
He first looked at Darcy, and then the Colonel.
"Pray explain why you are both in my home. Now?" You know who I am?
Darcy quizzed.
Yes.
Nothing more was added. Mr. Gardiner's gaze did not falter.
My sister became ill and your wife offered care. I became acquainted with your niece while visiting a friend in Meryton. I have known your wife since my youth.
With a small nod, Mr. Gardiner's eyes moved to Richard. I'm Darcy's next eldest cousin, Colonel Richard Fitzwilliam, second son of the Earl of Matlock. He sipped his drink. I happened to be at my parents' home when Lord Sternhaven came to call. He had been at the docks, and witnessed Darcy carrying a young woman away from the area. He turned to Darcy. Yes, you were seen. That his spontaneous act, born of swirling emotions, would have such dire consequences made him sick to his stomach. Blast! Lord Sternhaven was one of the town's biggest purveyors of information about everybody's lives except his own. His tongue was malicious and cruel. Because of his position in society, he was welcomed into the finer homes, though few wanted him there. Mother, father and myself were concerned about Georgiana. I went to Darcy House and spoke to Parker to get directions. Darcy nodded, unsurprised at his valet's actions. Richard shared guardianship of his sister, and Parker knew the arrangement. Mr. Gardiner cleared his throat, gaining the younger man's full attention. It happens that I know Lord Sternhaven well. While he was watching you, I kept an eye on him. Now it was Mr. Gardiner's turn to imbibe. It seems he had the same purpose as you did, Mr. Darcy. He watched as his youngest daughter was escorted aboard ship by her maid. There was no fond goodbye. The good lord lifted his nose and turned away from her as soon as she stepped out of the carriage behind his. I easily surmised the daughter was in the same condition as your sister.
You know?
Darcy was not proud of the circumstances, but he loved his sister with his whole heart. What I know is that your sister is upstairs with my wife and niece. I know from your efforts to protect her identity that you did not want it known she was in bad circumstances. He sipped again. With that said, I am sure those in your sphere can be easily convinced she was having a stomach malady, which prevented you both from boarding the ship heading to the Americas. Richard chimed in. Good Lord! Had you been on ship with Georgiana, you would have been in company with Miss Sternhaven. She would have clung to you like a porcupine quill. Her fear at being abandoned to travel so far away must be incredible. Yet that is the way it often ends, Mr. Gardiner added. What I am curious to know is what you plan to do now. Darcy looked to his cousin. It bought him enough time to consider his choices. He had learnt soon after becoming master that every decision, no matter the size, had an effect. He blew out the tiniest remnant of oxygen remaining in his chest.
If we can presume upon your hospitality for my sister, I would be most grateful.
Darcy paused, his mind churning furiously.
I will return to Darcy House after we see Aunt and Uncle Matlock, once I explain that Georgiana is staying with friends, and that the trip to New Orleans was no loss to us. I believe they will be satisfied. I will then have the freedom to visit here daily. You will need to be seen, Darcy, the Colonel added, his voice abrupt. Oh, no one will suspect anything is out of order if you do not act happy in crowds, as it is well known you never smile amidst strangers. Nonetheless, you will need to put on a show, possibly even paying particular attention to an unmarried lady. That would divert the crows from cawing about anything to do with Georgiana. It would set them on their ears, and the parlours would be filled with the news of you finally entering the marriage mart. Darcy rubbed his brow. Richard had a point. He hated society. He hated crowds. The only woman worthy of his company was currently above stairs caring for his sister. Would she be willing to take on the first circles? She had courage. He did not doubt her success. Mr. Gardiner, might I beg for a favour?
At the man's silence, Darcy continued. He could feel the heat flowing from his chest, up his neck, and knew his cheeks were red. His ears were probably a purple hue.
I have come to value your niece, Miss Elizabeth, highly.
He cleared his throat.
Her calmness under this calamity was a source of strength for me. Her choice not to accept the proposal of Mr. Collins showed discernment, for he is our Aunt Catherine's rector, and is nothing more than a toad.
He felt his cousin's eyes on him. He turned to address Richard.
Has your courtship with Miss Knowlton been successful?
She has agreed to that arrangement. Richard pulled at his collar, and Darcy knew the courtship had not come easily to his cousin.
Then, Mr. Gardiner, might I apply to your niece to accompany me to the opera tomorrow night?
When the older man sat quickly back in his seat, he worried over the man's reply. Before Mr. Gardiner could say anything, he added,
My intentions are honourable. It is my hope to enter a courtship, followed by an engagement and then marriage. I foresee your niece as the future mistress of Pemberley and Darcy House.
You do you? Mr. Gardiner glared at him, and Darcy wanted to squirm. It was the first time he had put his desires into words. He had to admit to himself how palatable they were, as if a lovely melody resounded in his heart.
What of your sister? Necessity dictates that she remains under your care, sir. I will be a frequent visitor, which will be proper if Miss Elizabeth and I are courting.
He held his breath. So much was riding on the response of a man he knew only by reputation.
You've clearly stated your feelings on the matter, though I wonder if you would have ever done so had your sister not been upstairs.
Mr. Gardiner emptied his glass, carefully placing it on the desk in front of him.
Have you any indication how my niece feels about you?
Darcy exhaled forcefully.
She held my hand, sir. Twice.
He felt his cousin's eyes on him. He could tell that neither man expected this answer.
I believe her opinion of me has improved, Mr. Gardiner. Nevertheless, whether it has improved to the extent that she would accept my offer, I do not know.
Mr. Gardiner pushed back his chair and stood. Darcy and the Colonel followed suit.
Then I believe our next step is to ask her.
Her uncle walked to the door to have Barton send for his niece. The mantel clock ticked loudly during the minutes it took until a light tap on the door was heard.
Enter.
Without thinking, Darcy answered before his host could.
Could he embarrass himself in front of this man any more than he already had?
Chapter 11. I think not. Miss Elizabeth looked him directly in the eye, with not even a hint of a waver. Her uncle and the Colonel had allowed them privacy to speak, Richard going upstairs to wait on Georgiana, while Mr. Gardiner was in the library, awaiting happy news. Nonetheless, I do appreciate the honour of being asked.
And this is all the reply which I am to have the honour of expecting?
He was stunned.
How could she not see the wisdom of his request?
Mr. Darcy, pray might we be seated? Miss Elizabeth waved her hand at the two chairs in front of the fireplace. He was not proud of his petulance, yet it settled on his shoulders with a solidity he felt he could never shake off. Sir, I had thought we had canvassed our prior interactions ad nauseam. For a fact, Lydia informed you of how you were viewed by myself and all of our neighbours. We have already agreed that the weeks ahead may reveal how the bad we had thought of each other might be overcome by the good we are learning. Not enough time has passed, Mr. Darcy. We agreed, sir, to a friendship, no more, no less. Her voice was firm, though laced with calm. Your sister's plight has stirred my compassion. She has been the victim of a predator, and you have had someone you love taken advantage of in a harmful way. How could my heart not feel sadness at the precious life of a babe, who had not grown enough to take the first breath of life, being lost? How could my mind not race to my own family's situation? I have 4 sisters, 2 of whom are described by my father as the silliest girls in Hertfordshire, and perhaps all of England. I ache inside at the thought of how any of my sisters would suffer should they be in Miss Darcy's shoes. Therefore I ache for Miss Darcy as well.
I thought we had moved on, Miss Elizabeth.
His voice rose, despite his efforts to keep calm.
You held my hand.
I did.
I informed your uncle of your doing so, twice,
he blurted, realizing he was desperate enough to claim compromise to have her bend to his desires. Resentment flashed from her beautiful eyes, followed immediately by resignation. He started to rejoice, but kept his face stoic, so she would not think him savouring the victory. I wish you had not done so. Her rapid breathing was the only indication she was upset. For you have placed my dearest relative in an untenable position. Although he is in trade, he is a gentleman from head to toe. His oversight of his household is much like I mentioned of my aunt, kind and firm.
I had thought as much.
No, Mr. Darcy. She leaned towards him slightly. I do not believe you were thinking at all when you spoke, or you were again thinking only of yourself. This is not what friends do, sir.
I told him I would marry you,
he insisted, wanting her to come to the same conclusion he had reached, that they were made for each other. She put both hands on the arms of her chair, readying herself to stand, sparks of ire shooting from her eyes. This he could not allow. The matter needed to be settled by the time they left the room. Mr. Darcy, you do not know what you have done. Her chin lifted as she sat back in the chair. My uncle is the best of men, who has a comprehensive understanding of the way your world works. Darcy interjected.
He and I, are not so different. When the report from your aunt reached him on the ship, he abandoned his plans because his family is his priority. Like me, he wears his responsibility like his outer garment for all to see. No one who has any powers of observation would deny his attention to his familial duty. I would imagine he acts the same with his business.
Yes, she whispered hesitantly. She was wary. Unlike my mother, sir, my uncle will not push me to accept you. I am in London because I would not bend to her will and marry my father's cousin, so she would be guaranteed a home if left a widow. Now you have made this difficult for uncle, and I am resentful at your doing so. I am a guest in their home. I sought sanctuary here when Longbourn became a place of constant confrontation and complaint. I will not accept a courtship if I cannot see the potential for love and affection, for that is what I insist upon when I marry. He had no idea how to ask what he needed to know, so he blurted out,
You are saying, then, that you feel neither of those qualities for me?
How could I? What do I know of you but that you are rich, a guardian of a sister you adore, and that you find me severely lacking in looks and form? Why would I want to give the appearance, at the cost to my reputation, that we are in any way attached? She had moved closer to the edge of the seat with each word. He fully expected her to come at him with fists flying. Can you tell me, in all honesty, that you feel love and affection for me? For if you do, I will call you a liar. You, sir, are on the precipice of disaster, and are looking for a convenient means of escape. Had you approached me as a friend, had you sought my help because of fellow feeling, I would have done whatever is in my power to assist you. Your choice to offer a speedy courtship, engagement, and marriage is premature, and not within the rules of the agreement we made.
Miss Elizabeth.
No, sir. She stood. As he did as well, he stepped closer until they were almost touching. You can say nothing else I am willing to hear. I will not pretend a courtship with you. I would not do so with any man. Therefore I am not singling you out. I will endeavour to forget this conversation, as I would hope you do as well.
I cannot.
It was time to beg.
My honour, my sense of honesty, my abhorrence of lies and untruths will not allow me to pretend friendship as my only goal.
He swallowed, gulping needed air.
I do love you.
He brushed his hand through his hair, pulling at the ends.
Oh, I have not always done so, but I felt the threat at Netherfield. I knew my heart was in danger, so I withdrew, both to not increase expectations, but also to protect me from hurt. You are beautiful to me.
Psh! She snorted. He could no longer help himself. He moved closer, so close he could see each individual eyelash surrounding her glorious eyes. He whispered,
I love you, Miss Elizabeth Bennet, and I will do so until I take my final breath. I love your wit. I love your gentleness. I love your quiet dignity in the face of adversity. I love your kind heart that is willing to look beyond an inept, socially awkward man, to search for even a little bit of good to be found in him. I love your fierceness when those you love are threatened or need your guiding hand. I love your eyes, so green they make the Darcy emeralds pale by comparison. And I love your strength, your firm hand where comfort flows from your palm to mine.
Her eyes softened.
I love you with my whole being, and I always will. There will never be another who could pry my heart from you, Elizabeth. Never.
Unfair, sir. She fell back into the chair.
Elizabeth, in all our conversations, or in those you may have overheard with others, have you known me to dissemble?"
"I will not answer you." She folded her arms across her middle and looked to the floor.
"I had not considered the timing of my request. Now that you have skillfully brought it to my attention, I will step back to petition only for the hand of friendship."
He had deserved every word of her putting him in his place. She lifted her head.
"Will you accept my invitation to the opera tomorrow evening, knowing we will be the object of attention and speculation, which I will attempt to use to distract the curious about my sudden change of plans?"
He sat back in his chair, crossing his legs to give the appearance of being relaxed. His insides were so tense he thought he might not be able to eat solid food for the next week.
"I ask nothing more."
He could almost see the wheels turning in her head as she considered his request. He was unaware he had been holding his breath until she nodded. His forceful exhale sounded loud to his ears.
"I thank you, Miss Elizabeth."
He stood and offered her a hand up, which she refused.
"I shall go and check on my sister. Then Richard and I will need to visit Matlock House to reassure them that Georgiana suffered from a stomach ailment and is finding relief staying with cheerful companions."
"And you claim to be an honest man?" Her eyes twinkled. Relief filled him. He chuckled.
"Miss Elizabeth, pray understand that I would do anything or become anything to protect those I love."
He raised his brow as he watched her blush deepen.
"Would you come with me to see my sister? I do not know what emotions will dominate, and could use your knowledge of the female mind."
He reached for her hand, which she quickly put behind her back. Bowing, he waited for her to walk in front of him, realizing he had barely dodged a bullet that would have gone straight through his heart. He had many changes to make before he would win her heart, but win her heart he would. Richard stood as they crept into the bedchamber. The heavy curtains covered the window, and few candles lit the room. Georgiana's pale face held no expression, nor did she move. He assumed the power of the laudanum was still taking effect. Richard disabused him of that idea.
"She refuses to speak. Yes, her eyes are closed, but she is awake,"
his cousin whispered. He moved closer. Miss Elizabeth followed and stood next to him.
"Georgie, are you well?"
He knew the question was foolish, but he could think of nothing else to say. He was ready to beat himself for his inability to be coherent, when his little sister responded by rolling away from him on the mattress, putting her back to the three of them. Darcy spied a heavy chair with rockers on the bottom. Without saying a word, he walked to the bed and thrust his arms under his sister, grabbing her in the bedding. To her squeals, he sat quickly and wrapped her tightly in his arms. Her resistance was brief. Throwing her arms around her brother's neck, she sobbed, "Oh, William, what have I done?" Darcy started the chair rocking.
"Hush, baby girl,"
he whispered, over and over, laying his cheek against her own.
"I'm here, Poppet. I will always be here for you, dearest sister."
He gave her thick braid a gentle tug and started to softly sing.
"Rock-a-bye, baby, thy cradle is green. Father's a nobleman, mother's a queen."
He looked up as his baritone flitted to the corners of the room and saw the softness of Elizabeth's eyes. For the first time since their disastrous conversation in Mr. Gardner's study, he felt the trickling of heat from a bright ray of sun. He felt hope. Chapter 12.
"Are you prepared for your conversation with mother and father?"
Richard had tied his horse to the back of the carriage and was riding inside. They spoke quietly, so Mr. Gardner's footman and driver would be unaware of their theme. Darcy brushed his fist over his mouth, settling it lower to tap on his chin.
"Can I trust them with the truth, Richard?"
"Not at all," his cousin sighed. "I hate to say it, but father has never forgiven you for not begging for his help when Uncle Darcy died. As much as he loves Georgiana,
and I do sincerely believe he does. He secretly longs to see you knocked down a peg or two for being competent. He did not want to help. He wanted money. Yes, he did. My brother's habits are expensive.
Richard bowed his head. The Colonel took in a deep breath.
I had to ask Mother about the property left her by her grandmother. I hated doing so, as I felt like I was demanding an inheritance I had no claim to. Yet had I not done so, I could not have in good conscience pursued Cecily. We would need a place to live, and an income to live on. Briarwood Estate will suit our needs. It has 2,000 a year, with the potential for more. Do not be embarrassed. This is not your shame, cousin.
Darcy knew the feelings churning inside the man across from him. He, too, knew the pain of suffering for the bad decisions of their relatives. Yet neither of the cousins were to blame, at least not the ones presently in the carriage.
You are just as much your mother's son as is your eldest brother. Do not hang your head, Richard. Do not.
Their eyes met briefly before the Colonel resumed his observation of the scenery outside the coach.
I am pleased to hear you will be able to resign your commission, and despite your father's actions at the time, there is much to admire about him.
Darcy sought to reassure the Colonel.
His sincere efforts in the House of Lords, his affection for his wife and children, and his attempts to corral his sister, Lady Catherine, who defies decorum each time she opens her mouth, are worthy of approbation.
Darcy's brusque response appeared to stiffen his cousin's spine.
He raised one of the finest men in all of England. He cannot be faulted for that now, can he?
Ha! Richard exclaimed. I'm a product of my mother as much as him. I love both of my parents, but I see where they fail, particularly with the heir. He scoffed. It is good you admire him in spite of his flaws.
I?
Darcy groaned.
Oh, good God in heaven, what have I done?
What have you done?
Only publicly shunned Miss Elizabeth's family, especially her mother, who is quite vulgar, not comprehending in the slightest that she most likely felt the same as I do of my own family, loving them faults and all. Could he get any stupider? How in the world am I to fix this, when it is added to what I have already done?
Rhetorical, or do you actually want an answer? The gleam in his eye was proof of Richard's attempt at humour, a failed attempt.
If you have any suggestions, feel free.
Darcy waved his hand at his cousin.
I need all the help I can get.
There is only one thing you can do to improve yourself in the eyes of a woman you admire. Develop humility. Learn to apologise without choking on the words. To be efficient, his cousin pretended to gag.
Miss Knowlton,
Darcy surmised.
Oh, yes, Miss Cecily Knowlton.
Richard grimaced.
Starting was hard. As a matter of fact, it was undoubtedly the hardest conversation I've ever had. I kept trying to keep my manly dignity, so the words did not come easily. However, her response when I finally spit the apology out was worth every word, every effort. I do believe Miss Elizabeth has witnessed me at my lowest. I cannot begin to imagine what else I might do.
He pondered their interactions, and came up with nothing. Ha! Richard scoffed. Let me tell you a fundamental difference between males and females, dear man. You think one thing, but the girl of your heart is thinking something completely opposite. There is no figuring them out. At all. I tell you now, Darce, ask her what she wants you to do, and then do it. Do not guess, because I guarantee you will be wrong. Darcy was genuinely surprised at his cousin's attitude.
Elizabeth Bennet is an intelligent woman who has a sharp, reasonable mind.
They're the scary ones. Cecily is the same. Richard sat up in the seat where he had been slumped. Pleasing an exquisite woman is worth becoming a good apologizer, my friend. Learn from the master.
I do not know, Richard. Elizabeth is...
Did you not tell me how much she despised you? And you thought she admired you? The Colonel smirked. Oh, yes, you are clueless as are all men. Humble yourself.
I will give consideration to what you're saying. The last thing I want is to fail and have you brag you were right.
Darcy considered.
Will you bring Miss Knowlton to the opera tomorrow and join us in our box? I would like the two ladies to meet, and I look forward to an introduction to your beloved.
Now it was Darcy who smirked. We are to dine at Matlock House. I will ask Mother what she has planned.
I plan to invite your parents as well.
Richard's eyebrows flew almost to his hairline. "You were bold, cousin." The colonel leaned back against the squabs. Their attendance would give tacit acceptance of Miss Elizabeth as a potential mate for the great Fitzwilliam Darcy.
"Stop it now."
Had they still been 8 years old, he would have punched his cousin's shoulder. He wanted to shake his head at his own childish inclination. He was discerning more and more of his own attitudes, and was not necessarily pleased.
"If they come, they come. Nothing will be meant by it, other than to distract gossip-mongers from concern over Georgiana's situation. If Lord Sternhaven has been spreading tales, which I am confident he has, having your parents and an unknown lady in my party will set tongues wagging. I cannot imagine anyone remembering I have a young sister when faced with seeing a woman on my arm, and yours.
Then we will have to convince my parents to attend." Richard rubbed his chin. "Pray leave it to me. I will see they will accompany us to the opera tomorrow evening." Darcy nodded. So much rested on their success. He felt a nervous fluttering in the pit of his gut, and knew it would remain until Georgiana was healthy and unharmed from the vicious backbiting of the matrons and lords of society. He exhaled. If only he had Elizabeth's hand to hold. Somehow he felt stronger and more determined at the thought. Yes, he loved her. He now had no doubt. His words uttered to her were true. He would love no other. He needed Elizabeth. Hugh Fitzwilliam, Lord Matlock, was smaller of stature than both his son and his nephew, yet his presence filled the room. He exuded the confidence born of a lifetime of privilege and an almost unparalleled thirst for justice for his fellow man. He held strong opinions, and believed inherently in the rightness of his beliefs. Like Darcy, he loved his family.
"Imagine my surprise when Lord Sternhaven knew more about my niece than I, her own uncle."
The first words from Lord Matlock's mouth set the tone for the meeting.
"As guardians, you should have let Helen and I know she was unwell. I could have answered him, shutting down his vicious tongue." "My only concern at the time was Georgiana."
Darcy had ceased to be intimidated by his uncle shortly after his father's death. Although Hugh Fitzwilliam had many sterling qualities, his failure to take his eldest son to task for his reckless spending had resulted in the Matlock coffers being stretched too thin for their lifestyle. Darcy would not use Pemberley's income to rescue a man who chose indulgence over frugality.
Having her become ill so soon before departure was distressing enough. Having it happen with heavy traffic, where it would have taken hours to reach our home, made the situation intolerable.
"Well, I'm sorry it happened at all. Possibly it was something she ate. You will need to admonish your cook, Darcy." Lord Matlock spoke as if he had authority over his nephew, knowing it rankled. "Leaving for the Americas at the last minute was not wise. Your staff apparently was making you pay, in their own way, for your hasty decision." Ire churned in his stomach, until Darcy felt bile threatening his throat. Richard kept silence, having agreed to follow Darcy's lead.
"Uncle Hugh, my staff did no such thing. Georgiana's affliction happens to be common to all young women who have reached a certain age."
His comment was formed to mislead. In truth, pregnancy was natural for a married woman of a certain age, just not his sister. "Oh, her monthly courses," his uncle blurted into the silence that had settled into the room after Darcy's explanation. His uncle waved his hand. "I know it's not spoken of amongst gentlemen. However, it is as natural as rain. Your aunt suffered until our first was born. Hopefully Georgiana will settle down in time, though it might not be until she leaves your home before she does so." Darcy wanted to swallow his tongue. He was offended. Speaking of the personal matters of his young sister, especially the delicate subject of her growing maturity, was distasteful. Nonetheless, if his uncle reached a probable, though incorrect, conclusion, which kept him from probing further, Darcy would accept the Earl's comments with equanimity. It was time for distraction, and to further stir the pot.
"Thank you, uncle, for your understanding of Georgiana's plight. Your insight will be of assistance to me, now that I have found the woman I intend to marry."
"Marry?"
The reaction was as expected.
"Yes, marry."
Darcy waited for the explosion, and was not disappointed. He looked at Richard, and saw mirth practically flowing out of his ears.
His cousin would be no help at all. So much for his offer to help in getting his parents' agreement to meet Elizabeth in public.
"What is this? Are you finally going to wed Anne?"
Lord Matlock stood and moved towards him.
"It's about time."
Darcy crossed his legs and rested his back against the padded cushions of the seat. Although his fingers gripped the arm of the chair until his knuckles were white, in every other manner he appeared relaxed.
"I am not."
He looked his uncle in the eye.
"I feel nothing for my cousin other than familial affection. What I feel for the woman I will marry is a love so intense I have no doubt of future felicity. Pemberley will again be filled with happiness, if I can only convince her to have me." "What foolishness is this? She will not have you."
The Earl was incensed, and righteously indignant at his nephew being scorned, exactly where Darcy wanted him to be.
"Is she daft?"
Richard chuckled, catching the attention of his father.
"You know her, son?"
Hugh Fitzwilliam demanded.
"Tell me about her."
Richard looked to Darcy before speaking.
"You will not be disappointed, father. In one word, I would describe her as peerless."
Darcy nodded.
Richard continued. "She's beautiful, though not fashionable. She's knowledgeable, without being a blue-stocking. However, it is her character that sets her apart. Like Darcy, she has a strong sense of family, of what is right and wrong, and is one of the most compassionate women I have ever met. She does not tolerate fools, does not allow a man's wealth to determine his desirability, and longs to respect the man she chooses to marry." "This sounds very much like what you told me of Miss Knowlton, Richard,"
Lord Matlock insisted.
"Are we by chance speaking of the same woman?"
Darcy answered.
"Miss Elizabeth Bennet of Longbourn in Hertfordshire is the daughter of a gentleman. Her mother has family in trade, including Mr. Edward Gardiner, proprietor of Gardiner Trading Company. She is a true friend of Georgiana's." "In trade?"
His uncle clutched his chest as if he would keel over dead at the thought.
"Yes, in trade. Her other uncle is a solicitor in the farming community of Meryton."
In truth, Darcy did not need the permission and agreement of his family. He was his own master. Yet respect and affection for the man in front of him begged him to tread carefully.
"You could do better, Darcy. Even Anne would prove to be a superior match."
"You fail to understand me, uncle." Darcy took a deep breath before continuing.
"There will be no other as my wife. Not Anne, not a wealthy, titled debutante from the temps. I will not be moved on this. At all."
Though firm, his tone was as inoffensive as he could make it under the circumstances.
"You have made an offer, then?"
His uncle rubbed his chin, his eyes looking distantly at the wall behind him.
"I have."
"And she refused you?"
"She has."
Hugh Fitzwilliam chuckled.
"I believe I just might like this young woman more than Miss Knowlton. When can we meet her, Darcy?"
The relief Darcy felt at having his uncle capitulate so easily made his limbs weak. His uncle loved a challenge almost as much as he loved seeing Darcy put in his place. Darcy had thought long and hard how to approach his family, and fortunately it had worked.
"She will be attending the opera tomorrow night with Richard, Miss Knowlton, and myself. Might you and Aunt Helen attend?"
He held his breath, almost certain his uncle would insist on a private meeting first, to appraise Elizabeth's looks and character. He would have done so under other circumstances, so was surprised at his uncle's response.
Let me speak with Helen to see if she already has plans. If not, we shall be there."
Darcy swallowed, and noted Richard had done the same. Nothing more was said about Georgiana, a victory for the two guardians. Chapter 13.
"Has there been any talk below stairs about my sister?"
Darcy tugged his coat sleeves into place as Parker finished the knot of his cravat.
"None, sir."
The older man lowered his voice.
"Though, might I know of Miss Darcy's condition? Is she well? Is there any service I could provide to ease her way?" "What is it you discerned about her illness, Parker?"
His valet had served his father before him, and had a long history of loyalty to the family. This was not the first time his opinion had been asked by a Darcy.
"I know only what I witnessed at Billingsgate, sir."
His valet paused, clearing his throat.
I entered the carriage immediately after you walked away carrying Miss Darcy. Seeing the stain on the floor, I called to the nearest fishmonger and purchased 2 codfish. Though the driver must have wondered at my actions, I purposefully dropped them onto the floor, whereupon I requisitioned cloths to wipe up the mess. When we returned to Darcy House, I overheard the driver complaining about my accident as the reason for the stain, none of the wiser. I thank you, Parker.
Darcy's shoulders relaxed, grateful the man had insisted on overseeing the loading of his and Georgiana's luggage on the ship, and he knew his valet was aware of it.
I would not have anyone speaking of my sister and speculating as to the cause of her distress.
No, sir.
With a quick brush of the fabric, Darcy peered at his reflection in his dressing-room mirror. Like his uncle, he decided to divert attention.
Parker, you might as well know I intend to marry.
He took deliberate delight in the look of shock on his valet's face. Rarely had it happened that the man's expression was anything other than stoic.
I am pleased to hear that, sir. Darcy House and Pemberley would benefit from having a mistress. Do I know the young lady?
Miss Elizabeth Bennet from Longbourn.
He was pleased to say her name, and would only be happier when he could refer to her as Mrs. Darcy.
Oh, the miss who came to Netherfield Park to care for her sister.
Parker busied himself putting away the 3 coats his master had rejected.
A good choice, Mr. Darcy.
That is so. However, though I have chosen her to be my wife, she has yet to be convinced I could be the husband for her.
He could not explain the sudden pride he felt that she was a woman to be won. He shook his head at himself.
If I might say so, sir, should she be at all influenced by your appearance, you should be betrothed before the evening is over. You are at your finest.
Thank you, Parker.
Darcy turned his cuffs so the emerald links shone. An image of Elizabeth's eyes twinkling under the candlelight made him smile. Downstairs he gathered his outer garments and entered the carriage. He had not seen Elizabeth since their conversation the day prior. When he had called on Georgiana earlier that day, Elizabeth had been with her young cousins. Mrs. Gardiner had greeted him and taken him to his sister. He had hoped to see Elizabeth, or at the least hear her voice. Disappointment filled him to his toes that he had not. Upon arriving at Gracechurch Street and being ushered inside, his breath rushed out at seeing her posed at the top of the staircase. She was glorious. He could not wait. Ignoring his hosts, he rushed up the stairs, skipping every other one, until he lifted her hand, bowing over it and touching his lips to her glove. He longed to pull her into his arms, to hold her and never let her go. She would probably kick him in the shins if he tried, or, knowing her fiery nature, she would double her fist and give him a shiner on his left eye, bruising the knuckles of her dominant hand as she punched him with her full might. In a second, he pondered the risk and decided to shelve his desires for another, more appropriate time. "I understand your rush, sir. You would like to see your sister before we depart." Her voice broke into his inappropriate fantasy.
What sister? Oh, Georgiana.
He could feel the heat rising from his chest to the tips of his ears, and regretted having Parker give his hair a trim. Regaining his composure, or rather searching for it in the first place, he replied as expected, "Of course." Georgiana was sitting up, leaning against a pile of pillows, a cup of tea in her hands. She looked away from him as soon as he entered. It was the same reaction as had happened at his morning visit. He approached the bed, even though it appeared he was unwelcome. Grateful Elizabeth followed behind him. Earlier, he had sat in the chair next to the bed in silence for over an hour. Not once had his sister responded to any of his inquiries. He hoped for a better response this time.
Sister, I hope your day has been one of relaxation and healing.
She did not reply, nor did she move her head to glance at him. Disappointed, he tried again.
Georgie, can I provide anything for your comfort?
Again, nothing.
Mrs. Gardiner told me this morning that you refused the medications the doctor had suggested. Has the pain lessened then?
He heard the rattle before he saw the cup shaking on the saucer. This was his sister, the little girl who used to twirl in the sunbeams shining through the windows at Pemberley, the one he gave riding lessons to from the time she could toddle. the one who had trouble saying words with S's in them when her front teeth were missing. He had held her in his arms each time he was sent back to school after their mother died, and he had held her hand when they sat in the Darcy pew at church, alone after the loss of their father. Rescuing the cup, he handed it back to Elizabeth without taking his eyes away from the precious girl in front of him.
Georgie.
Speaking softly, he made the decision to do something against his character, something he would, under normal circumstances, rather take a beating than do. He opened his heart.
When I realised what had happened, what Wickham had done, I was not angry with you. I was not disappointed in you either. I was sad for you. Sad at your loss of innocence. Sad you would suffer. Sad you would be learning hard lessons for someone barely 16.
He gulped.
Pray do not fear I will abandon you, for I will not. Do not fear I will hate you, for there is nothing within your power to cause me to turn against you. Do not fear I look at you to only see your sin, for I do not. I see my pretty little sister, the best friend of my youth.
Sitting on the edge of the bed, he reached for her hand.
Love means forgiving when we err. Love means we stand alongside each other when we are troubled. I love you, Georgiana, and I always will.
Tears dropped onto her lap as quiet sobs shook her. He wanted to join her as her pain filled his own heart.
Georgie, dear.
He squeezed her fingers gently.
When we make mistakes, which we all do, we cannot go back and undo them.
He paused to consider how to put his thoughts into words.
What is within our power is to learn what we can from them, and then move forward. Will there be times of sadness and pain because of our mistakes? Beyond a shadow of a doubt. I too have much to regret. Though I cannot change what has been done, I can change what I do and how I act in the future. I'm determined to become a better man.
But you are the best man, William. I know this to be true. His sister whispered through her tears, though she still failed to look at him.
He chortled. Hardly. In fact, do you know that not even 2 weeks ago I knowingly insulted the family of a lady within her hearing? A few short weeks before, I insulted her looks almost to her face.
He finally had her attention. You would not have done so, brother. I know you. She wiped her tears with the back of her hand. You were saying these things to ease my guilt.
Oh, I am I?
Darcy smiled slightly. He would gladly sacrifice his pride for her behalf, especially with Elizabeth in the room, witnessing his exposure.
Pray ask Miss Elizabeth if I am not being honest. Ask her how I am looked upon by her family and friends, and by herself. Prepare yourself to be shocked, sister, for my conduct was shameful.
He speaks the truth, Miss Darcy. Elizabeth moved closer. His conduct was offensive, and his speech hurtful, for it was me he spoke of. Me he conscripted to forever be a homely wallflower at a ball, undeserving of a partner to stand up with for even one dance. Brother! The tears stopped as a look of shock covered Georgiana's face. How could you? Miss Elizabeth is everything lovely.
Yes, Poppet. I am aware of Miss Elizabeth's beauty. I am also aware of my sins.
But... His sister looked between her brother and Elizabeth, confusion furling her brow.
I am in love with Elizabeth, Georgiana.
He looked up at the woman standing beside him, and knew the truth was in his eyes for her to see.
I long for her to agree to become my wife.
He held up his hand when his sister started to speak.
No, dear, do not defend me or recommend me to her. Now is not the time.
He breathed in deeply to clarify in his mind what he wanted to say.
I have erred most grievously, because I proved to all in Hertfordshire over a period of weeks that I was undeserving of their company and good opinion. It will take time for me to prove I am not the man they came to know. Especially do I need to prove this to Miss Elizabeth. I am unworthy. However, with that said, once she comes to trust me, that I am a man she could admire and respect, I will again ask for her hand. Georgiana muttered. So you refused to dance with her,
And she refused your offer of marriage? It almost sounds like you are in a worse mess than I am, brother."
"That I am."
He squeezed the fingers he still held.
"Tonight is a new beginning for all of us. While we're at the opera, I would hope you think upon the choices you have before you. Will you wallow away in misery as you condemn yourself to a lifetime of regrets? Or will you accept the wrong you have done and move on? This is a choice only you can make. I will be here to guide you and to help you along, as only an ignorant brother can do. I will not leave you."
"I love you too, William," his sister whispered. He leaned forward to place a soft kiss on her cheek.
"I am happy you do not have a fever. I am happy you are safe. I am happy you are not married to Wickham. I am happy you are my sister."
"And I am happy you are my brother as well." He stood and turned to Elizabeth.
"Are you ready?"
"I am." Offering his arm, they turned and walked to the door. Before stepping out into the hallway, he looked back. His sister was smiling at the two of them. He winked at her, then gave his full attention to the woman at his side. It was a start. Chapter 14. "You are unfair, sir." Elizabeth, whom he could no longer think of formally as Miss Elizabeth, whispered to him as he handed her out of the carriage. At the last minute, Mr. Gardiner had an emergency at his place of business, so a maid had accompanied them as chaperone.
"I believe I will need every advantage to get through this evening, Elizabeth."
He wrapped her hand around his elbow as they started up the stairs to the theatre entrance. "Miss Elizabeth," she insisted. Her brow rose as the side of her mouth moved into a smile.
"Pray pardon me, Miss Elizabeth."
He smiled back, determined they would be a united front when they walked through the door. She shook her head at him. "You are becoming far too bold, Mr. Darcy. Your declaring your feelings to your sister in front of me, I might add, was a mean art, a paltry trick to garner my affections."
"Did it work?"
How he enjoyed her smiles. He could look upon her face for the next 70 years and not tire of it. She pinched the inside of his elbow, though the bunching of fabric kept him from sharply feeling her reprimand. "Mr. Darcy." Leaning his head towards hers, so he would be unheard by others, he softly whispered, his breath slightly moving the curls at her temples.
"As you wish. I act the friend. I will do so until you allow me more."
"Incorrigible," she hissed back at him, though there was no venom in her voice.
"Yes, ma'am. The incorrigible Fitzwilliam Darcy at your service."
He bowed, then guided her along as they moved into the crowded lobby, his smile genuine.
"Darcy!"
He heard his cousin before he saw him. Looking in the direction of the noise, he found Richard standing with his parents, a lovely young woman attached to his arm. Darcy looked at Elizabeth and nodded his head in the direction they needed to walk. The crowd pressed against them, forcing Elizabeth to step slightly behind him. He pulled his elbow in tighter to his side, covering her fingers with his right hand. It would not do to be separated. Just before reaching his family, he turned back to Elizabeth. Lowering his voice, he leaned as close to her ear as allowable in the crowd.
"You should know. My uncle is aware of my attachment to you. I have no doubt he has shared this information with my aunt."
This time she pinched hard enough that it hurt. Barely. "You will pay for this, sir." Laughter burst from him.
"Of that I have no doubt."
A hush fell over the crowd as he noted how the two of them had caught the attention of those gathered.
"Good. Let them wonder who the fascinating woman is at his side who can make Mr. Fitzwilliam Darcy break out of his shell."
Darcy watched his uncle carefully as introductions were made. A look of surprise flitted quickly across Lord Matlock's face and was gone in an instant. Good. Let him see how comfortable Darcy is having her on his arm. He turned to catch Elizabeth's impressions in her expressive eyes, and found himself facing the one man he had hoped to avoid, Lord Percival Sternhaven. He had every reason to be fearful, but no reason to be intimidated.
"So, Darcy, I am surprised to see you out tonight," the man's voice boomed, every syllable bouncing from wall to wall. "Is your sister not with you?"
Darcy wanted to grit his teeth and hit the man square in the mouth. Instead, he forced, by sheer will, his shoulders to relax.
"My sister is not yet out, Lord Sternhaven."
He gave a slight bow, preparing to speak with his uncle.
"So, Darcy, how is your sister? I had heard she was in distress, and you had come to her rescue."
Darcy's fingers itched to strike the puffy flesh of the older man's jowls.
"Miss Darcy is currently staying with friends. When I left her, she had a smile on her face and a gleam in her eye."
Darcy pulled his weapon from his verbal arsenal.
"But say, where are your daughters? I believe them to be both out in society. Are they not fond of the opera?"
Lord Sternhaven's sputter was momentary.
"No, they are not. Do not sidetrack me, Darcy. I know what you are about. We were speaking of your sister's distress."
"No, we were not,"
he growled. Then he felt Elizabeth's hand slide from his elbow to cover his fist. The relief he felt was immediate. Camaraderie, support. The troops had rallied. "Pardon me, Lord Sternhaven, is it?" Elizabeth's voice was almost a whisper, so Darcy's opponent had to lean forward to hear.
"Yes, I am Lord Sternhaven. And who are you?"
The appraising look he gave Elizabeth was offensive. Darcy felt her fingers squeeze his. He took a deep breath. "I am Miss Elizabeth Bennet of Longbourn in Hertfordshire, my lord." She tilted her head to one side. "I must admit, sir, that your wife is quite lovely. Your daughters must be as well. If it would not be too much to ask, might we be introduced?" It was boldly done, though couched in polite terms. The woman standing behind Lord Sternhaven was not his wife. She was a widow who prowled the edges of the Temps social calendar in pursuit of a keeper. Indeed, Elizabeth was correct. She was lovely, in the deep burgundy satin gown with rubies set in gold surrounding her neck and wrist. Nevertheless, Darcy knew her to be almost as immoral as Wickham. Everyone else in their group knew it too, except for Elizabeth. He looked closely at the young lady beside him and comprehended her intelligence. She knew. Somehow she had correctly figured out the situation, and by her question had placed Lord Sternhaven in an untenable position. Should he perform the introduction, he would have to admit his evil proclivities. Should he not, he would be slighting Darcy. When he failed to answer, Elizabeth's brow went up as she leaned closer to him. Darcy leaned in as well. "Since you choose not to present your wife, we will choose not to speak of young daughters or sisters, agreed?" She did not blink, and neither did Lord Sternhaven. "I believe you will find, my lord, that you should exercise caution when choosing your battles. This is one you will not win." Stepping back, Elizabeth turned her head away from the man towards Lord Matlock. Lifting her chin, her eyes challenged him. Unexpectedly, but happily, Lord Matlock offered his arm to Elizabeth. Inside, Darcy rejoiced. This sent a message clearer than words, that Elizabeth was a person of importance to the Fitzwilliam family. Her position in society was surely secured. Lord Sternhaven spun on his heels. Grabbing the widow harshly, he led her away from them to gather their outer clothes and leave the theatre. Darcy turned to escort his aunt, instantly missing the feel of Elizabeth's hand in his. She's quite something, your young lady," Aunt Helen observed. Darcy smiled so broadly his cheeks almost blocked his vision. Elizabeth's regal carriage as she climbed the staircase next to Lord Matlock was unparalleled. When she laughed at something his uncle said, the pleasant tones filled the lobby. Darcy was not the only one smiling.
"That she is." "You have held my hand 3 times now."
He tilted his head closer to hers. The seating arrangements were perfect. Darcy, Elizabeth, Miss Knowlton and Richard were in the front row with the Matlocks seated behind. "I have I not?" He could hear her smile in her words. The darkened theatre signalled the opera was about to begin. "What do you make of it, Mr. Darcy?"
"I know only what I hope, Elizabeth."
"Miss Elizabeth." He chuckled softly. She refused to turn her head, keeping her eyes focused on the empty stage.
"Miss Elizabeth, I believe you single-handedly vanquished an enemy."
He was proud of her. "No, sir. I merely played on his deepest fears, the possible exposure of his own daughter's sins. For I believe his purpose was the same as ours. I am a distraction to stifle talk of Miss Darcy. The woman with Lord Sternhaven was the same."
"You are far more than a distraction, though you do keep my thinking muddled."
He could not believe he, Fitzwilliam Darcy, was flirting with a woman. He had never done so, nor was aware he even had the skill. His chest inflated at the thought. Pride filled him. Her next words shot the air from his lungs. "I caution you, Mr. Darcy. Our agreement is friendship, and you are walking a fine line into territory I do not think you want to tread." Her breathing quickened. "All 3 times I clasped my hand to yours was the reaction of a concerned friend. Do not read more into my decision to display my compassion, sir. It will not do. You had a purpose tonight, and it was accomplished." How quickly he could go from delight to fierce determination. How he longed to make her listen to him, to believe him, and to accept that his feelings were true.
"Yes," he hissed, "it was accomplished. Are you not finding any pleasure in my company? Do you wish you were back in the nursery, playing childish games with the Gardiner children? Do you not appreciate the elevated company you are keeping tonight because of me?"
His thumb hit his chest. "Mr. Darcy," she hissed back, "you speak of change in the same manner you would when deciding which waistcoat to wear, easily discarding one and trying on another. Several times you have promised you would show me a man without arrogance, yet he keeps showing up. Other times you have proclaimed strong feelings for me, then you say or do something that shows me you have no idea who I truly am. Do you, in actuality, find your aunt and uncle to be superior to my own? Mine, who have offered you and your family every consideration. For I am certain I could enjoy the company of the Fitzwilliam family, not for who they are, but for the quality of their characters."
"I comprehend your meaning,"
he shot back, offended that she did not recognize his struggles or his progress. "No, I do not think you do, or you would not attempt to flirt. You would not offer insult by suggesting I should grovel when in company with you and your Fitzwilliam family. And you, Mr. Darcy, would not patronize me by treating me as a simple-minded miss who accepts what I am told by you when your conduct flies in opposition to your words. Was I not clear when we spoke in the parlour? I do not know you. You have gone so rapidly from disdain to tender affection that I cannot believe it to be real. You are giving me no time as you promised. You are being blatantly unfair."
"You have said enough."
He moved as far to the left as he could without vacating the seat.
How could she not see that his way was the better way? If she would only accept his attentions and affections, they could together help Georgiana over the rough times coming in the next few months, and unitedly enjoy wedded bliss.
He was a reasonable man. She was a reasonable woman. Why did she not accept that the almost 8-year difference in their ages, his university education, his successful oversight of the Darcy properties and investments, his position in society, and his knowledge as a man of the world made him superior in his opinions? She should be happy to follow his lead. Bingley did. Even the Colonel did. He sucked in a breath, holding it until he felt pain in his chest. Good heavens! She was right. He was overbearing and arrogant. Was that not what Lydia Bennet, Bingley, and Richard already knew about him? Of course it was. He rubbed his mouth with his hand, breathing in slowly through his nostrils, closing his eyes.
Had he not learnt anything?
He had been condescending.
How could he do that to someone he loved? Had he been the same with Georgiana? Was that what kept her from opening her heart to him?
He had thought the problem was her youthfulness.
What if it was not? Oh, Lord!
He shifted his weight to the other side of his chair, his humiliation filling him from head to toe. How the mighty Fitzwilliam Darcy keeps falling and failing.
I am sorry, Miss Elizabeth. Very sorry.
She refused to look at him, and he did not blame her at all.
Chapter 15.
Welcome, sir.
The gardener's butler quickly relieved Darcy of his hat, gloves, and outer coat.
Mrs. Gardiner and Miss Elizabeth are in the drawing-room. Might I present you prior to visiting your sister, or will you be going straight up?
The morning following the opera, Elizabeth had again been with her young cousins. Darcy wondered if her absence had been on purpose. He would not know until he spoke to her. His sister had been far more welcoming than at any other time since they had arrived at the Gardiner household. In the hours he spent with Georgiana, they had not spoken once about the loss of the child. Instead, they revisited events from their past, both pleasant and troublesome. He could not fail to be impressed with her fortitude. Yet why should she not be? She was a Darcy.
Thank you, Barton. I will show myself in and see Miss Darcy after.
As he drew closer, he heard the women talking. When he heard his name, he stopped. He knew better than to eavesdrop, but he quickly excused his bad conduct. If he happened to learn something which might help him win Elizabeth's heart, he would violate every rule of decorum if he had to.
"What is it about Mr. Darcy you do not understand?" Mrs. Gardiner asked. "He seems very forthright to me."
Darcy wanted to hug Elizabeth's aunt and gift her with his entire fortune for her positive words about his character. True, he has changed drastically since his residence in Hertfordshire, and is far more open with both his sister and myself than I ever would have imagined him capable of being. Then I do not understand your concerns, Lizzie. Do you doubt his offer as being genuine? Not at all. In my opinion, which may mean little, he seems convinced we would be a good match. He heard her sigh. Aunt, had I not grown up in my household, exposed to a marriage where both partners are clearly unhappy, I might not give so much weight to my concerns. However, I did grow up watching my parents suffer each other's company. Papa confided to me that he lost respect for my mother within weeks after their marriage, learning she had used arts and allurements to pretend to be more intellectually inclined than was the truth. For Mamma, her continued disappointment over not bearing a son has created in her an overwhelming fear. Having my father so many years older than she is, and his making no effort to manage the funds from Longbourn more stringently, intensifies those fears daily. How does she respond? By foolishly spending money she does not have to appease her concerns. She calls it artful shopping, while I call it foolish. The momentary relief and pleasure she gets at the time of purchase is soon followed by regrets as the reminders press in on her. Yes, dear, Mrs. Gardiner agreed. This adequately describes what I have known of your parents' living conditions. But this does not mean you would have the same relationship with Mr. Darcy. He is not your father. He's responsible and generous. His kindness to his sister is exemplary, do you not think? Darcy wanted to rush in and wrap Mrs. Gardiner in a tight embrace.
I wonder if she would like Pemberley. Perhaps I could divide it in half and gift it to her.
Yes, his kindness is exemplary. Elizabeth paused, and Darcy could not help wondering what was on her mind, because he felt an insult would soon follow. He was correct. Then why do you hesitate? Mrs. Gardiner asked. Before you answer, be aware I'm not attempting to push or pressure you into changing your mind. I respect your thinking too much to eagerly overlook your concerns. Nonetheless, might I inquire what has unsettled you about the man? Darcy leaned closer, wishing the door he was standing behind was opened a bit wider. The breath whooshed from Elizabeth, and he knew then he would finally learn her deepest reasons for rejecting him. Do you not see how alike Mr. Darcy and Papa are? He was flummoxed. Did she truly believe what she was saying? Mr. Bennet was an indifferent landowner and careless with the future of his family. Under Darcy's personal guidance, his holdings were prospering like they had rarely done. His coffers were overflowing from his wise investments. He had legal papers in order to care for Georgiana's future, no matter the circumstance. How in the world could she believe the two men had any similarities at all?
"I'm sorry, dear. I do not know of what you're speaking. My father has done little more than the basic tasks expected of him to care for the future of his wife and daughters. His indifference has left all of us vulnerable. Unless Jane or I make a good match, there is little hope for Mary, Kitty, and Lydia. Mary is ignored, while my youngest sisters are unrestrained, let loose to follow their own immature desires. This situation is in every way intolerable to me. Rather than enjoying my youth, I have spent hour upon hour fretting and using every opportunity within my power to enforce changes. Yet even in this, I have no parental support. Our circumstances are grim." "But you cannot compare your father to Mr. Darcy. He obviously cares for his own." "He does not." Darcy was stunned. How could she think this when the evidence was to the contrary? Her inherent wisdom should have offered clarity. He wanted to barge in and shake some sense into her, and barely restrained himself from doing so. Elizabeth continued. "It is my understanding that he has known of the wicked inclinations of a former friend for years, possibly a decade or more. Instead of responsibly taking steps to expose this man, so innocent young women and small businesses would be protected from his rakish behaviour and gambling, he has instead chosen to hide the man's sins and cover over the wrongdoing. Rather than taking this man to task, when he was in a position to do so, he has indifferently pushed aside his responsibilities, allowing others to bear the burdens this evil man leaves behind. He has shown no more concern for others than my father has done. In point of fact, this man continues to wreak havoc on the good citizens of Meryton as we speak, including my own sisters." Darcy was having a hard time getting his breath.
"What? Wickham? She was bringing Wickham into this?"
"Aunt, this man has caused irreparable harm to someone close to Mr. Darcy, yet he still does nothing. Why? Possibly he thinks himself too far above such a miscreant to take him to task personally. Or perhaps, like my father, he genuinely cares more for his own comfort than for those he holds in little respect. I do not know." She stopped briefly. "What I do know about Mr. Darcy, from the way he responds to this man, is that I could not rely on him to protect me or any children born of marriage to him. I do not trust that he would put the interests of his family ahead of his own. Every day he allows to pass in his own comfort, while this man is left to prey on others, is a black mark against the Master of Pemberley. I do not know whether this is possible to ever be erased."
"These are serious charges, Lizzie," Mrs. Gardiner offered softly.
"I do not know what to think. I would say he is a responsible man, and trust it is true. With that said, if he only cares for tasks pleasant to him, what does this truly say about his character?" She paused. "I think you are in the right to use this information to weigh against Mr. Darcy, to balance the good we know of him. If you cannot respect him, you should not marry him."
"What? Mrs. Gardiner was the worst sort of traitor."
He clutched the fabric at his chest, leaning back against the wall outside the drawing-room.
And this is what they thought of him. He was incensed. He was not Wickham's keeper. George Wickham was the son of his father's steward, nothing else. He was not Darcy's responsibility and never had been. How dare those two women condemn him for something beneath him that was not his to fix?
Angrily, he stomped to the vestibule and gathered his things. Not waiting for Barton to open the door, he left the Gardiner house, and cared not if he ever saw either woman again. Richard, the one man he knew would give him needed sympathy, was in his study sipping his finest brandy.
"What should I do about Wickham?"
Darcy had pondered what Elizabeth said the entire journey from Gracechurch Street to his home in Grosvenor Square. His anger had little abated.
She knew not of what she was speaking.
"Whatever do you mean, Darce? You never do anything about him except occasionally cover his sins."
Richard rose and filled another glass for the both of them.
"Why are you asking now?"
Darcy stood in the middle of the room,
feeling like every morsel of warmth drained from his body, puddling about his boots.
"This is what you think of me."
Niggling doubts added to the simmering anger filling his chest. His admiration for his cousin knew no bounds. He moved to one of the chairs in front of the desk and dropped into it.
"I can see I have disconcerted you, and I apologise for so doing," Richard began, and then stopped. "No, I'm not sorry. You have wilfully disregarded the consequences of not sharing your knowledge of Wickham's crass acts with his father, your father, and the people with whom he comes into contact. For this you share in his sins. At any time you could have called in his markers and had him spend the rest of his sorry life in debtor's prison, yet you choose not to do so. Even after you learnt of Georgiana, you have allowed him to continue on his course with little more than a threat."
The Colonel sat in the chair next to his cousin.
"As I see it, Wickham is your greatest flaw." "Why, for the love of all things holy, have you not said anything before? Surely I would have acted had I known." "Are you so certain?" his cousin asked, enunciating each word clearly, scepticism in his tone.
"Richard!"
Darcy sat erect in his chair.
"I cannot believe that you, my closest friend, do not know me better. How could you think—"
"Stop right there!"
Richard held up his hand, very much in command of the moment.
"I've brought this to your attention many times, and you always came back with a reason to do nothing. You did not want to hurt Wickham's father, or your own. You did not feel it was your responsibility to clean up all of his messes, that others could take care of their own."
His cousin stood and paced in front of him as Darcy's anger continued to boil.
"You, my friend, are far more culpable in what happened to Georgiana than she is." "You share guardianship. If I am to be held to account, then so should you," Darcy challenged. "You are wrong, cousin. Had you not stopped me, I would have acted with justice after Ramsgate. Wickham would have paid for his sins at that very moment, and I would have been within my rights to see him dead or imprisoned."
Richard pointed his finger right at Darcy's chest.
"You stopped me. Your reason was that he was your father's favourite. So I followed your lead, again, and did the same as you. Nothing."
He spat out the last word.
"He was my father's favourite, there is no doubt."
"Ha, Darcy! You condemn my father for acting the same with my irresponsible brother, indulging his base conduct because he is the favourite. Shame on you for this hypocrisy."
I...
Darcy's head was spinning. Had he done this? Could his cousin possibly be correct? Closing his eyes, he quickly considered his disapprobation with his uncle's actions, and his own with Wickham. Resting his head on the back of the chair, he slumped deep into its leather cushions. He wished the fabric would creep around his torso, enfolding him, coddling him. He was in the wrong. Leaning forward, he rested his face in his hands, his elbows propped on his knees.
Holy heavens! You are indeed correct.
He felt bruised, battered, beaten to a pulp. Harsh criticism had never in his lifetime come his way in wave after wave of blame. He had been the prince in his father's household, the king of his own domain.
What am I to do now?
He mused. For the first time as an adult, he questioned his own judgment.
I'll not answer that, Darcy, as I have no doubt you will eventually decide what is best.
Darcy did not notice when his cousin left the room, and eventually Darcy House. He stayed alone in his study until his staff came in to close the draperies and light the candles. Even then he sat, meditating on all he had learned about himself. It was no wonder Elizabeth did not like him. At the moment, he did not like himself either. Chapter 16.
How could his closest friends hurt him more than his worst enemy?
Their words were more painful than any physical injury he had suffered in his lifetime. None of them, Richard, Bingley, or Miss Elizabeth, were mean-spirited. All of them, Miss Elizabeth included, wanted him to succeed. Darcy had never liked the human inclination to excuse one's conduct, to be far more forgiving to oneself than he would be to others. However, it was what he wanted to do more than breathe, to slough the weight of the criticism off his shoulders and move forward with little regard for the opinions of others, to grab his sister and hide within the safe walls of Pemberley, licking his wounded ego. Resting his chin on his cupped hand, his fingers covering his mouth, he pondered his choices. On the one side of the issue was the apparently massive weight of his own self-importance. How valuable really was it? Who had that same attitude, and what did he think of them? Ha! Lydia Bennet was the first image who shot through his mind, closely followed by Caroline Bingley and Lord Sternhaven. Ugh! Being grouped with those three was an insult. Did Richard appreciate the company of those individuals? Even though he did not personally know Miss Lydia, having been in her company briefly in Meryton, it was easy to imagine his cousin running for his life upon an introduction. Richard also actively avoided both Miss Bingley and Lord Sternhaven. What of Elizabeth? While she loved her sister, she sought to guide and correct her towards a different course. He could not recall one time when Elizabeth sought Miss Bingley's company during the days she stayed at Netherfield Park, and her set-down of Lord Sternhaven the night of the opera was legendary. Even Bingley looked for ways to avoid both Lydia Bennet and his own sister. Nobody Darcy admired liked self-important people. Why had he not worked that out before? On the other side of the issues were individuals who had qualities he admired. He had surrounded himself with approachable, adaptable individuals who did not insist on their own way, and who seemed to like him despite himself. Was he important? Certainly. But to whom? To his tenants as a landlord, to his sister as a brother and guardian, to his servants as a master, to his cousin and Bingley as a friend. Darcy considered getting up and pouring himself a drink. Why not the whole bottle? It would dull the ache in his chest and fog his brain until he could let this go and slip into the comfortable cocoon of his own arrogance and pride. He would not. Was he important to Elizabeth? He thought so. He hoped so. Reflecting on the overheard conversation, he became aware of a salient point, one he had almost missed. Elizabeth Bennet had given consideration to him as a husband. He could not keep from smiling, from feeling a minute particle of glee that she had spent some part of her day thinking of him. Surely her thoughts had not been positive, but she had thought of him. He frowned. In truth, would he have pursued her if this had not happened to Georgiana? He sucked in a breath. Oh, Lord! He would not have. He had left Netherfield Park to get away from her, her family, her neighbours, and Wickham. He had thought to never see her again. As he recalled, the only reason he had been pleased to travel away from England with Georgiana was to get away from her memory. Was that the action of a man in love? No, it was not. Was he rushing her to the altar? Beyond a shadow of a doubt. Why? He groaned. He had wanted her capable hands, holding his as he made the tough decisions for his sister's future. He had not wanted to be alone. The more he had given consideration to the potential marriage of Georgiana, the more desperate he felt to attach himself to someone lively, someone who would take away the lonely ache that had infiltrated his thinking when he thought of the years ahead. Was he sure he knew what heartfelt love between a man and a woman was? He wanted her, but did he truly love her? Had he allowed enough time for feelings other than passion and desperation to be outpaced by affection and care? Why had he been in a hurry to announce his innermost feelings to anyone who would listen? Was it because he actually felt the emotion? Or was he trying to convince himself it was love by telling everyone it was? What if he did not really love her? He was caught. He was committed. Trapped. He was going to go crazy if he did not stop this. What had she said? I do not know you. Did he know her? Taking in a deep breath, he resolved to be completely honest. No, he did not know her, not well enough. What he did know he liked. He easily admitted to himself that he admired many aspects of her character. And her physical form. He scoffed at himself. He acted the man. Over time, her form would settle to a softer version. Her hair would grey, and lines would mar the smoothness of her skin.
Would he still admire her?
He smiled. Again, beyond a shadow of a doubt. He liked her. His declaration of love was precipitate.
What about Wickham? Were they right?
Yes, absolutely, positively yes.
Mr. Darcy, sir, are you at home to Colonel Fitzwilliam?
He had not heard his butler's tapping on his door, nor was he aware of how quiet the house was outside the light of the candles and the glow of the few embers left in the fireplace.
Why was he announcing Richard?
His cousin had forever barged in, completely ignoring the niceties. Before he could respond, his cousin peeked his head around the doorway. "Is it safe for me to come in?" Darcy waved his hand.
Enter.
Apparently, his time for self-reflection was over. His cousin strolled to the cabinet and filled a clean glass with brandy. He held up the bottle towards Darcy, a question on his brow.
"No, I'm fine."
Darcy shook his head. He was unsurprised Richard had returned. It would not have sat well with his cousin to have parted the way they did. He was not angry any more, at least not with anyone other than himself. Settling into the seat next to him, Richard began. "You are an honourable man, Darcy. I want you to know that I have confidence you will do right by Georgiana and Miss Elizabeth, as well as with Wickham." The Colonel took in a deep breath and sipped his drink. "What I want to know now is how I can assist you."
"I thank you, Richard. You are a good friend."
Warmth filtered through the chambers of his heart.
"I have given serious consideration to all you said, and you were right in every instance. I intend to show my sister how much I love her, to be strong for her when she needs it, and to give direction when she falters. For Miss Elizabeth—"
He no longer felt comfortable being informal with her name.
"For her I will slow down. For me too."
"You're having doubts?"
"I believe that to be normal."
Richard looked a little green around the gills.
"Are you doubting Miss Knowlton?"
Darcy could not help but ask when he noted his cousin's discomfort.
"You are not engaged, are you?"
"I am. I asked her after the opera, and she accepted my hand." His cousin shrugged.
"I do not doubt my affection for her.
I only wonder if I'm worthy," he finished quietly.
"She must think you are,"
Darcy offered.
"You had commended her when you first spoke of her for being wise. If she is at all like Miss Elizabeth, you should be confident she has thought this through to the most minute detail. Her acceptance proves she finds you a worthy candidate for husband."
"I hope so." Richard paused. "You should know, Darcy, I stopped by to visit Georgiana a few hours ago, and Miss Elizabeth shared news from a letter she had received from her eldest sister. Miss Bennet and Bingley are also engaged. They plan to marry in the spring, about the same time I will wed Cecily. Bingley will likely ask you to stand up for him. I hope you will for me as well." Darcy was pleased and crushed at the same time. It was an honour to be asked, yet at this very moment he was the only one without the hope of a happy union.
He would not feel sorry for himself. "I will," Darcy replied immediately. "It would be my pleasure to bolster you when your knees weaken at the first glimpse of your bride coming down the aisle. How wise of you to select a man who can bear your weight." They chuckled and snorted, as men do when emotions were high. Darcy was surprised they did not punch each other on the shoulder, and was grateful they had moved beyond that. Did she happen to mention if she had received word back from her father?
There had been plenty of time for Miss Elizabeth's express to have arrived in Meryton, and for a response to have been tendered. "No, she mentioned nothing else." Darcy shook his head, frustrated with Mr. Bennet.
Her letter warned her father of Wickham's propensity to gamble and incur debt. She also mentioned he might want to check with the locals to see whether or not there had been damage to their young daughters. Nothing was written about Georgiana.
Darcy slapped his hand against the arm of the chair, the sound filling the room. I cannot condemn him when my own response to Wickham has been lackadaisical as well. But no more. What will you do? What is your strategy? As to Wickham, I will leave for Meryton after visiting Georgiana on the morrow. I have collected all his markers together, including the vowels I purchased in Derbyshire. Once I meet with the magistrate, we will confront him with the opportunity to repay his debts. As soon as the magistrate and Colonel Forster become convinced he cannot settle what he owes, he will be jailed until transport can be provided to Marshalsea. There he can rot. A good plan. Might I go with you? Glee covered his cousin's face. I was hoping you would. Darcy sat straighter in his chair. As for Miss Elizabeth, he sighed heavily. I admire and respect her more than any other woman of my acquaintance. Do I truly love her? In truth, I am not sure. He looked to the ceiling, then closed his eyes briefly. Then he smiled. I am willing and eager to find out. What are you planning to do? His cousin asked. I will court her. I will be the attentive beau. In so doing, I hope to cultivate a depth of feeling in her heart, and in my own. He grinned. When I said I would marry no other than Miss Elizabeth, I meant it with my whole heart, at the time and under the circumstances. She will be pleased, I imagine. You have never done anything by half measures. Having your devotion should thrill her, Richard surmised. Women seem to like that sort of thing. I do hope so. Gaining her favour will help me turn the soil of my own heart, pulling out the weeds of prideful disdain and cultivating good qualities. I want to offer her the best of me. I want to be a better man, not only for her, but for me as well. Then it will be so. Arrangements were made to meet at the gardener's house as soon as visiting hours were permitted. Even though they were allowing him access much earlier, he would from this day on be the proper gentleman. He was going to become the man he was born to be. He would not fail. Chapter 17. Brother! Richard! I am pleased to see you both. Georgiana was seated in a comfortable chair in front of the bedchamber window. Blankets were tucked around her legs, and puffy pillows were wedged at her lower back. Should you be out of bed? Their physician in Derbyshire had insisted Mrs. Anne Darcy stay abed for a minimum of 30 days after the birth of each stillborn child. Darcy was immediately concerned she was taking things too fast. Be not concerned, brother. Dr. Smallwood explained the benefits of getting up and being active. In all his years treating patients in the country, he rarely saw the same complications during births by the wives of tenants, farmers and merchants as he did amongst the gentry. Georgiana, he insisted, repeating something he had heard many times. Those women are not gently bred. She nodded her head. What you say is true. Nonetheless, he emphasized how there are no differences in our physical make-up, in the way we are formed. The doctor kindly explained the only true separation between successful births and quicker recoveries between the classes is the amount of activity that is engaged in immediately after the child is born. And you are well? Darcy still hesitated. Truly I am. Georgiana reached out and clasped his hand. Though it was comforting, it did not hold the power of Miss Elizabeth's fingers wrapped around his own. Lizzie? Lizzie? He interrupted, shocked to hear the familiar name Elizabeth's family called her, but pleased the two females were drawing closer. Oh, yes, brother, we are becoming the best of friends, Georgiana enthused. Her mother has had 5 daughters. Can you imagine? 5, all girls. She did not wait for a reply. Lizzie said each time Mrs. Bennet insisted she would stay in bed and act the lady of the manor, yet each time she fretted about the running of the household, so she was up only hours after her confinement was over. Can you imagine? I cannot, he mumbled. He did not want to imagine Miss Elizabeth's robust mother in either the birth state or in scurrying about Longbourn, waving her handkerchief as she screeched orders to the staff. His mind unexpectedly took him in a direction he had not expected to travel. Mrs. Elizabeth Darcy, heavy with his child, waddling along the pathways of Pemberley as she pointed out the delights of the scenery with one hand and caressed her distended middle with the other. Sunbeams filtering through the trees would kiss her lovely face and beautiful smile as she radiated happiness for the upcoming blessed event, as well as the privilege of being the wife of Fitzwilliam Darcy. He wanted to slap himself. She did not want him. This was not her dream. Will he ever learn? He sighed aloud, drawing the unwanted attention of both his sister and his cousin. Without warning, Georgiana's shoulders slumped and her gaze dropped to her hands, which were now twisted together in her lap. He again focused on his sister. "Dr. Smallwood knows my circumstances, brother," she whispered plaintively.
"Yes, I know."
He could tell the conversation was going to become difficult, and he hoped Richard would end his silence and jump in with needed encouragement. He hoped in vain. "I am a terrible person." Tears started dripping from her chin. I had a child die inside my body." She sobbed, so distraught she wiped her nose on the back of her sleeve. "And I'm relieved it is gone." Darcy looked to Richard as she dropped her forehead to the arm of the chair, resting on top of her folded arms, crying so hard her whole body quivered. Richard lifted his shoulders and shook his head. He was just as unknowledgeable and powerless as Darcy was feeling with this quick change of mood. He wanted to gather her into his embrace, as he had done when she had first lost the child. Some idea his closeness would not be welcomed, kept him from doing so. Frustrated at his lack of knowing what to do to fix this mess, he was pleased when a soft knock sounded on the door. Relief had come, hopefully. Mrs. Gardiner entered and went straight to his sister. Kneeling on the floor, she pulled a cloth from her sleeve and brushed Georgiana's cheeks repetitively to ease the situation. Then the older woman waited. Darcy felt like holding his breath, keenly observing Miss Elizabeth's aunt to see what he might learn for the next time this happened. She waited, and waited, and waited. Finally, with a signal he must have missed, Mrs. Gardiner stood and gently cupped Georgiana's shoulders, guiding her until his sister's posture was again erect. "Better?" Mrs. Gardiner magically brought another dry handkerchief from her sleeve, handing it to Georgiana, who swiped at the last of her tears. A slight smile on her face, Georgiana looked at Miss Elizabeth's aunt with such affection it shook Darcy to the core. How could this have happened in only 4 days? How could his sister have come to trust a stranger with such depth? And how could Mrs. Gardiner have known the exact time to transform from a quiet presence to someone who could fortify his sister? Darcy yearned to comprehend what had just happened. Was it something only a woman was born knowing? The doctor had said the best medicine was to listen, yet all his sister had done was cry. Was he to sit and say or do nothing? How could this possibly aid in bringing comfort to someone of tender years? He wanted to pound his fist on the arm of his chair. How would he be able to help his sister? Anger surged through him. Had Elizabeth Bennet accepted his proposal, he could have stepped back and let her take charge, giving her a hefty purse to purchase whatever would make Georgiana happy again. Darcy closed his eyes on the image. This had nothing to do with Miss Elizabeth. This was his failing. He was the man. He was the head of his household. He needed to do something. He needed to fix this. Instead, he did exactly what the doctor suggested. Both he and Richard sat in silence, and they were rewarded for their inactivity. "Thank you, Mrs. Gardiner. I appreciate your assistance more than you will know." Georgiana's smile lit up the room. She turned to look at the gentleman as if nothing untoward had taken place. "Should things progress as is normal?" Georgiana's hands brushed the wrinkles from the blankets covering her legs. "I hope to return to Darcy House by the end of next week. She blushed. "My bleeding will be no different from what is normal for another week or so, and I can be tended by my maid without her knowing of my present difficulties." She took in a deep breath. "That is, if you will allow me to return home, brother."
Darcy was flummoxed. As the words poured from his mouth, reassuring her she would always have a place with him, his heart pounded until he could hear the rhythm between his ears. Would he ever understand the female mind? Why in the world would his own sister doubt her place in his life? Had it not been he who had turned his life upside down to protect her reputation? Had he done as Lord Sternhaven and abandoned her to a future alone in a distant land? No. Had matters not gone wrong at the docks, they would have boarded the ship for America, together. He and her, brother and sister. Richard must have heard his inner thoughts, because he too was shaking his head from side to side. "Poppet, if the doctor is confident you will not be harmed by the move, I would be pleased to have you home." He uttered his promise despite his confusion. Her smile was brilliant.
"Thank you, William."
In a complete change of subject, she asked,
"When will you and Lizzie be attending a ball? She loves to dance."
He was not capable of following her train of thought. Heartbreak, loss of a child, a ball, dancing. For the first time his cousin spoke. "Thank you for the reminder, Georgie." He looked at Darcy. "I'm pretty certain, if you were to check the stack of discarded invitations on the corner of your desk, you would find one from Mother. She's hosting a ball tomorrow night, and mentioned only this morning her hopes of seeing you there. With Miss Elizabeth, of course." He wanted to groan and rejoice at the same time. Society functions, where denizens of the first circles gathered to see and be seen, were the bane of his existence. But to dance with Miss Elizabeth, to hold her close, to touch her hand, to see her eyes twinkle in the multitude of candles, as she moved to a melody as familiar to her as breathing, would be worth attending the soirée. He turned to his cousin. "You will be there with your intended?" "I will." For the first time since they entered the room, Richard had a pleased look on his face. "Although Mother has planned this gathering for the past several weeks, Cecily and I will take advantage and have our engagement announced during supper."
"Brother, you must go. You must."
Georgiana clasped her hands under her chin, her own eyes sparkling with delight.
"For I happen to know Lizzie has a new gown she has never worn. It was delivered this morning, and the fabric is divine."
"Divine, I am sure." He nodded his head, his mind racing. This was the opportunity he had been waiting for. He would go to Meryton to see Wickham locked away, and return with the news. This would please Miss Elizabeth, knowing that the man would no longer be a threat to her younger sisters. He would... "Georgie?" A thought occurred to him. When she directed her gaze at him, he asked, "By chance, do you know the colour of Miss Elizabeth's gown?" His sister's smile grew bigger.
"I do."
The look on her face was wiser than her years.
"She will be wearing deep purple, with not a smidgen of lace or ruffles. Her Aunt Gardner may have mentioned she could loan Lizzie a necklace of amethysts, with earrings and a bracelet to match, should Lizzie desire. I have hair combs with the same stone that came from Mother's collection. I would like it if they could be made available for my friend to use. There is also a brooch with a centre stone of light purple surrounded by pearls that came with the combs. Would this be possible?"
Darcy could see Elizabeth dressed in dark plum, the gemstones dull compared to the green of her eyes. Her long, rich curls would be tamed and secured with pearl pins that paled compared to the luminous tresses they held. She would be the most beautiful woman at the ball, and if he should be so fortunate, the woman who would arrive on his arm. "Yes, sister dear, I will send a note to Parker before Richard and I leave for Hertfordshire to have them delivered by morning." Georgiana clapped and squealed with glee. Darcy stood, walked over, and kissed his sister on the forehead. "Wish me success," he whispered, for her ears alone.
"Ask, not demand,"
she whispered back, taking his hand in her own and squeezing it tightly. "As you wish, my lady." He bowed and let himself out of the room,
uncaring if his cousin followed. Standing in the hallway, he felt his nerves creep up his spine. As much uncertainty as he had suffered in his sister's bedchamber with her uncontrolled tears, he realised he was far more anxious about Miss Elizabeth's response to his petition. It was the first time in his lifetime that he would invite an unattached female to a ball. It was the first time he would willingly stand up for the first set with a woman unrelated to him. It was the first act of courtship. Beads of sweat ran down his back, and his palms were damp. His breath was coming too fast, and he willed it to slow down. He felt like a lad, like an immature 15-year-old whose voice threatened to crack and whose big feet seemed to always get in the way. Taking himself to task through sheer force of will, he brought himself under good regulation.
Who was he trying to fool?
He grinned so widely he could almost feel his cheeks in his ears. Walking down the staircase, a spring in his step, the butler directed him to the drawing-room. Elizabeth was alone. A maid directly behind him and sat in a corner, picking something out of the work-basket, giving all her attention to her needlework. Moving across the room, he stood in front of the most perfect woman for him.
What a mooncalf he was!
He asked. He was accepted, first dance and all. He left for Hertfordshire as the happiest man alive. Chapter 18.
He was livid. Darcy rode towards Longbourn like the hounds of hell were hot on his heels. Wickham was gone, missing from the regiment and unseen in Meryton. Richard had demanded information from the Rake's commanding officer, and Colonel Forster had responded by sharing how Wickham had vanished into mid-air 2 nights prior. A search had been started, but no trace had been found. By all accounts, there were no ladies missing from the area, and all of the other officers were accounted for. He had gone alone. Arriving at the Bennet home, Darcy turned towards his cousin. Be prepared for anything.
Only for Miss Elizabeth would Darcy again approach the estate. 4 days had passed since she had sent an express to her father, warning him about allowing association with Wickham. When Darcy had departed Gracechurch Street after visiting Georgiana that morning, Miss Elizabeth had yet to receive a reply.
"Tell me again, why are we here?" Richard sighed. "I cannot imagine either of us will be welcomed by the master."
"I suppose not,"
Darcy mused as he dismounted. Dropping his reins, he set out for the front door.
Miss Elizabeth will want to know any news from her family, and I have a suspicion that her youngest 2 sisters might have an idea as to which direction Wickham might have headed.
The colonel nodded, following behind. Mr. Bennet's
"Enter!"
was brusque, as was expected. Again he offered no courtesy. Neither did Darcy. Without preamble, he stated the purpose of his call.
Your daughter has been awaiting a reply to her express. The colonel and I are headed back to town, and would be pleased to carry any correspondence to Gracechurch Street.
"You're now delivering the post, are you?"
Miss Elizabeth's father scoffed.
"You're a man of many talents, Mr. Darcy."
"I am in the service of your beloved child."
Darcy regulated his breathing so he would keep his temper restrained. Miss Elizabeth loved the man in front of him. She would be angry if Darcy unsettled him. It was not fair, but it was one way to please her. Mr. Bennet waved his hand.
"Jane wrote to Lizzie. I had nothing to add."
"Nothing?"
Darcy almost had to bite his tongue.
"Are you aware George Wickham is no longer in Meryton?"
"My youngest have made me aware."
Mr. Bennet sat back in his chair and folded his hands, resting them on his middle. He peered at them from over the top of his spectacles.
"For some odd reason, the local merchants denied the lieutenant additional credit. I understand his movements were curtailed and his participation in social events non-existent. Both Kitty and Lydia have yet to stop wailing over their heartache."
He chuckled. There was nothing about the conversation that Darcy found funny. Judging by the expression on Richard's face, neither did he.
"For some odd reason?"
Darcy asked, his voice unusually quiet.
"You do not know why Wickham was denied entry into Meryton's businesses? Did you not care to discover the character of the man you had hoped to attach to Miss Elizabeth and to your household?"
My Lizzie has a discerning eye, Mr. Darcy. She wisely turned away both Mr. Collins and Lieutenant Wickham. My assistance was not needed."
A churning cauldron of emotions threatened to erupt from Darcy's mouth. When he saw Richard reach for the hilt of his sword, he knew it was time to leave. They would accomplish nothing with Mr. Bennet. Darcy gave a curt bow.
"I will reassure your daughter that we found you to be as you always are."
He heard the insult, and assumed Miss Elizabeth's father had enough perception too as well.
"We will take our leave from the rest of the house and return to London."
Mr. Bennet waved his hand to hurry them on their way. Grabbing a book from the stack on the corner of his desk, he ignored their departure from his bookroom. Stepping into the hall, Darcy leaned back against the wall, his eyes tightly shut, his nostrils flaring.
"How could a man—"
He would not finish. That Miss Elizabeth had compared his actions to her father's hurt him to the core. He, Fitzwilliam Darcy, was not Mr. Bennet. Rubbing his fist on his chest, he stepped away from the wall and walked to the drawing-room. As soon as they were announced, quiet settled over the two youngest Bennets. Darcy was pleased Mrs. Bennet was not in attendance. Taking advantage of this unexpected opportunity, he bowed to the two girls.
"Miss Catherine, Miss Lydia."
He noted the eldest of the two was far more demure than the other times he had been in her presence, and wondered at the difference in her composure. Miss Lydia acted the same as he had been accustomed to during his stay in Hertfordshire. "Why, Colonel, you are returned." The youngest ignored Darcy's greeting and sauntered to stand next to his cousin, putting her hand on his arm. "I knew you could not stay away from me." Richard stayed in place. He could be charming when needed, and he had apparently decided he could catch more flies with honey than with vinegar. He patted her hand. It was a bold, forward move, which could easily be misconstrued.
"You knew, did you?"
The Colonel took a small step away from Miss Lydia.
"My purpose in being here today is to offer you both a sincere apology."
He bent his head, but he did not lose eye contact. "An apology? Why, whatever for?" Miss Lydia shuffled slightly, so she regained her proximity. She was relentless. Darcy had to give her that much.
"You were all kindness to have overlooked my aggression towards a fellow officer."
His cousin turned his head to gaze down at Miss Lydia, giving the impression he was captivated. Had Darcy not seen this move before, he would have suspected his cousin's attachment to Miss Knowlton was fragile.
"When last we were in company, albeit briefly, you had been slighted by Wickham and had to sit out the first as a result. Might I inquire, have you forgiven him his trespass?"
The youngest Bennet daughter dropped her hand from Richard, as if his arm was burning hot. She spun away and dropped into the closest vacant chair. "Lieutenant Wickham is—" she began, only to be interrupted by her sister. "Lydia, we are not to speak of Lieutenant Wickham," Miss Kitty whispered, though both men could hear each word clearly. "Remember, we promised." In a move reminiscent of her father, Miss Lydia slumped in the chair and rested her fisted hands on her middle. "What do we owe him, Kitty?" she snarled. "He abandoned us for that freckle-faced Miss King and her £10,000. Sniffing loudly, she continued unchecked. "If only I had 10,000, we would be off to London instead of—" She slapped her hand over her mouth, her eyes growing large and her chin dropping. "Lydia!" Kitty howled her displeasure. "We promised." Darcy felt they had learnt enough.
"Ladies, pray do not be concerned that we would ever tell the lieutenant where we heard his plans. Your information is safe with us."
He quickly reassured them.
"But I am curious."
He glanced at Richard to see his look of confusion.
"Why did you not tell this information to Colonel Forster when he asked about Wickham's whereabouts? The man is wanted for desertion in a time of war. I cannot conceive of your not wanting to protect yourselves and your neighbours from a traitor to the crown."
Miss Lydia looked up from her seat, her expression belligerent. "They never asked." Darcy wanted to throw his hands in the air. Instead, he strove to remain calm. Richard huffed and turned his back on the young ladies, struggling not to hit something in frustration. Clearing his throat, Darcy asked,
Miss Catherine, Miss Lydia, had Colonel Forster not been remiss and instead chose to place you under oath, what could you have told him about George Wickham?
Miss Lydia sulked in her chair, her lips pressed together.
Under oath?
Miss Kitty started wringing her hands together, and her breathing quickened.
Like in a court with a judge?
Yes.
Darcy was stretching the Colonel's authority, and was hoping, in their youthfulness, the young ladies were exceedingly gullible. He now focused all his attention on Miss Catherine.
I do not know what to do, Mr. Darcy, she fluttered. We promised, and a lady should never go back on a promise.
Her sister snorted.
A lady would never sneak away for kisses with a man who was yet to offer marriage, Kitty.
The reply was immediate. The men forgotten, Miss Kitty turned on her sister, her expression fierce, and her hands fisted on her hips. Oh yes, Darcy knew that move. The eldest shrieked, almost an exact imitation of their mother.
As it happened, Captain Carter and Lieutenant Wickham spoke of marriage. Not to you, was the immediate reply. Well, no, not exactly to me, but it was only because they did not have the funds.
The volume failed to decrease, as the last came out most unwillingly.
Lieutenant Wickham told me he would be coming into a large sum when in town. Then he could marry.
She stepped closer to Miss Lydia, and Darcy feared fists would fly.
Just because you have decided to have untouched lips, Lydia Bennet, does not mean we all should.
Untouched lips? He looked at his cousin, who shrugged his own lack of comprehension of these youthful female minds.
With Jane engaged to Mr. Bingley, I will not be the first Bennet to marry, but I will go to my wedding chaste from my head to my toes, Kitty Bennet.
She leapt from the chair and faced her sister.
I am untouched too. Almost, Miss Kitty wailed. Oh, good heavens, Kitty, just tell them and be done with it.
Miss Lydia lifted her chin, demanding compliance from her older sister.
What is Wickham to us? And besides, we will owe Mr. Darcy once he takes that miserable Miss Bingley to his grand estate. Jane will have peace in her marriage, and we will go back to having the best bonnets in Meryton.
He was stunned. Him take Miss Bingley to Pemberley? He shuddered involuntarily.
Well, if you think it best.
Moving to stand next to her sister, as if there had never been voices raised between the two, Miss Catherine's words sent layers upon layers of chills down his spine.
I was looking at the ribbons through the window of the haberdashery when Lieutenant Wickham came from the alleyway. He whispered so none other could hear.
She lifted her chin, as if she was proud to have been the recipient of gossip not shared with others.
He told me Miss King meant nothing to him, that her uncle had swept her away to the coast that very morning, reminding me of the harm you had caused him since his youth, Mr. Darcy. He said he was going to London for a fatted calf worth £30,000.
Both Darcy and Richard sucked in their breath, then immediately struggled to regain their composure. Georgiana.
I cannot imagine a calf being worth 30,000. A cow would be worth more because there is more meat on its hide, and she could produce milk. But a calf?
Miss Kitty speculated.
I believe he might have been teasing.
Darcy's inclination was to vacate the premises, jump on his horse, and ride like the wind back to town. Fear shook him. He could give nothing away in case Wickham returned. These two would tell all without care for the harm it would do others. Bowing, he took their leave. Miss Catherine, Miss Lydia, we thank you both for your time and the helpful information. You are an asset to the community. He paused before he turned to leave. Pray give our greetings to your mother and sisters. We are sorry we miss being in their company.
You miss being in Mamma's company? Miss Lydia snorted. What a joke.
Be that as it may, was the only response he could form. Good day. Their horses were where they had left them. Both Darcy and Richard shook their heads at the incivility of their unwilling host, failing to request the attendance of a groom. As it was, they were allowed a few minutes of privacy before they departed.
I need a few moments at Netherfield Park with Bingley and his sister. Would you—"
He did not need to finish.
"I'm off to London to see to Georgiana's safety and find that scoundrel."
"We will meet at Gracechurch Street, then."
Darcy's gut wrenched at the task ahead. It was time. He had put it off too long. Mounting quickly, they both rode hard to their destinations. Chapter 19. Miss Caroline Bingley entered her brother's study with an anticipatory smile on her face. Darcy shivered in disapprobation. It dawned on him that he felt the same about Miss Lydia, but only after she opened her mouth to speak. With Bingley's sister, it was at the first sight of her. "How pleasant it is to have you return to us! Pray, how was London? Did you by chance visit Georgiana, or is she too involved with her masters? Perhaps she is still at Pemberley. Oh, I do love dear Georgiana." She did not wait for a response. "Pray let me order tea, and the housekeeper will prepare your rooms. You are staying, are you not?"
"No, I am not."
He was as brusque as Mr. Bennet had been earlier. He was not there for idle chit-chat. Bingley had been pleased when Darcy had stated his purpose upon his arrival.
"This is well timed, my friend. With my engagement to Jane, it would be best to have Caroline away from Netherfield Park. She would not budge if any hope existed of you returning."
Bingley nodded as he spoke.
"She's never listened when I spoke of your disinterest in her as a wife. I agree this is the only means of breaking through her fierce determination, so she will understand she needs to look elsewhere for a mate."
"Yes, well."
Darcy's conscience was flogging him. He had, like with Wickham, allowed this to go on too long. Giving her his full attention, he spoke the words he had practised as he rode from Longbourn to her home.
"Miss Bingley, I thank you for your offer of hospitality. However, I will be returning to London post-haste."
He waited for her to be seated before he spoke directly to her.
"My purpose for coming today is to make perfectly clear to you once and for all that my future does not include you as my wife. I have spoken of my attachment to another lady with my aunt and uncle, Lord and Lady Matlock. We have attended the opera, and I will be standing up with her at my aunt's ball tomorrow evening. My hope is that our courtship will lead to marriage."
He waited for the explosion. None came. "Might I inquire who has gained your favour?" Her question was bold, and he was again reminded of Miss Lydia Bennet. While he owed Miss Bingley nothing, his lack of taking charge of his own affairs, and his accountability for unintentionally increasing her expectations by not taking a stand earlier, led him to answer.
"Miss Elizabeth Bennet."
"Eliza Bennet!" Miss Bingley stood, her hand to her chest, her face devoid of colour, and her voice dripping with scorn. "How could you? She has blinded you, sir. You have fallen for her tricks and allurements. Separate yourself from her," Caroline insisted. "She is unattractive, unfashionable, and unrefined. She would be a blight on the Darcy name and reputation. And what of Georgiana? What sort of future will she have with Miss Eliza as her sister? Never will that impertinent chit be welcomed into the best houses, and neither will her family." She threw her hands into the air. "Her mother! Can you imagine Mrs. Bennet and Lady Matlock together? What of Lady Catherine de Bourgh? Can you conceive of a family gathering at Pemberley with Mrs. Bennet taking charge?" She pointed her finger at him. "You, sir, have been deceived."
"I have nothing else to say to you, Miss Bingley."
He spoke calmly.
"Your attempts to gain my attention have been noted and rejected by me. My position on this will not change."
He turned to his friend.
"Bingley, you and your bride have an open invitation to Pemberley that I hope you will take advantage of in the future."
He turned to his host's sister.
"You, Miss Bingley, by not accepting my decision with grace and good manners, will not be welcomed. Your uncharitable remarks about Miss Elizabeth and her family will not serve you well, for they will be your family as soon as Charles marries. How he chooses to address your sour attitude is up to him. For me, you have made my decision very easy.
If I hear of you using my name to gain access to society, I will crush you. Am I clear?"
She sputtered, her stance rebellious. As she started to speak, he held up his hand to stop her. He wanted nothing more from the bitter woman in front of him.
Caroline Bingley as Mrs. Darcy of Pemberley? Never.
He bowed.
"Good day to you, Charles."
Darcy glared at Miss Bingley. With a slight dip of his head, he left without saying another word. It was harsh, but it had to be done. He was glad of it, happy and relieved to have the unpleasantness over. As he rode to town, he recalled he had one more task to complete. No longer would he shirk matters which touched on his personal life. He would pursue Wickham to the ends of the earth until he was punished for the crimes he committed to honest merchants and innocent females, and the scoundrel was no longer a threat to the Darcys. He had set Miss Caroline Bingley in her place, crushing whatever hopes she had in attaching herself to him.
Yes, one more task.
Lady Catherine, and her incessant demands that he marry his cousin Anne, would need to understand he had no plans to agree with her goal. He would write to her that evening. Soft light was glowing through the windows outside the Gardiner residence on Gracechurch Street, welcoming him to their home. The butler supplied information as to the location of the family, as Darcy handed him his hat and coat. Georgiana had unexpectedly come downstairs. He stood, framed in the doorway, observing. Shaking his head when Barton started to announce him, his eyes surveyed the richness before him. The drawing-room had been divided into two camps. Mr. Gardiner and Richard were sipping brandy while seated comfortably in front of the fire. Mrs. Gardiner, Miss Elizabeth and Georgiana were chatting pleasantly in a small seating area near the front window. The Gardiner children were dotted randomly on the floor as they either quietly read children's books or played with their toys. He melted. This was his heart's desire, this peaceful consanguinity between generations and relatives. This kinship extended to outsiders, inviting them into the solidity of their loving bonds. Georgiana leaned into Miss Elizabeth's side as she chuckled over the antics of one of the twins. They shared a smile. Darcy felt the strongest urge to stride over and plunk himself down between the two ladies so he could participate in their joy. Miss Elizabeth looked up and caught his eye. Without a word, she transmitted her curiosity at why he was standing like a lamp-post. He smiled. Her eyes sparkled, and he knew she had never looked lovelier. This caught Georgiana's attention. She started to jump up, but sat down quickly. Miss Elizabeth clasped his sister's hand in her own, her head shaking slowly. Mrs. Gardiner mimicked the motion. Apparently there had been some rules set down prior to Georgiana's being with the family instead of in her room. As Barton finally performed his duty, Darcy approached, bent and kissed his sister on the cheek. A strong urge shot through him to do the same to Miss Elizabeth. He chuckled. That would not do, at least not with so many witnesses. He would hate to have his face slapped in public. It would have been a poor example for the children, his sister included.
"I am pleased to see you, Poppet," he whispered.
"You are the second person to utter those exact same words, brother." Her smile reached her eyes, and for the first time, even in spite of the events of the past few weeks, he could see her maturing right in front of him.
"I see that Richard not only borrows my newspapers and my brandy, he also borrows my words." "Never!" His cousin had walked over to greet him, obviously eavesdropping. Darcy slapped his hand on Richard's shoulder, squeezing to get his attention. "Have you been here since your return?" The question was phrased, so a simple answer would inform him whether or not anything had been done yet to find Wickham. None of the others would understand. "I have, Darcy." Richard shook his head slightly and glanced at Georgiana. "However, now you are here, I will return to my barracks. I have a ball to attend tomorrow, and need all the beauty sleep I can get." While the others laughed, as his cousin had intended, the message was clear. The colonel would use the connections from his regiment, selecting them from the men housed at the compound, to begin looking for the deserter. Neither man would rest until he was apprehended, and Georgiana was protected.
What Wickham could do with the knowledge of her pregnancy and subsequent loss of the child would ruin her permanently for polite society and crush her spirit. Only the rogue's continued silence gave them hope. "Miss Darcy, you have exceeded the time allowed," Mrs. Gardiner gently reminded Georgiana. "Mr. Gardiner and I need to take the children upstairs to bed. Might you accompany us now that you know your brother has arrived safely? Perhaps he might spend some time with you before you sleep." It was a suggestion Darcy easily concurred with, as it left him in the room with Miss Elizabeth. He wondered at Mrs. Gardiner's emptying the room of distraction, only to have Miss Elizabeth provide the answer. "Pray pardon my answer." Miss Elizabeth had stood when she hugged his sister good night. "Colonel Fitzwilliam mentioned your brief visit to my family at Longbourn. He said nothing of note about your exchange with my father, only that he would leave it to your superior conversation skills to share the information."
"He did he?" Darcy chortled. "My superior conversation skills. I have no clue to what he might be referring."
"Neither do I, Mr. Darcy." Shared smiles and laughter are precious. His heart felt like it lifted in his chest, like it was hovering below his throat, impeding his smooth flow of words. He knew inherently it was not the physical organ causing the obstruction. It was her beauty, her grace, her calm presence in the face of a storm.
"Might we sit?" he asked, buying time. "I will be frank, Miss Elizabeth," he began. "Your father was not pleased to have us at Longbourn."
Sadness clouded Elizabeth's lovely face. She dipped her head, her hands fisted in her lap.
"Never you, nor will I try to deceive you by sharing half-truths."
At that her head snapped up.
"I shall undoubtedly reveal matters you probably will not want to hear."
"My father," she whispered.
"Yes, I will speak of your father, but only to tell you he felt he had no other information to share with you above what Miss Bennet had already done."
He watched her closely. Fire lit her eyes. "You are prevaricating, sir, when you claimed you would not."
"You are too perceptive," he admitted. "And you are correct."
He paused to better frame his words.
"I inadvertently and shamefully learnt something about myself yesterday that at first hurt and angered me."
"Yesterday?"
"Yes."
He hesitated because of the pain his words would bring and the damage they would cause to the fragile trust they had between them.
"You spoke to your aunt of the similarities between my actions towards Wickham and your father's inaction towards his family."
She sucked in a breath as her eyes narrowed.
"Pray, hear my reasons for breaking a fundamental rule of good manners, Miss Elizabeth. Do not close me off now, I pray you," he pleaded.
If they were ever to get past the wall that stood between them, they both would have to set aside their pride and any hurt feelings.
"You see, I needed to hear your reprisal, and to do so I have justified my eavesdropping. I needed to be able to clearly identify what I needed to do to become the man I claim to be."
"Reprisal? Not correction?" she asked, in her own attempts to understand.
"Yes, reprisal, for I had hurt you. Unintentionally done, but done nevertheless."
He ran his hand through his hair.
"All of my adult life I have been proud to be the best parts of my parents. Yet it was only in my own mind that I closely followed their footsteps. In reality, I failed in the fundamentals. Where I was superior, I should have been tolerant. Where I was efficient, I should have been kind. Most importantly, where I was accountable, I should have done acts deserving of praise and accolades, rather than assume I was doing well in fulfilling my responsibilities. You see, Miss Elizabeth, I was culpable."
He stood and began to pace.
"I could see the flaws in your father where I could not see those very same faults in myself. But for you, I would continue in my ignorance, hurting the people I proclaim to care about the most. Today this is changed. I will no longer fail to act."
He stood still and looked closely at her, trying to read her mind, to determine how his words were affecting her. Nothing. He could ascertain not one thing. Women. They held all of life's mysteries in their small hands. He huffed.
Richard and I rode to Meryton for the purpose of having Wickham arrested and thrown into prison. He was gone, and no one we spoke with had a clue of his destination.
Lydia, she whispered.
Yes. After speaking with your father, who has no intentions of writing to you, we found your 2 youngest sisters in the drawing-room.
Darcy became cautious. She loved her sisters, and he needed to tell the truth in a way not accusatory.
Miss Lydia shared Wickham's goal of hunting down Georgiana, to do whatever he must to gain her fortune.
No! Elizabeth leapt to her feet and paced. We have to protect her. He cannot be allowed to find her. She stopped in front of him. They were standing so close, he could smell the soft floral scent uniquely her own. What are you doing to find him? She challenged. He wanted to grab her and spin her until she clung to him.
What a woman! I will not tell you I love you, Elizabeth, but at this moment I admire you more than I have any woman I have ever known, including my beloved mother.
He smiled until his eyes almost closed.
You have been slighted. You have been hurt. You have been offended. Yet you think of my sister. I am humbled by you.
Stuff and nonsense, Mr. Darcy. Her slight grin gave her away. She had been affected by his words. Shaking her head, she persisted. What has been done?
Richard awaited my return to start the search. With the asset of his regiment and some of the men's connections that reach like tentacles into the dregs of London society, we should apprehend him in no time, he explained.
She nodded. With the import of this mission, what kept you from returning with your cousin? He was not offended by her boldness.
So we have full disclosure. I will confess I rode to Netherfield Park to speak with Miss Bingley and her brother. After I heard your condemnation yesterday, I determined there were 3 issues which were unresolved. First and foremost was Wickham. The other 2 are personal matters. I have allowed by my inaction to exist where they fermented until they took on a life of their own.
I do not understand. She tilted her head to the side.
Miss Caroline Bingley and Lady Catherine de Bourgh were left with the impression that I might consider their wishes in selecting a bride. In no uncertain terms, I spoke with Miss Bingley, until she now discerns there is no hope of her becoming mistress of my estates. Once I return to Darcy House, I will pen a letter to my aunt, stating my unwillingness to give in to her demands to marry my cousin. I will not be moved.
I see. Miss Elizabeth bit the edge of her thumbnail, a nervous gesture he had never noticed her doing before. Thank you. He waited. She was a woman with strong opinions and a fiery disposition. He deserved to be scourged for listening in on a private conversation, and for admitting that he had, and for his crimes against the 3 he had mentioned. He was shocked when she smiled.
You are not angry?
He could not have guessed her reaction in a million years. Why would I be? Letting down her arms, he could see her hands relax at her sides. Her eyes glowed. I have 2 sisters and a mother who view eavesdropping as a sport, something which they compete over quite regularly. As for your flaws, as you called them, did you not already take steps to fix 2 out of the 3? Are you not planning to have them all addressed before this night is over?
Yes.
He felt timid, unsettled. Then I have to add this new information to what I already understood your character to be. We are getting to know one another, sir. Excitement rose in his chest. It was what she had requested, that they learn about each other. This was the purpose of a courtship. He was courting a woman. He was courting Elizabeth. He wanted to laugh and cry and shout to the moon.
We are.
Suddenly, he could not wait until the next evening when she would stand up with him for the first. They were courting. He felt like a dunce for overthinking this, but his heart was bursting with joy.
My Elizabeth,
he sighed. Almost. That one word sounded like his personal definition of hope. He could live with almost.
Chapter 20. Darcy's visit to Georgiana had gone well. That is, until she suggested he not come to Gracechurch Street on the morrow. He was surprised at how quickly he took offence. When she explained how a ball at the home of an earl was a special occasion for a lady, that it undoubtedly required hours of preparation and rest, he felt more at ease. Elizabeth, for she was again Elizabeth, would be getting ready for him. For him. He was a mooncalf. Of that there was no longer any question. He spent the night vacillating between nightmares of Wickham finding Georgiana and standing up with Elizabeth for the first dance. Perhaps his aunt would end the evening with a waltz. He would need to claim the final set as well, and was frustrated with himself for failing to ask. He was a dunderhead. Their search for Wickham the next day was in vain. They had found not even a hint of his whereabouts at the boarding-house of Mrs. Young, Georgiana's traitorous former companion. Her surprise at them asking about her lover appeared genuine. Nevertheless, Richard stationed one of his men nearby in case Wickham returned. Darcy speculated that the woman really did not have any valid information. Judging from the condition of her domicile, any money, even the small pittance she asked for, would have helped her circumstances. He gave her a few pounds, with the promise of much more if she would aid their search. Mrs. Young was too eager, and that worried both Darcy and the Colonel. But that was their morning. Both men had a ball to attend. Since his university days, he had dreaded rooms filled with strangers and people he did not want to see. Tonight, he was looking forward to the event. For the past hour, he had bathed, shaved, and been groomed until he almost glowed. His fine linen shirt and cravat were brilliantly white, and his black coat and trousers fit perfectly. He had secreted 2 of his waistcoats in his pocket when he visited the gardeners to show his sister. He needed her help in selecting the one closer in colour to Elizabeth's dress. Gratefully, she had chosen his favourite, a deep plum, with white stripes bordered with silver thread. Georgiana had whispered that the amethyst jewellery and combs were set in silver rather than gold. His amethyst stickpin and cufflinks had been set in gold. A quick visit to the jeweller's, and they would match his ensemble and hers. They were now beautifully encased in silver. With a final glance in the mirror, he approved every inch from the polished footwear to the style of his hair. He wondered briefly if his large grin made him look like a fool, then decided he cared not. Mr. Gardiner had not accepted his offer to provide transport, insisting he would bring his niece to the Grosvenor Square residence of the Fitzwilliams. His aunt and uncle lived across the street and 2 houses down from Darcy House, so it was a short stroll to reach his anticipated destination. He was early, really early. Uncaring that his family would tease him about his uncharacteristic timeliness, he sauntered into the house like he owned it. Richard was downstairs early too. He was pacing back and forth just inside the doorway, persisting in being a hazard to the staff. The gentlemen shook hands, confirmed with a glance that they were both dressed in their finest, and grabbed a glass of something slightly alcoholic from a passing footman.
"Has Miss Knowlton decided to remain at home this evening? Is this why you are pacing?"
Darcy had to ask. His cousin had used every opportunity to torment him over the years. Rarely had he seen Richard this unsettled.
No, she's not remaining home. That is not why I am pacing."
He stopped and shrugged.
"I have the utmost confidence in Cecily. She's a fine woman."
"High praise indeed."
Of course, Darcy knew who was the finest woman.
Elizabeth.
"You rarely show up before the evening's half over, Darcy. Are you nervous?"
Richard easily turned the tables on him. He did not mind at all.
"Elizabeth will be here, I have no doubt."
"Elizabeth, is it now?"
A sly grin appeared on the Colonel's face.
"Yes, Richard. My moment of uncertainty is over and calm has set in. She is, and always will be, Elizabeth."
Over the past 24 hours, she had been his one certainty. No matter what happened with Wickham or to Georgiana's future, he wanted Elizabeth by his side. His uncle approached, a large smile on his face.
They talked as his aunt scurried about, seeing to last-minute details.
"Well, boys, I never thought I would see the day when you were both dressed like dandies waiting for your ladies."
Hugh Fitzwilliam grinned.
"You both look ready to jump into the parson's trap at the first opportunity."
He clasped his beefy hands on their shoulders.
"I cannot say I blame either of you. Miss Knowlton is a fine young woman, and your Miss Bennet may be the making of you, Darcy."
"I have no doubts, sir,"
Darcy readily admitted.
"Then look behind you, son."
His uncle tipped his head towards the door. Darcy did not know where to look first. She was a vision. Her lustrous hair was pulled away from her face in soft curls held in place by Georgiana's combs. His palms itched to pull the gemstones out of her tresses, to watch her silken hair cascade down to the small of her back. He had never seen her hair loose, but he could easily imagine the ends bouncing at her waist. The cool evening air brought a flush to her cheeks and brilliance to her emerald eyes. Georgiana had been correct. The colour of her gown was the exact match to his waistcoat. He doubted the purple changed the colour of his brown eyes, like it did hers. Only the stars in the skies could compete with her magnificence. Diamonds would not do her justice. He saw no one else in the room. She captured his attention. She commandeered his affection. She held his heart. As Mr. Gardiner escorted his niece into the hall, Elizabeth smiled with pleasure at something her uncle had shared with her. A quip, a clever observation. Darcy could not wait for them to find him. He wanted her to look at him with love, to smile for him like she did Mr. Gardiner. Leaving Lord Matlock and Richard mid-sentence, he approached her.
"You have arrived. Well, that was stating the obvious."
"Are you certain, Mr. Darcy?" He loved her quick humour, and the saucy lift of her brow.
"Yes, I am certain."
Greeting Mr. Gardiner, he escorted both to where Richard and his family stood to receive guests. After a time, Mr. Gardiner wandered away to greet several acquaintances. Darcy took the opportunity to arrange matters with Elizabeth. First, he requested the final set. To his joy, she accepted. Then he canvassed the other subject on his mind.
"Miss Elizabeth, I have made a vow to never lie to you, despite bringing discomfort to myself."
Her brow lifted in question, yet she remained silent.
"I cannot be embarrassed for my actions when they resulted in the doing of good, so I will confess."
While he gulped, she spoke. "Am I a priest, that I should offer you the right of reconciliation, Mr. Darcy?"
"No, you are positively not a member of the priesthood, Elizabeth."
He grinned, appreciating how she was making it easier for him. He began.
"I may have deliberately, by careful questions, encouraged your two younger sisters to share a secret they had promised to keep."
He observed her closely, but he knew not whether it was anger or displeasure she was feeling, or any other emotion. At her quick intake of breath, he continued.
"I felt they had information which would aid us in our search. Your father seemed to have the same impression."
Concern filled her face, as her hand moved unconsciously to his sleeve.
"They shared what they knew,"
he stated flatly. As a guardian of a girl their age, he would never have tolerated a man, practically a stranger, speaking to Georgiana without an adult in attendance. "My father? Was he in attendance?"
"He was not."
"No," she hissed. Then she stared at him until his eyes started to blink. "Mr. Darcy, I am deeply embarrassed. Daily, the foibles of the Bennets are thrust blatantly in your face. How can you—"
"Want you? Need you? Love you?"
he offered. A soothing warmth filled him. Mr. Darcy." A lovely rose hue covered her cheeks. "Clearly, you are a much more complex man than I had imagined." Biting her bottom lip, she tilted her head to the side. "It was you. You warned the merchants, did you not?"
"Wickham has used his charm all his adult years to gain from the loss of others. He walks away without ever thinking of them again. They are nothing to him."
He put his hand over where hers rested.
These people are your neighbours. I needed to offer information so they were protected from further harm.
He bowed his head, shame filling him.
Though had I acted to bring Wickham to justice years ago, there would have been no threat, at least not from him.
Oh. A blank expression covered her face as she dropped her eyelids and processed all he had spoken. Oh? He lifted his chin, focusing on her lovely face. It was as clear as crystal when she comprehended all he had done. You are not as I thought you were. He was pleased. When he finally discerned that a task, even an unsavoury one, needed doing, he set aside his own preferences and saw it to completion. She was coming to know him. Oh! Her smile was genuine, and his heart lightened. He had no doubts they would converse on the subject again. Her opinions would be firm as she shared her concerns. He would listen, even if it killed him. He would listen. Time flew by, and soon the musicians played a melodic tune, signalling the first set was about to begin. Darcy contemplated the message their dancing the first dance would give the gossips that evening. Their presence together at the opera made a suggestion of a relationship. Tonight they would make a statement. He was hers, and she alone was his future. We must have conversation, Mr. Darcy, as it would be odd to not speak for the next half of an hour, Elizabeth teased him when they came together for the first steps.
Do you always speak while dancing? He countered.
When she giggled, her head tipped back and her eyes almost closed. Her rich, throaty laughter floated around him, and he felt a lightness to his soul that he cherished. And what would the great Mr. Darcy of Pemberley speak of during the dance? Possibly books, politics, the war? He shook his head with each suggestion.
I believe few ladies here would be able to speak on these subjects.
Then they know not what they miss. Frown lines appeared on her brow. Yet you have succeeded in evading my question, sir.
I have.
The pattern separated them. When she moved back into proximity, he continued boldly.
I would speak of love.
He held his breath for her reaction. Are you being a flirt? She suggested.
Never. The great Mr. Darcy of Pemberley does not flirt.
He laughed back at her. Sir, with full disclosure, I will admit there is something about you I dearly love. Her comment stole his breath. His heart stopped beating, and his palms started sweating under his gloves. Dare he hope?
There is.
He stood taller and felt lighter on his feet.
And what is it about my character you have grown to love?
Pardon me, did I say anything about character? Her gloved hand covered her mouth, her eyes dancing in the candlelight.
Well, not exactly.
His breathing returned, and his feet were planted firmly on the ground. He was grateful he was in line next to his Fitzwilliam relatives. His uncle was notoriously unskilled on the dance floor, so anyone close was used to stops and starts. No one would notice he stood in place. She had humbled him, again.
If not my sterling character, what is it about me you love?
The movement of the dance drew her so close, he could feel the sigh of her breath as she stepped in front of him. She leaned in even closer, and whispered so only he could hear. Your waistcoat, Mr. Darcy. Gleefully she resumed the pattern of the dance. She had noticed. He was enchanted, and he determined there and then he would have Parker shot for every piece of purple fabric he could find from one end of London to the other.
I thank you for admiring my garment.
He smiled as they came together again.
I'm wondering, however, if you observed anything unusual about my sleeve.
He turned his right shoulder so she could survey its length. Elizabeth gave it a thorough inspection, playing along with his silliness. Would you enlighten me, sir, for what exactly it is I should be looking? She asked, as she moved away from him to circle the gentleman to his left. He stopped again when she faced him, not caring whether he was disturbing the other dancers.
My heart, Elizabeth. he whispered. My heart is on my sleeve.
She sighed, stopping mid-motion. Her eyes glazed over as her pert lips drew into the shape of an O. She was discomposed, a feeling he knew well.
Come, Miss Elizabeth, we need to dance.
She shifted until she was even closer, her eyes never breaking with his. His desire to pull her into his embrace and mate his lips to hers felt like a living, breathing entity threatening to consume him. The teasing was gone. He burned for her. She sighed, her breath a gentle puff of air on his chin. I am undone, sir.
Could he be happier?
You do not play fair, Mr. Darcy.
Remember that, Elizabeth. All is fair in love and war, and this is...
Love? She whispered, her gaze still locked with his. Now it was he who sighed. Chapter 21. Hugh Fitzwilliam danced with his wife once each year, only when she hosted the ball, and only when he could not shift the duty to one of his sons. Darcy's habit of arriving late to a function served him well, so he could avoid being pressed into standing in the place of prominence with Lady Matlock. Tonight, he relished the disorganisation his uncle caused, so he could give the young woman across from him the whole of his attention.
Lord, but she was beautiful.
I sense a hint of self-satisfaction in the air, sir, that reeks of pride. I am unsure if the scent is pleasurable or not. Do you have an opinion you would like to share?
Minx. Could a heart burst from sheer joy?
Since we are learning of each other, I suggest you share a detail about yourself that few, if anyone, knows, and I shall do the same. Elizabeth wisely suggested.
She was clever.
Never in his memory had he found a female who was interested in more than his possessions. He, Fitzwilliam Darcy, was a man like any other. He needed to feel valued as a human being, worthy of notice and respect. Her wanting to delve into his secrets hinted at a personal interest he relished. He decided to jump into her suggestion with vigour.
I despise mutton,
he started, curious as to her response. Yet your primary farm income is from...
sheep.
Her laughter followed her down the line as the dance parted them. When she returned, it was her turn to share. For years, I wished to have been born a boy, she whispered.
Now?
He had to ask. No, not now, Elizabeth reassured him.
I am pleased you are not.
He could not even force a smile. The thought of her not standing across from him was unimaginable. Taking her hand, he held it longer than necessary. Your turn, Mr. Darcy. She squeezed his fingers. His heart was in his throat. He blurted, for her ears only.
I have never kissed a woman.
Neither have I, was her quick response. He smiled. She spoke. I like the feel of my father's whiskers under my lips when I kiss his cheek. It tickles.
You want me to grow whiskers?
He would. He would have Parker hide his razor until his beard grew soft and full if she desired. Though he hoped she would not. Whiskers itched. I have never touched a man's face without them. She blushed. I have wondered if your face feels as smooth and soft as it looks. Now it was he who was undone. Swallowing, he struggled to continue their game.
I secretly read Georgiana's romance novels.
He knew he should feel embarrassed by revealing he had been sneaking behind his sister's back to enjoy the books. He was not, and it should not have surprised him. He trusted Elizabeth implicitly, and wondered at his confidence. He had only known her for a period of less than 2 months. She grinned. In a house full of noise and activity, I am lonely. He stopped breathing.
I am lonely too.
Grateful the music ended, he escorted her to the side of the room.
Who is your next?
He inquired hastily. Sir, I have not had opportunity to speak with any other gentleman since my arrival. You have quite taken up my attention." Tilting her head to the side, she gazed at him, her small smile still present.
"I cannot ask you for 3, so Richard will request the supper dance, and I will do the same for Miss Knowlton. The 4 of us will be seated together, so they will be next to each other when their engagement is announced."
He took both her hands in his, uncaring of the gossips who gaped at them behind their fluttering fans.
"I cannot keep you from other partners, though I want to."
He sucked in a breath.
She was the entirety of his world at that moment.
Finally, he addressed her last revelation.
"Elizabeth, I cannot conceive of a future with anyone other than you. We can relieve each other's loneliness. However, with my current circumstances, I fear you may believe my motive is to lean on you, to abandon my accountability and force you to share the burdens I carry."
"You would be wrong, sir." Elizabeth clasped his fingers tightly. "I did consider how your situation may have influenced you to seek a closer bond with me than you would have done under normal circumstances." Her green eyes peered directly into his own. "Nonetheless, I would imagine you rarely share the load you carry. Whether as a friend, or possibly as a wife, I cannot refuse to aid you. I may have questioned your civility early in our acquaintance, but I have never questioned your honour." He pulled her hands to his chest, wrapping his gloved hands around her own. The weakness behind his knees threatened to drop him to the floor, while his joy held him firm.
"My honour makes me the man I am, Elizabeth. That you can clearly see me, the real me, sets you apart from the crowds and makes you extraordinarily precious to me."
His gaze bore into hers.
"Know this, Elizabeth Bennet," he said with conviction. "I will not waver, nor will I falter. I will never turn aside from you. You have my heart. My soul is in your capable hands, and my body is yours alone. No one will alter my love for you, not your family, not mine, not society, nor strangers we have yet to meet. I am yours."
Her breathing was ragged, and her cheeks flushed. Bravely, she held her focus on him. "Sir, I never expected such devotion." Her words were as soft as the light in her eyes. "You are determined on this course?" He nodded. He was bereft of words. Gulping, she continued, "My inclination is to readily join you at your side." When he caught his breath, she started gently, shaking her head. "I have 2 questions for you, Mr. Darcy, before I proceed. I cannot allow your beautiful words to sway me, before I comprehend how you can have changed so quickly."
"Ask."
It was not what he wanted. He worried her cleverness would keep her from him, and that he could not abide. "First, and I hate to bring up a painful past, why do you think I should overlook the hurtful words you uttered when we met? And second, how can I know your changed view of me is real?" Dropping his chin to his chest, he inhaled through his nostrils. Her concerns were valid.
"Admittedly, I have wondered the same. Therefore I am unsurprised at your query."
He again looked intently at her.
"I will not prevaricate, nor attempt to mislead."
Pausing, he collected his thoughts.
"Humility in all its forms has power. The humiliation of being confronted by your youngest sister, Bingley, and Richard with their disapprobation of my poor conduct has forced me to acknowledge my error. Being accosted en masse has not allowed me to excuse myself or justify my conduct as anything other than abhorrent. The humiliation of having familial issues pop up unexpectedly has compelled me to reevaluate my own value as a man. In truth, I had grown accustomed to adulation by my peers, and had allowed myself to believe in the false opinions of others. Upon reflection, I am mortified to have set myself high on a pedestal I have now fallen from. In retrospect, I have no desire to return to the perch. I am, like all others, a man with imperfections, who has no reason to allow the privileges I have received by birth to elevate me. Finally, I despise my Aunt Catherine's lauding her elevated rank above others. That I have repeatedly done so myself has cut me to the core, once I discern the similarity.
He leaned closer.
I am now looking at myself in the clear light of day. No longer is my mirror covered in a murky haze of arrogance and pride. I am honourable, though flawed. I am honest, though deficient. I am humbled, and happy to be such, as I now have the hope of no longer being alone. I love you, Elizabeth.
She sighed, closing her lovely eyes. Then she smiled, a slight movement of her lips, a look of peace and contentment on her face. You will speak to my uncle? Emeralds paled to the gleam in her expression.
She was glorious, and she was his. Yes, I will do so immediately.
He started to step back when her hands tightened on his. Before you do, you must know, William. He heard his own sharp intake of air at her use of the name only his closest relatives called him. Like you, I will not play false. My feelings towards you are not yet love. Nevertheless, she held her fingers to his lips when he started to speak. I see evidence of the thorns which have stood between us being cleared away. With the words we have exchanged, seeds of affection are bearing fruit. A stalk has pressed through the harsh, weathered surface, and is growing strong and tall. With tender nurturing, with both of us attending to its care, I see a bud blossoming into a divinely beautiful flower, deeply rooted to withstand adversity. Is this your vision as well? He had no words. The minuscule fears which had lingered in the deep recesses of his brain melted away. His conviction became iron.
Yes, my dearest.
He knew they stood too close. He was aware their actions, their gestures, were beyond the boundaries of decorum. He perceived the two of them would be bound by gossip at this moment. He doubted his ability to keep from failing, and to always keep her happy, but he did not doubt his love was enough for the both of them, until they stood as emotional equals.
I love you, Elizabeth.
She smiled. Chapter 22. Darcy's Aunt Helen had long been a favourite. He loved her dearly. He loved her even more by the end of the ball. Her choice for the last dance was a waltz. With the candles burning low, the atmosphere was delicious for romance. Whispers of the final dance had traversed the gathering the whole of the evening, so the matrons, who typically left after the supper was over, stayed to see who partnered whom. While Richard twirled his intended around the room, Darcy did the same with Elizabeth. It was a first time for them both, yet they fit and moved together like they were born for the dance. With his hand at her waist, his longing to pull her closer into his embrace was overwhelming. They had broken so many rules during the ball, he would not risk her reputation any further. She had danced with others, as he stood sentinel along the wall. His aunt had kept him company each time she had come upon him when she circled the room. "Will you have a double wedding with Richard?" had been her first question.
"I would love nothing more, Aunt. With that said, if they have a long engagement, I will pass on the privilege."
"Yours will be short, then?" his aunt inquired.
"I have yet to speak with her uncle. As a matter of fact, she has not actually told me yes."
"Have you asked?" Richard's mother was direct out of necessity. With 2 sons and a husband used to being in control, she had forged her own way into a position of authority, and since the death of his father, had treated Darcy as her third and youngest son.
"I have," he quickly assured her.
"Tonight?" Her brow lifted, a skill females must learn soon after their birth.
"No, I have not."
"Why not?" By then her fists were on her hips, and he knew not to hesitate.
"I will ask during the waltz."
He could not believe his eyes. Helen Fitzwilliam, one of the most articulate, composed women of his entire acquaintance, sighed with such pleasure that he speculated everyone in the room could hear. "You are quite the romantic, William."
Did she have to sound shocked? "She is worth the effort, Aunt."
Lady Matlock nodded her head once, and smiled as she strolled to the next person to need her attention. Yes, he would ask. The music floated around them as he silently counted the beats of 3. "Marry me, marry me, marry me," he repeated to himself, as they carefully moved around and away from the other couples.
"Elizabeth," he whispered, "I have a confession I am compelled to make."
She chuckled. "Recall, sir, I am not a priest."
"No, I am well aware."
She delighted him.
"In a conversation with Miss Bingley while in Hertfordshire, I had complimented the beauty of your eyes."
"You had? I cannot imagine." Now she frowned.
"It is true. Despite our rough beginning, I have long thought you the handsomest woman of my acquaintance."
He huffed.
"But this is neither here nor there. Dear lady, her response was to wish us joy, and I flippantly replied how a lady's imagination is very rapid, jumping from admiration to love and from love to matrimony."
"I see. And what was her response?" Her question was cautious.
"She claimed we would often have your mother at Pemberley with us."
He was frustrated. This was not the direction he intended to pursue when he started the conversation.
"You are too quick, Elizabeth, and I need to regain my thought, I pray you."
"What are you attempting to say, William?" Her tone was not sharp, but kindly.
"I am loath to admit it, but I believe Caroline Bingley was correct, and I was not. I do not want a courtship. I do not want a lengthy engagement. I want you as my bride."
"Are you angry at me? I hear your frustration." The music did not slow, but their steps did, until they were almost at a standstill.
"No."
He wanted to run his fingers through his hair.
"I want to be romantic. I want to use winsome words to sweep you off your feet. I want you to want me, to want to be Mrs. Darcy. However, my tongue has failed me. You are standing too close, Elizabeth."
He pulled her to him before she could retreat.
"The fragrance you wear has filled my nostrils and flooded my brain until I cannot think. I can only feel. The smallness of your waist draws my hand to pull you closer, and the tilt of your head begs me to lean down and—"
He huffed again.
"You, my dear woman, are taxing my self-control, and in spite of the fact we are in a ballroom at my uncle's home, I want to—"
Wisely, he stopped. "Are you asking me to marry you?"
What a woman!
She did not cringe away from his turbulent emotions. Rather, she sifted through them to reach the crux of the matter.
She was worthy of admiration. "Yes, I am."
He was done with the music, done with the dance, done with the crowded room, and done with decorum. Kneeling on his right knee, he kept her hand in his.
"Will you, my dearest, loveliest Elizabeth, do me the honour of accepting my hand in marriage?"
Vaguely, he became aware the musicians stopped playing, and a hush fell over the crowd. He cared not. "I will." With those 2 simple words, he knew his joy was assured. No matter Georgiana's future, or any opposition from his peers for marrying a country lass, he finally had the foundation for happiness. Standing, he brought her hand to his mouth and brushed his lips over the white glove. Later, when they had privacy, he would finally be able to express his sentiments properly. "Does your cousin love you?" At first he did not understand why she asked.
"Of course," he answered.
"I am glad of it, William, because the gossip columns will certainly be filled with shocking news of Mr. F.D. from Derbyshire, rather than the announcement of the engagement of the Earl's second son to a worthy woman."
"I refuse to feel embarrassment for my actions, dearest."
He smiled down at her as he contemplated where her head would fit the first time she rested it on his shoulder.
"Richard does not have his older brother's desire for attention. Whether Miss Knowlton feels the same, I do not know. Nonetheless, the furore surrounding our engagement will deflect interest from Georgiana, should there be a hint of gossip about her illness. Also, I want it known that I am officially off the market. If my public display makes me look foolish in the eyes of the ton, then so be it. I care not for their opinion."
Her face was relaxed and at peace. Mr. Gardiner stood at the side of the dance floor, waiting. Darcy had learnt the man was protective of his own. He lost no time asking for his niece's hand. When their goodbyes had been said to their hosts, Darcy escorted Elizabeth to the Gardner carriage, grateful for the biting chill that cooled his ardour. He loved her.
Thank you for agreeing to become my wife.
Thin snowflakes, few in number, drifted from the darkness of the heavens. One landed on her cheek. The longing to kiss it away was powerful. When he bent his head to do so, the forceful clearing of Mr. Gardner's throat stopped him. Soon. Handing her into the carriage, he bowed.
Until tomorrow,
he whispered, for her hearing only. Hearing a distant clock chime 3 times, he only had to wait another 8 hours before he could justify showing up at Gracechurch Street. It was easy to imagine Elizabeth and Georgiana sitting close, heads together, reviewing the ball in all its magnificent details. Aunt Helen had entertaining down to a fine art. She could help both his wife and sister make their way once they started hosting social evenings. His wife. He could not keep the smile from his face as he made the short walk home. Despite Georgiana's circumstances, for the first time since his youth, he was happy. The Express arrived while he was searching the newspaper for the gossip column, a portion of the daily news he routinely overlooked. He chuckled to himself. Elizabeth had been correct. His proposal had made the first paragraph. Richard's engagement was in the second.
Sir?
His butler approached him with a note, the haphazard folds incongruous next to the elegant salver.
The messenger did not wait for a reply.
Both men looked towards the hallway, at the immediate heavy banging on the front door. The sound of a fist pounding on the wood, rather than the metal clang of the knocker, gave rise to the suspicion the messenger had changed his mind. Glancing at the outside of the missive, chills shot down Darcy's spine. He knew that handwriting intimately. Wickham. Pushing aside the servant, he rushed to the door, throwing it open and hurling himself at the man standing in front of him. Only it was not an unknown messenger he could interrogate as to the location of George Wickham. It was a frantic-looking Mr. Gardner.
Lizzie is gone.
The first words uttered by Elizabeth's uncle intensified the chills.
She woke early, as is her wont, and went for a stroll in the park across from our home. The maid accompanying her reported they were approached by a gentleman who apparently was known to my niece. A short argument ensued, whereupon the man roughly grabbed Lizzie and threw her over his shoulder. Within seconds he had tossed her, kicking and screaming, into a waiting hackney, and they were gone. He added, We heard her clear inside the house. Only then did Darcy note the man had no coat or outerwear. He must have come immediately. Sick to his stomach, he looked at the paper in his hand, inherently knowing the explanation would be contained within. Hurriedly breaking the seal on the note, he skimmed the contents as fear and trepidation filled him. Darcy, I'm ruined. You finally succeeded in taking everything from me, so now it is time to take something you prize from you. I've been watching you, Darcy. Curiously, I noted your repeated jaunts to Gracechurch Street. Why would the vainglorious Fitzwilliam Darcy visit an inferior area of town? Had you hidden Georgiana within the house in an effort to keep her from me? Was your aborted trip to America and her illness something you wanted to hide from knowing eyes, especially mine? Such was my thinking, until I watched Miss Elizabeth Bennet depart from the house for the park. Yes, I know what you find attractive in her, but what could she possibly see in you? She had openly proclaimed her disdain for you in Hertfordshire. What changed now that she is in London? Oh, I know. Your wealth, your name, Darcy House and Pemberley. Smart girl. I watched you outside Matlock House. Who would have thought you would be captured by a country miss? It just so happens that I feel the same about her as you do, and I find certain joy knowing I will be taking all the liberties you can only dream about. You can keep your insipid sister. I will keep the love of your life. How does it feel, knowing I have something you desperately want? This is how I felt from my youth on as I watched you taking for granted all you possess, knowing I would have been a far better master. You are undeserving, Fitzy. I am the man your father loved, not you. Be that as it may, I have a bargain to propose.
Give me the value of Georgiana's dowry, and I will give you back a slightly rumpled version of the woman you adore. A fair trade, do you not think? Money can buy my silence, so sweet, no longer innocent Georgie can have a future. Money will give you a future as well. You have 24 hours. If you do not provide the blunt, I will sell Miss Elizabeth as soon as I am done with her. Your choice. I will be in contact on the morrow. G.W.
Chapter 23. Instantaneous panic turned into an anger so cold it shook him physically. Thrusting the letter towards Mr. Gardiner, he yelled for his butler to contact Richard, and for a carriage to be prepared, as he ran upstairs, leaving Elizabeth's uncle in the entrance hall. His staff would see to him.
Parker!
He demanded immediate action. As he swept into his chambers, his valet had already removed the painting of Pemberley from the wall to the right of his wardrobe. Darcy inserted the key to the safe, counting the small stack of £1,000 notes when the door sprung open. There were 10. Georgiana's dowry was 30,000. He would need to contact Mr. Henry Hayes at the Bank of England for the rest. It was the habit of gentlemen to store their valuables in their study. Darcy House had a safe nestled in the wall behind his desk. However, his grandfather had, after a spate of robberies, installed 2 other locations where the treasures could be divided equally, thus guaranteeing there would never be a complete loss to the Darcy assets. Returning downstairs, he met his cousin running from Matlock House, as Mr. Gardiner's horse was being tied behind the carriage. Climbing inside, the 2 men apprised Richard of what they knew.
"What's your plan?"
the colonel inquired. Strategy was his speciality.
"We've searched the area around Mrs. Young's and found no evidence of him. His letter places him close to Grosvenor Square, and to the docks, apparently, since leaving Hertfordshire. My assumption that he was in the seedier part of town was wrong."
"As was mine," Darcy admitted to his chagrin. "You know him, Richard. You know as well as I what he is capable of."
"Gentlemen," Mr. Gardiner interrupted, "this man's interference with Miss Darcy was your problem alone. Now that he has my Lizzie, he is mine."
This was a new side to Elizabeth's uncle. Formerly, he had been a warm family man, who generously had opened his home to a stranger, offering a safe haven and hospitality on the basis of his niece's acquaintance. Before Darcy now sat a man capable of inciting followers to action, of commanding attention.
This was Mrs. Bennet's brother?
Richard spoke.
"What are you thinking, sir?" "Though Elizabeth is betrothed, she is still under the protection of my house. Before I left Grace Church—"
They were interrupted.
"Mr. Gardiner!"
The voice outside their transport was gasping for air.
"Mr. Gardiner, sir!"
Darcy pounded on the roof to stop the vehicle, as Elizabeth's uncle leaned towards the window. Throwing open the door, Mr. Gardiner jumped from the carriage before it came to a complete standstill. Darcy and the colonel followed.
"Samuel, what news?"
The servant was bent over, grasping his knee with one hand, while he held out a note with the other, panting. Darcy recognised him as one of the Gardiner footmen.
"I ran as fast as I could. Too much time to get a horse."
He stood, clutching his side.
"Mrs. Gardiner wanted you to know right away, sir. Miss Lizzie—"
Samuel puffed.
"Is home."
"Home?"
All 3 men spoke at once. Before the men could answer, they swept him into the carriage and took off towards Gracechurch Street. Darcy was joyous. His Elizabeth was safe. But how? His joy turned to worry. She was clever, but so was Wickham. This made no sense. While the cousins plied the footman with questions, demanding answers, Mr. Gardiner sat in silence.
"Oh, Lord!"
His exclamation stopped all attempts at conversation. In his hand was the missive, opened, read and crumpled. Using his free hand, he rubbed it across his face.
"This is for you, Mr. Darcy."
Again Darcy recognised the penmanship. Wickham had always signed his own name with scroll-work, adorning the W, with the rest penned large across the paper. With Darcy's name, he made the letters as small as possible, as if the words meant little.
The name on the outside was barely visible. Glancing at Elizabeth's uncle, his lips were pressed tight, and all colour had vanished from his face. This would not be good news. The first few words chilled his soul. "Darcy, you must be surprised to receive not only this missive, but Miss Elizabeth as well. Do not give me altruistic qualities I do not possess. I suffer no regrets for my actions. My removing her so easily from her uncle's residence was not impulse, the work of a moment. My purpose was, and is, deliberate. Did you contact the bank? Did you call Richard to your side? Did your mind fill with strategy to best find me in the seedier portions of the city? Did you think to harass Mrs. Young? I laugh at you, Darcy. You, who have always prided yourself on being the wiser man. You are an ignorant fool. Know this, my old friend. The ruin of your sister was merely the first step of my plan. Snatching the lovely Miss Elizabeth was step 2. Do you wonder what will be next? I laugh at your imagination. I know you, Darcy. You can think the smallest inclination to death. Nonetheless, no matter how hard you try, you will never outsmart the master. So hide your sister and your betrothed in your home and make Darcy House into a fortress. Remove them to Pemberley, or take them to the Americas. It matters not. Hire Bow Street runners until you run out of funds. Again, it matters not. You will not best me this time. You are a puppet, and I am the maestro. I live to watch you dance on the string. I aim to destroy you, and gain all that is yours, what should rightly have been mine. And either victory, or else a grave. G.W. Shakespeare, Henry VI. Richard provided, while Darcy's emotions churned to the point he wanted to vomit. Anger warred with fear, frustration with incredulity. When had Wickham become so evil? His chest started tingling as his brain filled with fog. He would spit on George Wickham the next time he saw him, right before he ran him through. Never had he yearned to end the life of another human being. Never had he longed to cause the same mental anguish he was currently experiencing. Yet he did now. Elizabeth. What was she? How was she? As hard as he tried, nothing coherent came to him. All he could do was feel, to force himself to move past the numbness filtering the length of his extremities, by focusing on her, rather than any threat to himself. He despised the loss of control, and abhorred that it was Wickham who seemed to have the upper hand. "We are almost to my home," Mr. Gardiner informed the others. "Sirs, what are your intentions? Will you arrive showing the terror you are currently wearing, or will you remember there is a chance Mr. Wickham is lying in wait to rejoice in your response? For I believe any despair you show will increase both his pleasure and his confidence." Darcy swallowed. "You are correct. He is a man without conscience who would delight in unsettling me." Looking out of the windows, he hoped to spy the lawless culprit. "I need to be strong for Elizabeth. She needs me." His own words soothed him and gave him purpose. Crumpling the paper into a wad, he stuffed it into his pocket. The last thing his Elizabeth needed to see were the words of that miscreant. That she had been alone in his company, albeit briefly, was intolerable. She must be suffering so. All 3 men kept from gazing around at their surroundings as they casually strolled to the door. It was all a show. Inside the Gardiner residence, they were stunned to hear Elizabeth's laughter coming from the drawing-room. Darcy could no longer contain himself. Hurrying inside, he wrapped her in his embrace and dropped his head to rest on her soft curls. Closing his eyes, he knew that together they could vanquish this foe. How, he had no clue. "Elizabeth." He breathed her name as he held her. When the arms she wrapped around his waist squeezed him briefly, he felt a measure of peace overtake him. He loved her. She pulled back when her uncle cleared his throat and looked up. Her eyes were luminous and wary. He had to know. "Why did you laugh?" She tilted her head forward until her forehead rested on his shoulder. Then she shook her head. "Pray tell me." She had been through enough. He would not demand. Yet he did not understand. "You will think me terrible, sir," she whispered softly. "Never." His reassurance was quick. She sighed, then stepped from his arms. He was bereft, wanting her back. The glare from her uncle kept him from grabbing for her again.
"Pray be seated, and I shall share what I just told my aunt of the events of the past hour, sir."
Elizabeth sat on one end of a sofa, and Darcy joined her, clasping her hand in his.
"I recognised Lieutenant Wickham immediately. My fear was he had come for Georgiana."
Darcy quickly surveyed the room, and found to his relief his sister was not in attendance. He hoped she never learnt what had happened. Elizabeth continued. "When I realised his intentions, and came under his power, I recalled a lesson learnt from my youngest sister."
"Lydia?"
Mr. Gardiner was surprised, as were they all. Miss Lydia Bennet was not known for her keen intelligence.
"Yes, Lydia."
Elizabeth lifted her chin, daring any to defy the exalted opinion she held at that time of the silliest of all the Bennet girls.
"Early last year, her figure went from being slim to that of a woman. At 14 years of age, she was slightly more timid than now."
Timid was not a word Darcy would ever have applied to Miss Lydia Bennet.
"When the neighbourhood boys started paying attention to her, she did not like it, at all. So she took it upon herself to speak with the brother of Charlotte Lucas, asking him how best to immobilise a man should one threaten her with a familiarity she did not feel comfortable receiving. Lydia, being Lydia, could not keep the information to herself. After demonstrating certain movements to the rest of us girls, I asked Papa if her depictions were accurate. When his face turned a greenish colour, and he had difficulty swallowing, I knew her information was sound."
"You used your knee?"
Richard asked in awe.
Waving him off with her hand, she said, "No, not at all. Though I am aware of that move, I had no opportunity, nor desire to inflict that particular pain in that moment. You see, the carriage was moving quickly, and it was all I could do to hang on to my seat."
"Then what did you do?"
Richard pursued his line of question. Darcy, too, was curious.
"When we became ensnared in traffic close to the docks, he shoved the note into my hands and attempted to kick me out of the door to the ground. On my way past, I used the heel of my walking boot to grind my weight into the top of his foot. Then, acting as if I had lost my balance, I bent the joint of these 2 fingers to jab at the lump in his throat." She demonstrated with the index and middle finger of her left hand. "He seemed most pained by that move. He was gasping so hard, the force of his movements was lessened, so I landed inelegantly, but without suffering harm, in front of a fishmonger's stand. There was a lone mackerel left for sale that had no appeal for me at all." She chuckled. "I chose not to accept the poor man's offer for our evening meal, dusted off my skirt and made my way home." Darcy had to close his mouth, and noted Richard and Mr. Gardiner had to do the same. He observed her closely, and knew by the squeeze of her hand, and the pinched look around her mouth, that she was trying to ease everyone else's way at her own expense. He would let her pretend for an instant, since it seemed to bring her temporary relief. However, she needed him, whether she was aware of it or not, as much as he needed her. Bruises were forming on her upper arms where Wickham had grabbed her. Darcy determined there and then that his former companion would pay for every single mark he put on this woman. He would pay for Georgiana and every other woman he had harmed or defiled. Cold fury settled inside him, and he knew justice would be the only thing to remove it from his heart.
"You learnt this from Miss Lydia?" Richard asked. "The same Miss Lydia, enamoured of officers and dancing?"
Elizabeth nodded to the affirmative. "Colonel, the amount of times each week my sisters walk the mile to and from Meryton has given them strongly muscled legs. I fear for the man who attempts to take liberties with any of them." Of all of Elizabeth's many sisters, the youngest had been Darcy's least favourite and most despised. Yet now he could not keep himself from proclaiming, "God bless Lydia Bennet." Never would he have imagined any circumstances where he would utter those words, yet he meant them with all his heart. Chapter 24. To his amazement, Elizabeth asked, "What was your first impression of the letter, William?"
"You read it?"
His intentions had not been to express disapproval, though the furrowing of her brow indicated his lack of success.
"Yes, I did for 2 reasons."
Elizabeth paused, and he knew she was trying to read his face. He figured she checked for his disapprobation. With an effort, he relaxed the tense muscles surrounding his jaw and stopped gritting his teeth. Elizabeth must have been satisfied as she went on. By reading what was in my hands, I both appeased my curiosity and kept my face hidden from anyone who might have associated me with the lady who was proposed to by the elusive Mr. Darcy a few hours prior.
Smart girl, Richard proclaimed, before Darcy was able. My question to you then, Miss Elizabeth, is what did you think of the letter?
She did not immediately answer. When she did, Darcy was again impressed with her insight. He has no fear of you, William.
Why do you say this?
Darcy's curiosity as to her thinking process was piqued. He speaks of the deliberateness of his actions and taunts you with the assuredness of his success, Elizabeth replied, squeezing his fingers. I no longer believe money is his goal, or he would have kept me until he collected the ransom. Like him, I am convinced you would have paid. Darcy nodded, pleased she knew him so well. She continued, Lieutenant Wickham stated that his actions are part of a greater plan, something he has considered since before Ramsgate. He hinted that he is able to afford lodgings suitable for a gentleman, and that he is working alone.
Thank you, Miss Elizabeth, the Colonel responded. You are undoubtedly correct with the whole of your comments.
He shifted his attention to his cousin.
I do wonder at the man. Darcy, has Wickham ever had a goal other than wealth?
He has not.
Always his old friend had pressed him for cash. Always there had been some emergency which required an immediate insurgence of funds.
Do you have an idea what it is he wants other than a large sum? The Colonel pressed.
Pemberley, Darcy stated confidently. With the estate comes a fortune in artwork from antiquity. The library on its own is considered by experts to be priceless, with the number of first editions and rare books in the collections. The annual income alone from rents and the harvests would guarantee a lifetime of income to support his debauched living.
Mrs. Gardiner made her presence known for the first time. Pray, do not forget the power wielded by the Master of Pemberley. She looked to each man individually before she explained her point. Not only are you the local magistrate for legal matters, you hold in your hands the future of hundreds of servants and tenants. Brandished by a good and fair man, the people thrive. Used harshly by an immoral and selfish man, the people would suffer until they could take no more. They would rebel, and many would be harmed.
Richard snorted. Wickham would not care about the people. He wants wealth and power at any cost.
I was trained from infancy for this authority, Mrs. Gardiner,
Darcy stated, unashamed of his privileges.
Wickham may have received a gentleman's education, and had the potential to learn the running of an estate from his own good father. However, he chose not to learn.
Uneasy lies the head that wears the crown, Elizabeth quoted from Henry IV.
Yes, Elizabeth. My responsibilities are many, but they are mine. I will not abandon my heritage easily. George Wickham will have to fight me hand and fist. I will not let go of what is mine.
Since the death of his father, Darcy had long pondered the inheritance he would one day leave to his sons. He was proud of the work he had done, and had every intention of continuing on this path. With Elizabeth alongside him, they would be formidable. Mr. Gardiner interjected a valid issue.
My impression from reading the letter is that Wickham's sole purpose is not the gaining control of your assets.
He had everyone's immediate attention.
The loss to you appears to weigh as heavily, if not more so, than obtaining what you own. Recall he stated his aim to destroy you. This speaks of an intense, deep-seated jealousy, an inordinate or rapacious desire where he not only wants what you have, he begrudges you for having it in the first place.
This is greed of the worst sort, uncle, Elizabeth chimed in. Even the Bible says covetousness is wrong when it is displayed by actions that are often unpardonable. She turned back to the man sitting at her side. Lieutenant Wickham's motives are most suspect. My question to you now is, what does your initial instinct tell you to do? How is your heart leading you to respond?
He huffed. My heart is as treacherous as yours and everyone else's, Elizabeth. As Wickham suggested, My first thought was to sequester you and Georgiana at Pemberley, or one of my distant estates, until the rake is apprehended and punishment is meted out."
"You have moved on from this inclination, then?" she asked, a sparkle in her eyes and a small smile on her face.
"I have, dearest,"
he smiled back, lost in the beauty of her face.
"Then tell us, Darcy. Do not leave us in the dark as to your plans," his cousin demanded.
At that, Darcy excused himself from his beloved and stood. Walking to stand in front of the fireplace, he sorted his thoughts before he spoke, as was his habit. Avoiding distraction by not looking at his betrothed, he addressed Richard directly.
"This tactic of Wickham's is not unknown to me. From our youth it was his purpose to best me in every endeavour. At times he succeeded. For the most part he failed. Nevertheless, he has never stopped."
Rubbing his mouth, he considered his words carefully.
"One fact I have always known about George is that even if he had it all, he would not be satisfied. He would always want more."
"Then this is his weakness. Can such a man be worked upon?" asked Elizabeth.
"Yes, he can." His voice was certain. "There are 2 immutable facets to life. One is that we will all eventually die. The other is that George Wickham lacks patience. What he wants now."
"Yet he did nothing other than disparage you while in Hertfordshire."
"Which is his modus operandi," Richard added. "He's done the same since he was in leading strings. Darcy is correct. Wickham cannot see past the reward. He takes risks, he gambles, and he most often loses." "As he will this time," Darcy insisted.
Mr. Gardiner surveyed the young man from head to toe. His words were harsh.
"You are mighty confident for a man with a ruined sister and an intended who was easily captured and returned. I am not liking this at all, Mr. Darcy. Your attitude appears to belittle what the man has already accomplished, and you are arrogantly assuming you will prevail. Upon what do you base your boasts? I will not throw my niece to the wolves to soothe your inflated ego."
Instantly Darcy took offence. Then he calmed. Looking at his responses from Elizabeth's uncle's point of view, he would have felt the same.
"Sir, my confidence is not based solely on belief in my own superiority," Darcy admitted. "To understand my thinking, you must recall what offensive behaviour Elizabeth believed of me for most of our acquaintance, something I shared in common with her own father. Do you recall?"
He looked to the love of his life, to find her head bowed. He could not see her eyes, and this worried him. It was difficult to unbury a past, only recently put to rest. When Mr. Gardiner did not reply, his wife did. "That you refused to involve yourself in taking Mr. Wickham to task for the protection of others, and how you would rather have overlooked his crimes than take action."
"Yes, Mrs. Gardiner. This has been my want, until now."
He wanted to beg Elizabeth to look up, so he could read what was in her eyes.
Was it confusion, anger, disappointment?
He did not know if he could bear her being disillusioned with his actions, as he was hoping to set a pattern of fair headship he would assume for the rest of their marriage.
"What Wickham will expect was for me to do the same as I have always done. Nothing. Recall in his letter what he wrote in the second paragraph. He asked if I had already contacted the bank, Richard and his former cohort, Mrs. Young. Then he started the ridicule, which is his habit." "Yes, I recall," Mr. Gardiner blandly stated. "You see, not only does he comprehend how I proceed when confronted with a serious matter, I know him as well." Darcy was on solid ground. "He will expect me to fret, and then pay the piper when presented with his debts." "You are confident in this?" Elizabeth's uncle asked. "Absolutely."
Darcy refused to look away from Mr. Gardiner.
"To explain further, I must speak of something only those of us in this room and Dr. Smallwood is aware of, Georgiana's situation. When I unexpectedly visited her at Ramsgate in July, she admitted Wickham had sought an engagement, and she had readily agreed. Rather than keep it secret from me, her guilt at making this weighty decision without consulting me moved her to pour out her heart. Buying the silence of the servants, I removed her to Pemberley, where her disappointment caused her to withdraw from me. At her encouragement, I accepted Bingley's invitation to Netherfield Park."
He shook his head, struggling with his own frustrations and self-chastisement.
I believe you are aware of the rest of the story. When I became aware Wickham was there with the militia, I did as I had always done. Nothing to protect the citizens of Meryton from harm. I wanted to give him no reason to soil my sister's name, so I let him go, unrestrained and unpunished.
His cousin cleared his throat.
Oh, yes.
Darcy felt the blush of embarrassed humiliation creeping up his neck, but vowed to himself to withhold nothing.
When Richard was told the events in Ramsgate, I had to physically restrain him from acting.
Running his fingers through his hair, he dropped his chin to his chest.
Would that I had let him.
I see.
Mr. Gardiner had his chin resting on the palm of his hand, his eyes looking into the flames.
Pray, pardon my directness, but you are changed. This is not some momentary phase because of your sister's circumstances.
Again Darcy was angered. Never had he allowed a man, other than Wickham, to question his honour. Yet this man had temporary guardianship over Elizabeth, so had every right to pursue his concerns.
I have learnt a hard lesson, first at the hands of Miss Lydia, then Bingley, and then Richard. Had I not done so, I have every confidence your niece would never have accepted my hand last evening. However, though my desire to please her has been my primary motivation, it is not the sole reason. I have endeavoured to be honest and upright. Allowing blatant injustices to continue when I have the power to see them changed is wrong. I will never forget what I have learnt at the hands of Elizabeth and her youngest sister, my family and friend. I vow before God and men to become a man worthy of your niece. In this I will not fail.
Mr. Gardiner's lips, which had been pressed into a thin line, now lifted at the corners.
Well done, Mr. Darcy.
He sat erect in his chair.
I believe you have a question you need to ask me, do you not?
All of them laughed. The public display of the proposal, in addition to the conversation in the drawing-room, had made his intentions so clear that nobody had reason to question Darcy's intent. Nonetheless, he refused to have any ambiguity.
Mr. Gardiner, may I have your consent and blessing to marry Miss Elizabeth Bennet of Longbourn in Hertfordshire and Gracechurch Street in London?
You may.
The heavy millstone hanging around Darcy's neck, that heavy burden of loneliness, shifted, teetered, and fell to the floor. Looking at Elizabeth with every bit of love he was feeling, he saw a glimmer of affection. For the first time in his life, he had to restrain tears of joy. Chapter 25. The next morning, before calling on Elizabeth, Darcy stopped at the family jeweller, who had replaced the setting on his amethyst stick pin to match the jewels Elizabeth had worn to the ball. He wanted to give her a token uniquely hers, and thought to find a bouquet of roses fashioned into a brooch. After a short conversation with the man, he learnt what Wickham's third step had been.
Mr. Darcy, would you be settling your account balance before making this purchase?
The elderly owner of the store quietly inquired.
Balance? I do not understand. Did you not tell me the gold left from changing the setting was more than enough compensation for resetting the stone in silver? Did I fail to comprehend the charge?
The man blushed bright red, shuffled his feet, and refused to look at him.
Speak up, Mr. Weston. I need to know of what you are talking about.
Darcy's voice was firm, yet soft enough it did not travel to the other customers.
Mr. Darcy, I'm speaking about the diamond and amethyst necklace, earrings, bracelet and ring you sent your friend to obtain for you. He said he had specific instructions to match the stone of your stick pin with a more elegant set in gold. The diamonds he chose were the finest our store could offer, and the cost of the pieces most dear.
The frazzled man glanced up at him.
He had your card with your signature on the back, authorising him to make the purchase. As a matter of fact, he said he also would be obtaining a new greatcoat for you on Bond Street, since he was certain I noticed a small patch on your elbow where the fabric was thinning. I had not done so, but who am I to question the word and intentions of a gentleman?
Mr. Weston, would that man have been almost my height, with blonde hair tied back, sharp blue eyes and a big smile. Darcy easily foretold how the jeweller would respond at his description of Wickham. He was sick to his stomach as the man nodded. An earlier conversation came to him from his Eton days. Rather than preparing the written lesson due in class, George sat at his desk, practising his elegant scroll so his name would have the look of a gentleman's when he needed to sign official documents as an adult. Darcy had rolled his eyes when Wickham had begun practising with the longer Fitzwilliam Darcy Esquire. When he had asked George to cease, the lad replied that he would be able to sign Darcy's name better than he could. He was laughing as Darcy vacated the room. Darcy imagined he was still laughing. He had spent the night before in careful contemplation of what he needed to do to stop his former friend. He knew he had given Mr. Gardiner little reason to trust him, which meant Elizabeth undoubtedly had that same level of confidence in him as well. Like Wickham, he needed a plan. After hours of considering one path after another, he was now a man with a purpose.
"Oh, that was him, sir."
Mr. Weston was relieved Darcy knew him. "I'm sorry to tell you he is no friend of mine. He is a thief and a rake."
"But he had your signature. I know it well, and it was a perfect match."
The pleading tone was difficult to hear.
"The cost of the pieces?"
The price stunned him. Wickham had indeed chosen the best.
"Do you have procedures in place to retrieve jewels in the event of a theft?"
"Oh, yes, sir. I send out runners to the known pawnbrokers to let them know what is missing. I offer a reward to them for information on the thief and for the safe return of my goods."
"Then I suggest you do so immediately. The man responsible is George Wickham. He is a recent deserter of the militia who had been stationed in Hertfordshire. I have reason to believe he is residing close to this area, but do not know his exact location. Should he be found, he will pay for the many crimes he has flagrantly committed."
"You will not pay for the jewels?"
Mr. Weston's voice shook as he timidly inquired.
"I will not."
The man's shoulders almost collapsed.
"However, I will use all the resources available to me to hunt him down and see justice is served. You will start with your people going out to the shops, and I will call the constable."
Darcy sent one of the footmen attending his carriage to the magistrate, while the other one returned to Darcy House for Parker. As he waited inside the shop, Darcy worried at the damage Wickham was causing by counterfeiting his signature to rob innocent merchants. If only he had acted sooner. Nonetheless, it would soon be over. George Wickham's days were numbered. By early afternoon, Darcy had spoken with the magistrate, turning over his account books, proving the many debts he had already covered for Wickham. The investigator Darcy hired for the case had boldly asked what the other surely wondered. Why had Darcy allowed this to go on so long? Would he ever be done with the recriminations? He sincerely doubted he would be free of blaming himself. Parker had gone from business to business on Bond Street and located 6 more merchants who had fallen victim to the conniving of George Wickham. All of the businessmen had been instructed, as had the jeweller. Darcy was finished covering for the rogue. A notice had been placed in the circulating newspapers stating the following: Mr. George Wickham, formerly of Derbyshire and parts unknown, and a recent deserter from his post in the Hertfordshire militia, is fraudulently using a forged document to obtain goods in the name of Mr. Fitzwilliam Darcy. This serves notice that Mr. Darcy holds no responsibility for these debts. Do business with Mr. Wickham at your own risk. When he had shared his decision to publicly expose Wickham's nefarious conduct to the world, the Colonel's brows had shot up his forehead. The private reclusive master of Pemberley is allowing his business to be made known to all and sundry. How singularly unexpected. Richard, I am committed to doing whatever it takes, as long as Elizabeth and Georgiana are safe. He meant it with his whole heart and soul. I now comprehend that the damage done to the Darcy name is far worse by allowing Wickham to abuse myself and others than it would have been had I acted. How are you, Darcy? His cousin asked, his voice solemn. Running his hand over his mouth, Darcy did not immediately answer. When he did, he spoke from the depths of his innermost feelings. In all I have done since the death of my father, I comforted myself knowing my choices would have pleased him. Darcy scoffed. How wrong I have been. I'm proud of you, Darcy. His inclination was to accept the praise and stand taller. However, this was undeserved. He needed to do as Richard suggested and learn humility. Any chagrin was deserved. When a message was delivered, Darcy was unsurprised. He had asked the magistrate to keep him apprised of their activities and findings. The note was not from the investigator. He recognised the hand as Elizabeth's. Tearing open the seal, he found unsettling news. Mrs. Bennet and her eldest daughter would be travelling to London with the Bingleys to shop for Jane's trousseau. Their arrival was expected today. Today? Oh, Lord, this is all we need, he mused aloud. Richard, we need to remove Georgiana from the gardeners immediately. The timing is terrible, but we cannot have a gossip like Elizabeth's mother know why my sister has been residing in her brother's home. Good God! Richard moved into action, as did Darcy. Within minutes they were in Darcy's carriage, headed to Gracechurch Street. They expected pandemonium, but were met with calm. Though, upon reflection, he wondered why he had assumed the worst. Two of the most intelligent women he knew lived in the Gracechurch Street residence, Mrs. Gardiner and Elizabeth. Both his sister and his betrothed were busy tying the ribbons of their bonnets under their chins. On the surface they were smiling. Closer observation revealed the quivering of his sister's chin, and a sheen of perspiration on Elizabeth's brow. Mrs. Gardiner was not to be seen. "Thank you for coming so quickly, gentlemen. We're ready to depart." Elizabeth gazed up the stairway leading to the family rooms and bedchambers. "My uncle's carriage will follow yours with Miss Darcy's things." Lifting her chin and squaring her shoulders, she proclaimed, "It is time." Resting her hand on Georgiana's forearm, she whispered, "You will do well, Georgie. Pray do as we have practised, and all will be as it should." His sister gave a brief nod, before she too imitated Elizabeth and straightened her posture. As they walked through the doorway, Elizabeth reminded his sister, "Smile." Another quick nod, and the male cousins moved to follow. Darcy was surprised when the two girls stopped under the covered porch. Elizabeth hugged Georgiana and spoke in a voice louder than what was normal. "I'm delighted you were able to stay, Miss Darcy. You have made this last week fly by." "Oh, Lizzie," his sister responded, then pretended to catch herself. "I mean Miss Elizabeth. I cannot wait for you to see Darcy House. Our housekeeper, Mrs. Morrison, is a bit stern, but she will love you, I am certain. Like me, the staff will be delighted to have a mistress in charge of the home. Are you ready?" Elizabeth linked her arm with Darcy's sister, both ladies radiating joy. "Let us go." Darcy handed Elizabeth into the waiting conveyance, while Richard did the same to Georgiana. It was not until they were a distance away from the gardener's house that he became aware of the emotional cost of their performance. Georgiana burst into tears as Elizabeth rested her head back on the squabs, her eyes closed. Without looking, she reached around the young girl's shoulders and pulled her close to her side. "You were a success, my dear Miss Darcy." Elizabeth completed the embrace by wrapping her loose arm around her as she turned to face his sister. "Should you ever decide to leave your mundane life, you could take to the stage and become a sensation." "Heaven forbid," Richard muttered, as Georgiana chuckled, wiping the moisture away with the fingers of her gloves, as Darcy searched for his handkerchief. "We have one more performance, Georgie." Elizabeth held her tightly. The surge of inappropriate jealousy surging through Darcy shamed him. His sister needed comfort, not him. Georgiana sniffed and sat up straight. As Elizabeth's arms fell away from her, she looked directly at her brother and cousin. Darcy had no idea what would come out of her mouth, so he waited. When she started speaking, he was flummoxed. "During the past 2 mornings, Mrs. Gardiner has been practising with me, so I would know how to respond and what to say if I was confronted with speculation as to my circumstances. She also helped me to know what to do if I saw Mr. Wickham." Darcy caught Richard's quick turn of his head towards him. Yes, the actions of Mrs. Gardiner were presumptuous. He had not been asked,
nor given permission for Elizabeth's aunt to broach a subject with the potential to unsettle his sister. Yet he would be eternally grateful to the woman, as he had not considered how interested others would be in Georgiana's activities. He lived in a new world, different from the one he had inhabited before finding out his sister was with child. Never more would he blindly exist and go his way without considering the long-term implications of his decisions.
How did you manage?
One of his greatest fears had been the future time when Georgiana would make her debut in society. How would he, an unattached man, uncomfortable in gatherings of more than a few people, guide her, help her along? She giggled. She asked me to get a picture in my mind of the most autocratic, arrogant, forceful person I know. Once I had a clear vision of Aunt Catherine. I was to imitate the angle of her chin, the look in her eye, and the motion of her hands, and say, "Why would you think to ask me of my activities? Am I answerable to you?" She exaggerated, elevating her nose until it was pointed to the roof as she stared down her cheekbones to a spot on his chest. Should I see Mr. Wickham, I was to say, "Who are you to me? A servant's son whose word cannot be trusted. Why do you approach an innocent? Are you so afraid of my brother that you choose not to speak with him?" Unbeknownst to her, Georgiana's voice had dropped to a low timbre with a slight warble. Her imitation of their aunt was spot on. Darcy saw the look of incredulity on his cousin's face and knew it reflected his own.
This was simply amazing. Well done, Georgie.
She relished the praise.
How can we possibly assist upon our arrival at Darcy House?
At this point, he had no doubt that Mrs. Gardiner had been thorough. He was immediately proved correct. You only need to smile, brother. I will welcome Lizzie to her future home and casually mention how happy I am to have a sister. She rolled her eyes at her brother. Finally. Darcy had no doubt he could play his part well. Welcoming Elizabeth to his home was a dream being fulfilled. If only she would be happy there. Just as he was seeing to justice for Wickham, he would be diligent to all he could to make her want to stay. Chapter 26. Your home is lovely, William. They had remained at Darcy House long enough for a quick tour and to see Georgiana settled. His sister had maintained her composure until she entered her room, where her favourite doll, dressed in a tattered pink gown, rested against her pillow, a lonely companion awaiting her return. Elizabeth had stayed with her, as she had sobbed at the loss of her child and her childhood.
Thank you, Elizabeth. I am pleased it pleases you. Soon it will be our home. Could he be any more inarticulate?
Yet she did not seem to care as she smiled at him.
I want to thank you for...
No, pray do not continue. I would do no less for any of my close family. Your sister will soon be mine, will she not? Elizabeth looked to the maid in the corner of the carriage, her eyebrow raised in a universal signal begging for a response. Could they speak safely in front of her? He nodded once.
I wish you could stay.
She sighed. I do not know what my mother's attitude towards me will be. Certainly she will be pleased I captured a wealthy man as my intended. Most likely her speculations as to how I accomplished this feat will not endear her to me, or to you.
I suppose not.
He would not prevaricate. He did not look forward to being in Mrs. Bennet's company. That she had tormented her daughter for refusing the proposal of Mr. Collins, to the extent that Elizabeth had needed solace, made him livid. Yet Elizabeth's being in town had allowed him the opportunity to spend time with her under the direst situation. They were better able to know each other without Mrs. Bennet's constant chatter. He felt his beloved's kindly meant discipline had refined him, skimming the dross off his character until he was a stronger man because of her.
With that said, I owe your parents a debt of gratitude I will never forget.
Her surprise was instantaneous, and he wanted to chuckle. Mr. Darcy, whatever can you mean?
Despite my admitted disapproval and frustration with your parents' behaviour, I am grateful your father chose your mother as his bride. Without the two of them together, there would be no Elizabeth Bennet, soon to be Darcy. I know my life would be intolerable without the hope of you, my dear.
He leaned across the short distance between them and took her gloved hand in his.
Your mother gave you your light and pleasing figure, while your father donated his wisdom and your glorious green eyes. How could I not feel a debt to them both for what they created?
He loved the dreamy look on her face.
He loved her face.
How kind of you to say so, she supplied.
This is not to say that I have forgiven them for their poor treatment of you. Harassing you for refusing the odious Mr. Collins's offer was wrong. Doing so to the point where you sought relief with your London family is an egregious offence against you I will not easily forgive. Your father's abdicating authority over his household, and in particular his second daughter, is an almost unforgivable sin to me, Elizabeth.
He gave her hand a gentle tug.
Although we do not have your father's blessing on our upcoming marriage, we do have the consent of your uncle. My solicitor is preparing your marriage settlement, and I applied for a special licence this morning.
You have been a busy man, have you not? Her eyes sparkled.
I have. He would not allow himself to be distracted by her loveliness. You must know you have my heart. More than that, you have my loyalty and my devotion. I am yours, Elizabeth.
The warmth from her eyes quickly changed as they flashed humour. He held his breath. He was soon to be a recipient of her wit, and he could not wait. You say you are devoted to me? Me? With her free hand she pointed her thumb to her chest. Yet you have studied the figure of another woman so closely, I'm certain you could recall its every detail should you be in need of doing so. Does this show devotion to your beloved? He loved it when she teased, and easily envisioned decades of delightful conversations where they tossed words back and forth like children with a ball.
Oh, Lord, children.
Immediately, his head filled with a tall, serious lad with dark curls and green eyes, little girls who smiled and teased like their mother, and a baby in her arms. He wanted to cry with the beauty of the scene. Now was not the time to be considering these things.
Aha! He teased back. You are caught out, Miss Elizabeth Bennet, for I saw you study the paintings of my family in the gallery in as much detail as I did your parents, so you could know whom I most resembled.
Your mother was as elegantly stunning as is Jane. Your father was handsome as well.
I've been told many times that I resemble my father in looks and form, Darcy bragged. You're saying I am handsome, then?
And fishing for compliments, are we? I would have thought this paltry art below the great Mr. Darcy of Pemberley, sir. Her laughter filled the carriage. It was easy to let the cares of Georgiana's miscarriage and Wickham's crimes against his person go, to push them far away, so he could not see or feel the stress resulting from these horrid events.
I love you, Elizabeth,
he whispered under his breath. His feelings for her were a living, breathing thing, filling him with the good pieces of life which made him feel whole. She clasped her free hand over her mouth, her eyes huge.
Did you almost say it?
He had to ask. She nodded.
Would you have meant it?
She shook her head slowly, once to the left and once to the right, her eyes never wavering.
Will you mean it some day?
He held his breath. After a short pause, her chin dipped slightly down and then up, her eyes still attached to his.
Then I can wait. Do not be distressed.
And he found he could wait.
He had hope. Some day. Soon.
Flames from the fireplace danced on the walls of his bedchamber. The finest brandy available in England, since the war with France stopped the importation of goods, filled his glass, and an ignored book of agricultural practices rested on his lap. His fingertips tapped against his lips. The meeting with Mrs. Bennet had gone as expected. At first, she had ignored his presence, as well as her second daughter's, fawning over her firstborn and Bingley as if she had not just spent 4 hours enclosed in a carriage with them.
Why did everyone, including Elizabeth, think Jane Bennet to be the beauty of the family?
Personally, he could not see it at all. Now, Elizabeth, she drew a man's eye and held it with an iron grip. The markedly cool reception from Elizabeth's mother had eventually eased as Bingley greeted him warmly. Once Jane and Elizabeth had separated from their embrace and settled on a sofa together to catch up with the news from the past few weeks, Mrs. Bennet must have realised she was being paid little attention. She huffed to a corner and fanned herself with her ever-present handkerchief. Despite the positive words he had said to Elizabeth on their way to Gracechurch Street, he would not tolerate his beloved being treated as anything less than what she deserved. Her character demanded respect and admiration, and her position, once married, would elevate her into the first circles of society, a place Mrs. Bennet could never achieve on her own. Even Jane's marriage to Bingley would rise in status when Darcy and Elizabeth wed. Glancing around his room, his mind drifted away from Elizabeth's family. Would she find the decor acceptable? While her future chamber was soft yellows and pale blues, his was rich golds, dark greens, and midnight blues. Would she desire to spend time with him there? He shook his head to dislodge the thought. Again, now was not the time for his imagination to venture into that territory. He needed a distraction. Miss Caroline Bingley filled the need to perfection. His friend had apparently dropped his sisters and brother-in-law off at the Hurst townhouse on Grosvenor Street prior to arriving at the Gardiners. Not realising Darcy and Elizabeth were also travelling to Mr. and Mrs. Gardiner's home, Miss Bingley had hurried to Darcy House, under the pretence of visiting her good friend, her dear Georgiana. He snickered into the silence of the room. His ever-efficient butler had turned her away when she had pushed herself into the entrance hall, with the reminder that Miss Darcy was not yet out in society, and therefore would not be accepting visitors outside the family unless her brother or future sister was present. Apparently Miss Bingley had turned red in the face, a hue which was in stark contrast to the carroty shade of her hair, stomped down the steps, and climbed into her carriage unassisted. It was a set-down long overdue. Hopefully it would serve its purpose in keeping Caroline Bingley away from Georgiana. Bingley's sister had sharp eyes and a wicked tongue. If she were to perceive any discomfort on Georgiana's part, it would be discussed in the drawing-rooms Caroline was admitted to, the tale growing with each telling. Darcy was surprised Bingley's sister was still attempting to pursue a relationship with the Darcys. He had thought himself perfectly clear in Hertfordshire. As he had been that evening with Mrs. Bennet. His Elizabeth was worth more than her weight in diamonds, and it irked him how her own mother could ignore and disdain a child of her womb, especially one as precious as his beloved. He harumphed into the quiet. How had he himself not noticed her value the night they met? How had he resisted her for so long? Why had he run from Hertfordshire with his tail between his legs, when genuine happiness was to be had in her presence? Mrs. Bennet should know beyond a doubt the quality of individuals who made up her household. Listening to her boast of Jane's success and the angelic loveliness of her youngest was an assault to his senses. Lydia Bennet angelic. Even Miss Jane Bennet had been taken aback by that comment. He had not lied when he spoke to Elizabeth of the gratitude he felt towards her parents. For that reason alone, he would tolerate occasionally being in their company. That Elizabeth loved her mother and father in spite of their flaws gave him hope she would do the same with him. Lord, but he adored her. Taking a sip of the brandy, he contemplated the course he had enacted to lure George Wickham into a trap where his capture was almost guaranteed. The first step, his responding to Wickham's threat by notifying the merchants, had to have been a shock to the culprit. Pondering the next step of his strategy, he smiled to himself. Desertion was a massive drain on British Army resources during war. The threat of courts-martial and the possibility of capital punishment had not slowed the practice. When Richard had pointed out the likelihood of an officer who abandoned his post being held as an example to intimidate others into not making the same choice, it had been the work of a moment to contact Colonel Forster, the commander of the Meryton militia, to inform him of Wickham's presence in London. Nevertheless, it was the third step which he calculated would be the most successful. Easily imagined was the look on Wickham's face, as his countenance went from arrogant pride to grovelling humiliation. He refused to rejoice at another man's downfall, despite its being well-deserved, yet the peace he would possess after Wickham's arrest was worth one small smile, Darcy surmised. Chapter 27. Darcy had been correct. A rumpled note had arrived as Darcy was sitting down to break his fast the following morning. Wickham's response to Darcy's first step, proved his notifying the merchants by posting in the newspaper, had placed his enemy in a state of nervous confusion. Wickham's expectations of Darcy not acting in a manner which would be made public had been shattered. The note Darcy held in his hands was scathing. "Darcy, what is this? The great Fitzwilliam Darcy is airing his dirty laundry for the gossips to consume with ferocity. Your beloved father would be appalled you've sought public sympathy for a matter which should have been kept private between you and me, man to man. You bear the humiliation of knowing you've disrespected the best father I've ever known. You should feel shame for harming the man whom your father loved most. He loved me! How dare you? You, who pride yourself on protecting the Darcy reputation. You're a disgrace. You are not the gentleman you claim to be, and are undeserving of being your father's heir and of bearing the title Master of Pemberley. I have the newspaper notice in front of me, and I still cannot believe you have stooped to this level of degradation. You are an embarrassment, Darcy, and I am ashamed to have claimed a close friendship with you in the past. You have forced my hand. I have one final move which will bring you to your knees, Fitzy. Beware. My hatred of you knows no bounds. G.W." Crumpling the paper in his fist, Darcy stuffed the note into his pocket to show Richard later. It would not do for his sister to discover the missive's contents. He would like to crumple Wickham and stuff him away somewhere, but unfortunately he could not at the moment. Georgiana sat across from him at the small table in the morning room. Rarely did she wake early, so he typically breakfasted alone. Despite his anger, he appreciated the company.
"Brother, are you well?"
his sister quietly inquired. He pondered what to tell her. His inclination was to keep Georgiana in the dark, but the puffiness of her face reminded him that ignorance was dangerous. "I am in good health," he offered, buying time to put his thoughts in order. "I have heard from George Wickham." Immediately her countenance changed, and he felt bad for having caused her pain. "Georgie, I did you no favours when I kept his actions from you. I now realise this lack of knowledge was the principal reason you were harmed. I will not keep information from you any more, if there is a chance your knowing will protect you." Darcy was pleased when she took a deep breath and exhaled loudly in an effort to calm herself. "I will also confess I am impressed with the maturity you displayed while at the gardener's. This reminded me, more than anything else, that you too are a Darcy. You are educated and have developed qualities which remind me of our mother. She would be proud of you."
"How can you say this, Will?"
His sister's head dropped in shame.
"You know what our mother would say, our father."
"Poppet, are you certain you know their minds?" Darcy gave his full attention to his sister after waving the footman from the room. "Would you consider our father a wise man?"
"Without a doubt," she instantly replied.
"I agree. Nevertheless, George Wickham fooled him for years. Our father went to his grave, believing his godson was a good man, blessed with happy manners and a pleasant nature. Had our mother been alive, she would have followed father's lead."
Darcy reached over and placed his hand atop his sister's.
"You learnt in a few months what they never came to know."
She lifted her head, and finally her eyes met his. Her lips barely moved into a smile. "I believe you will make a good husband for Lizzie, and a wonderful father one day."
He almost swallowed his tongue. A father? Georgiana's comment was completely unexpected, but it delighted him to his toes. A father? He could not keep the smile from his face as he tilted his head and gazed at the wall behind her, a vision of Elizabeth with the babe filling his mind. A father?
"Wickham cannot know what he has done, brother." His sister rudely broke into his reverie. "The power he would have to ruin us would be insurmountable."
"Your words are true, Georgie." Darcy patted her hand. "Which is why we have gone, as Richard would say, on the offensive." He outlined his plan, and she seemed satisfied. His sister mused. "I will be happy when this is over, when Elizabeth is here as your wife and my sister, and we can have peace."
How I long for the same, Poppet.
Darcy did long for them to be a solid family unit, quite like the Gardiners, where cheerful voices and relaxed conversations took place in public, while private utterances would draw the mates ever closer. Picking up the newspaper placed alongside his place-setting, he turned to the gossip column. Darcy merely shrugged and rolled his eyes.
Miss C.B. was seen arriving at the London home of recently engaged Mr. F.D. of Derbyshire, with no evidence his betrothed was present. We can only wonder if Miss E.B. of Hertfordshire is aware he is hosting others for private tea.
Georgie, there will be other changes to our lives brought about by my clearing up past misdeeds of my own.
I cannot imagine what you mean, brother. He loved certain aspects of her youth, that trust she instinctively gave him.
I allowed both Lady Catherine and Miss Bingley to keep their hopes inflamed by not clearly correcting their beliefs. They understood I would agree to their desires to be attached to the Master of Pemberley. No more. Because of this, Georgie, association with Miss Bingley has been severed. When Aunt arrives, which I have no doubt should be soon, I will make sure there is no question in her mind that I am master of my destiny, not she. Should she belligerently insist on keeping her course, she will be cut as well.
You truly believe she will come? He saw a spark of fear in his sister's eyes.
The news of my engagement to someone other than Anne will spur her to leave Rosings soon, I would imagine. I expect her to come charging into London, possibly with Anne and her companion in tow, to attempt to force me to bend to her will.
That will not happen. His sister's confidence surprised him. At his raised brow she clarified, "I've never known popular opinion to sway you, brother. Aunt Catherine's viewpoints were never popular with father, and I cannot believe you would be any different. Besides, your support of me this past 10 days has been against what is commonly done to daughters and sisters who were in my situation. Therefore I will never believe you would willingly give in to pressure if it is not in the best interests of those you love and of our home."
Thank you, sister.
He was overwhelmed, and wished Elizabeth was there so he could clasp her hand in his own, knowing she would share the depth of his emotions and calm him. "I do wonder, though, when will your final plan take place?" Georgiana was finally relaxed enough to begin to consume her meal. She paused with her teacup halfway to her lips to await his answer. Opening the paper resting next to his plate, he turned the front page so she could see.
"Extortionists loose in London."
The words were in bold black letters, flowing from one side of the page to the other in an eye-catching font. Yet it was the picture below that captured and held her attention. Darcy was pleased the artist had been able to make a good likeness from the miniature his father had commissioned of Wickham 10 years prior. Adding thin lines at the corners of his mouth and eyes, as well as thinning the hair at his temples, Darcy looked at the man George Wickham was today. "Oh, William, this is brilliant!" Georgiana pulled the paper to her and read the caption under the picture aloud. "A reward of £500 is offered for information leading to the capture and arrest of George Albert Wickham." Darcy knew every word of the article below, as he had considered every word carefully before submitting it to be published. The paragraphs gave many of the specific details of Wickham's crimes, as well as the direction to provide information of his whereabouts to the magistrate or Colonel Forster. Darcy expected there to be many false sightings, but they only needed one to be true. Once his sister was satisfied with the knowledge, she tucked into her food with gusto. Darcy did the same, finally thinking she was well along on the road to recovery. He had risen early and had spent hours in his study before breakfast. A stack of letters was waiting to be posted or delivered by his staff. 2 had already found their way to their intended readers. The first was to Lord and Lady Matlock.
Dear Uncle Hugh and Aunt Helen, Georgiana and I would appreciate your presence at a tea we are hosting to officially welcome Elizabeth to Darcy House tomorrow afternoon. She will be accompanied by her sister, Miss Jane Bennet, and Mrs. Gardiner. Undoubtedly Bingley will tag along, as he appears to be inseparable from his betrothed. Richard and Miss Knowlton will also be in attendance. Speaking of Bingley, his sister, Miss Caroline Bingley, a social climber of the worst sort, attempted to force herself on Georgie yesterday by insisting on a visit while I was away from home. I have been perfectly clear with her that she is not to presume on my friendship with her brother. Her treatment of Elizabeth in the past guarantees our immediate withdrawal from any social events should I find Miss Bingley to be in attendance. Needless to say, an invitation to tea has not been, nor ever will be, extended to her, or her sister, Mrs. Hurst, who tends to support Miss Bingley's poor behaviour. Georgie and I look forward to hosting you, although my dearest sister expressed a fluttering of nerves at having such a large group for her first time acting as lady of the house. Darcy. He had no pity for Caroline Bingley, and he had even less for George Wickham. His second letter was to the jeweller. Mr. Weston, I was pleased to receive your message yesterday that the missing jewellery pieces had been found. Although I have no interest in my future wife wearing items which had been in the temporary possession of Mr. Wickham, I am perfectly willing to purchase a different set, where a portion of your profits could be used to cover the cost of repurchasing the diamonds and amethysts from the moneylender, Mr. Fitzwilliam Darcy. The loss to the jeweller would have been substantial had the jewels not been located. Most likely, due to long-time loyalty and good service, Darcy would have covered the cost to keep Mr. Weston from bankruptcy. He was grateful he did not have to take on that expense. Several of the best pieces in the Darcy collection had been commissioned from the Westons. Never had the jeweller reproduced these unique pieces for purchase by others. The current owner, the great-grandson of the founder, was a small, timid man, with a discerning eye for quality gemstones, and an artistic flair far superior to any other jeweller in London. He would fashion a brooch for Elizabeth that would surely bring a light to her eyes. A rose formed from rubies, with an emerald stem, should do. She was a woman worthy of roses. A private conversation with her the past evening had indicated her concern with his involvement in the apprehension, arrest, and punishment of his childhood companion. As I have come to know you better, William, I am distressed when I consider the potential for harm to both you and Georgiana when the former Lieutenant Wickham is arrested. Elizabeth had moved close, so her words would not be overheard. Your nature is to amass blame, and tie it about yourself like a scarf you could never remove. You shoulder the weight of the actions of others, and in this case in particular, this simply will not do. He wanted to pull her to him so he could hold her in his arms. That her thoughts of him led her to understand a fundamental part of his character pleased him much more than her words caused him concern. He would do whatever it took to please her, and he would do so for the rest of his days. Chapter 28. Darcy also had the newspaper print large handbills, which he paid as many young lads as the publisher had at hand, to deliver to every business from Mayfair to the docks. Reports of sightings started pouring into the magistrate's office almost immediately. Curiosity-seekers flocked to Darcy House, where Georgiana remained safely tucked away above stairs. He was grateful when Mr. Gardiner and Elizabeth were announced. Help had arrived. I cannot believe this is the same quiet drawing-room we visited a few days past. Are we by chance in the wrong home? Elizabeth teased. The buzzing noise of the gossiping men and women had stopped when his butler had announced his beloved, only to resume immediately at his shockingly kissing her hand in their view. He tucked her fingers into the crook of his elbow and escorted her to stand with him in front of the fire. Mr. Gardiner took a seat at the back of the room. Darcy watched the man's eyes sweeping over the gentry and aristocrats in the room. Elizabeth's uncle had offered the supposition that Wickham had an accomplice who was housing him in the neighbourhood, guiding him in his acts of vengeance against the Darcys. Darcy doubted this was the case, but would do nothing to discourage Mr. Gardiner from pursuing his own investigation. Richard already had deep respect for the man, and Darcy appreciated Elizabeth's uncle more each time he was in his company. How could the sharp businessman be related to Elizabeth's mother? He buried the thought. He had more pressing matters to consider. Clearing his throat, he began the short speech he had prepared, and had already delivered 3 times since visiting hours began. Ladies and gentlemen, I am appreciative that you discern the seriousness of the crimes committed against our peers by the notorious George Wickham, and are concerned for your own safety."
At the mention of the name, breaths were indrawn, and mouths dropped open like it was the first time they had heard the criminal's name.
To best protect ourselves, we need to band together to restrain him from the wild talk he is guilty of. Things so reprehensible I could not, in good conscience, mention them in the article.
Again, a hush fell over the room. All eyes were focused on him. One bold matron demanded clarification. The corner of Darcy's mouth lifted slightly, as if in a temporary spasm.
"Are you certain, madam? His actions are too atrocious for the tender ears of the ladies."
"Bah!" the elderly woman insisted. "I have not had tender ears since birth, not with the language my father used at home." She was the daughter of a duke, who had to be old enough to have grown grandchildren. Rumour had it that her speech was as notorious as her father's had been. The others in the room nodded their support, women included. Darcy paused until every single eye, including Mr. Gardner's, was turned towards him. He was on a theatrical stage, giving the performance of a lifetime. There were 18 people in his drawing-room, most from the first circles. He felt like he was a new exhibit at the Royal Menagerie. They gaped and gawked. They wanted every little detail so they could carry the tale to the next stop, where it would be discussed ad nauseum until George Wickham became the worst criminal known to mankind, England's version of Napoleon, or possibly Satan.
Be prepared to be shocked.
As one, his guests leaned closer to not miss a word. Elizabeth squeezed his arm.
In October of this year, Wickham joined the militia in Hertfordshire as an officer. He abused this position of trust by leaving behind a mountain of unpaid debts and several young, innocent ladies damaged beyond repair, their families now in ruin because of his selfish actions.
He paused for effect.
He deserted.
The room was filled with a chorus of "Good God!" and other assorted shocked expressions.
But this is not the worst he has done, my friends. Colonel Fitzwilliam and I have solid proof George Wickham is guilty of fraud, extortion, attempted blackmail, adultery, fornication, drunkenness, cheating, and lies in abundance. If he does not get others to pay his debts, if he does not get what he charmingly demands, he slanders his victim's good name, carelessly ruining reputations as he attempts to take what does not belong to him.
Darcy swept his arm around the room.
None of you are immune. He plays the gentleman well. He uses his easy manners to infiltrate good families, and then attempts to destroy them for selfish gain. This unfortunate fact gives urgency to the need to apprehend him as quickly as possible.
The guests looked at one another and nodded. When they had settled, he delivered the coup de grâce.
The man is so evil. He has threatened to soil the name of my own dear sister, who, as you are all aware, is not yet out in society. He has known her since her birth to be one of the sweetest, most good-natured girls in all of Derbyshire. Yet he cares only for what he can force by attempting vile extortion from my household, by attempting to blacken her reputation. Would that he keeps away from all of your daughters, sisters, and wives.
At that he bowed his head, shaking it slowly back and forth.
Beware, neighbours.
He spoke softly into the hushed room. Pandemonium ensued. Within seconds, an explosion of sound was heard. The ladies gasped, and the men slapped their hands on their knees as they bragged about what they would do to the miscreant if he ever crossed their thresholds. Elizabeth looked up at Darcy, her face close enough to feel his breath, since his was still bent. "Are you well, William?" she whispered her concern, her lovely eyes brimming with worry. He winked. Only Elizabeth could see. Her lips pinched together, and her nostrils flared. She was trying to keep from smiling, determined to win the struggle. He loved her more every time he saw her, and his confidence grew that they would have a fiery marriage, exactly what he longed for, since he spoke to his mother all those years ago about the kind of husband he determined he would be. As he refused to lift his head and make eye contact with anyone other than Elizabeth, the room quickly cleared, his guests in a race to see who had not yet heard this sordid tale. As the last guests were shown into their carriage by Darcy's capable staff, Mr. Gardiner clapped, the sound echoing in the almost empty room.
"Good show, Mr. Darcy."
Elizabeth's uncle stood and walked towards them.
"All of it the God's honest truth, each and every word. You painted a picture of a vile man, leaving behind a trail of victims while not really telling them anything. The last touch, mentioning your sister, was brilliant. If any rumours are ever started about her circumstances, they will be charged to a deceiver rather than to her."
He held out his hand, which Darcy immediately took. Giving it a brisk shake, Mr. Gardiner continued,
"You are a clever man, sir. I believe you have proven yourself equal to my niece."
Pride filled Darcy's chest as he desired to wrap his arms around Elizabeth and pull her into a tight embrace so she could feel his pleasure at her uncle's words. Mr. Gardiner chuckled as he watched Darcy's struggle to control his urge.
"Soon enough, young man. Do not get too comfortable in your solutions, Mr. Darcy. We received word from Bennet that he's bringing his youngest daughters to London on the morrow. It appears Lydia has again got her way. She demanded to come to London, so to London she must come."
Darcy rubbed his hand over his face as Elizabeth groaned.
"Lord, can we not have one day of relief?"
he muttered. Once visiting hours were concluded, Darcy was unable to keep Elizabeth at Darcy House. Her uncle had to return to work. They had crossed town to offer him support, and now needed to be back at Gracechurch Street, so his betrothed could help constrain her mother's demands for everyone to drop their tasks and see to her desire to visit every millinery and modiste in town for Jane's trousseau. He did not envy his beloved. Shaking off his melancholy, he left Darcy House, heading towards the magistrate's office. Hopefully someone had actually spotted Wickham, and they could end this mess. He arrived to find both Richard and Colonel Forster involved in a heated argument. Richard claimed right of command, since he had known Wickham the whole of his life. Colonel Forster claimed the same, since Wickham had most recently been under his authority. Darcy's head was pounding from the stress of entertaining people he had little respect for, and the pressure of balancing each word to make sure he revealed enough without revealing too much.
"Quiet!"
As far as he was concerned, Darcy outranked both men. He was the general in this war.
"We will use our intellect and our energies to find Wickham and bring him to justice. If either of you cannot see the wisdom in this, then leave. Now."
Ignoring them, he inquired of the magistrate as to his success.
"Oh, Mr. Darcy, the reports have been all the way from ridiculous to possible. Runners are following up every viable clue."
He held up a stack of papers with long columns on each page.
"Men like Wickham have the tendency to act in familiar patterns. Although they try to adjust their ways, they forget the ordinary. We look for these same patterns. With an abundance of people making claims, we can sort through them easily enough until we get a clear picture of what Wickham would most likely do."
"Would you clarify, sir?" Darcy asked, as the other two men quieted to listen.
"Oh, yes, sir."
The magistrate placed the papers on his desk and indicated Darcy and the other men take the chairs in front of him.
"What we look for are mundane tasks people who break the law do not consider. For example, a person trying to hide his identity often forgets to change his gait as he walks, or the side of the street he generally strolls. They position their hats the same way they always do, with the brim pulled down over their eyes or up on their brows. Like a skilled gambler watches their prey for nervous clues, we do the same. What we have learnt about George Wickham is his preference for coffee over tea before he breaks his fast."
"How do you know this?" Richard demanded, as he shook his head in confusion. Even Darcy knew George always requested a cup of strong black coffee in the morning.
"Simply put, we asked."
He shrugged his shoulders.
"Mrs. Young staunchly refused to give us information until we made the questions ridiculously simple. She, like most others do, assumed we were stalling for time by inquiring of Mr. Wickham's daily habits, when we were gathering helpful details we could use."
Colonel Forster asked,
"How can these simple facts be important?"
The magistrate patiently replied,
When a report comes in that George Wickham was breaking his fast at a club, we ask about his beverage of choice. If they reply tea, we know the information is most likely false. However, because we have a series of questions about his early morning habits, we can narrow the possibility of whether or not the information is correct while the informer is still here."
"Clever," Darcy whispered to himself.
"What have you found?" "The majority of our trails appear to lead to Mayfair. Currently, we are searching the homes of those who have already returned to their country estates for the winter, leaving a property vulnerable to an uninvited guest. There are many such in your neighbourhood. Our men are diligent. If he is in your neighbourhood, he will be found."
"Is this all?" Wickham himself had claimed he was watching Darcy, so this news was not unexpected.
"No, that is not all. Despite there not having passed much time, we have developed specifics. Repeatedly we have heard that George Wickham poorly tolerates wrinkled and soiled clothing. A true gentleman would have a valet to care for this task. Your enemy is on his own. He is above taking on the burden himself, so he has been sending out clothing items, changing vendors as he promises to have his man of business provide payment, and then he walks off with the items unpaid, knowing there would be no one coming later to settle the account. This means he has gone through the few laundresses in the area close to Mayfair. He now has to widen his search. We have men stationed as customers at each one of these places. We also have men in the lower-class gentlemen's clubs, where he does not have to be a member to enjoy a meal. There he could bathe and have his clothing brushed and pressed for a small fee. If we do not find him there, we will then search the brothels and inns farther out who provide those services."
"He likes sweets," Darcy offered.
"And we already have men surveying the shops offering such," the magistrate replied. "A wiser man would hold on to the little money he has. Someone like George Wickham indulges first, and then struggles to find funds by whatever means possible to take care of his desires the next time."
The magistrate shook his head.
"They're all the same. Selfish chaps."
Standing, he walked around the desk, as Darcy and the others stood as well.
"This is good news, gentlemen. As time passes, he will, like all the others, run out of the ready and become desperate. Your making his deeds public will hamper his ability to leave whichever hole he's crawled into. When the available food runs out, which should be soon, knowing the habits of the wealthy who protect their stores while they are from home, our man will get foolish and act accordingly. Then he is ours."
Darcy was pleased with the information. The idea of having George Wickham forever away from him and his loved ones pleased him even more. Chapter 29. The note he received from the magistrate the next morning was a crushing disappointment. George Wickham had slipped through the hands of two of the Bow Street runners while trying to enter a club to break his fast. They gave chase, but lost him when he ran behind a cart filled with coal, tipping its contents in front of the pursuers, stopping their chase long enough to lose sight of him. The magistrate feared the closeness of being apprehended would make Wickham desperate, and therefore recommended Darcy take whatever measures were necessary to keep his family safe. He crushed the note in his hands and hurled it into the fire. Keep his family safe. He would do anything to keep them from harm. But for now, he had a sister ready to burst into tears. "My stomach! Will, I fear I will lose my breakfast." Georgiana was attempting to be brave, and failing spectacularly. "How will I manage? What if I get the introductions backwards? What if I give precedence to the wrong person and offend everyone?"
"Georgie,"
Darcy strove to be reassuring.
"Pray think of whom we have invited. You love your Fitzwilliam relatives, and will find Richard's intended to be a lovely young woman, who is similar to Elizabeth in comportment. Bingley has long been a favourite, and Elizabeth describes her sister, who is his betrothed, as the kindest woman on earth. She is a gentle lady, Poppet, and will seek your best interest, as that is her nature. Mr. and Mrs. Gardiner are already beloved by you, are they not?"
"Yes." Her voice sounded small as he saw her hunch her shoulders, shrinking into herself.
"Sister, you have nothing and no one to fear."
He made his voice firm.
"Where is the young lady who trained to confront Wickham? Where is my imitation Lady Catherine?"
She giggled.
"I am here."
He rejoiced when her shoulders pressed back and her chin lifted. His little sister would be a beautiful woman one day. Her eyes twinkled, and her teeth were even and strong when she smiled. He scoffed. Elizabeth would laugh at him for making such a remark, even if to himself. "How dare you ponder your sister's features in the same manner you do horseflesh at Tattersall's?" Darcy could hear her, as if she was in the room. He would need to guard his tongue and his thoughts.
"I've asked Elizabeth to arrive early. She will help you to get to know Miss Bennet before the rest gather, since she is the only guest you have yet to meet."
"Thank you, brother. I will feel much better with Lizzie and Mrs. Gardiner here," Georgiana admitted.
"Are you well?"
He had not forgotten the loss of the baby and the ensuing emotional and physical changes, but he also had not considered the added pressure of hosting a gathering. Now it was too late to postpone the tea. He resolved to be an attentive brother to her, a difficult assignment with Elizabeth in the same room.
"I will be. Do not worry. You are correct, William. I am among friends who will help me along."
His sister fluttered her hand, and he knew the subject would change.
"When do you and Elizabeth marry?"
Darcy exhaled.
"I wish I knew, Poppet. There's not been time to make sure the settlement for Elizabeth is done. I did retrieve the special licence from the Archbishop yesterday morning early, but with Mr. Bennet being in town, I should confer with him to learn his schedule. I do not know whether or not Elizabeth wants to be married from Longbourn Chapel or at our parish in town."
He started to run his hands through his hair, but stopped himself before so doing. He did not want his hair standing on end when Elizabeth arrived.
Since asking her uncle's permission, we have had little time to speak on any subject other than the hunt for Wickham.
Barely had the sentence left his mouth when his butler announced the arrival of Elizabeth and her aunt and uncle. When they arrived in the room, after Georgiana welcomed them to Darcy House, Darcy asked about Bingley and Miss Bennet.
"Jane sent her apologies, William,"
Elizabeth quickly informed him, after both she and Mrs. Gardiner greeted Georgiana with a hug. Darcy wanted one too. "Mother was helping her dress for the occasion, so my sister was not ready when we needed to leave. Mr. Bingley promised to have them here shortly. Georgie, my sister is very anxious for an introduction. We have assured her of your kind nature being most like hers, and she is looking to have a friend in you." Elizabeth sat next to Darcy's sister.
"Does she know about—"
Brow furrowed, Georgiana clasped Elizabeth's hand. "She does not, nor will she ever. This information is not ours to share." Elizabeth glanced towards her aunt, who nodded agreement. "You can relax and be at peace today. We shall have a lovely time, I'm sure." Fitzwilliam Darcy wondered how she did it, how she became more and more appealing to him each time she was in his presence.
Are all good marriages the same?
He must have had a dazed look on his face, because he barely caught the glance Mr. Gardiner gave his wife. They were, without words, enjoying his growing affection for their niece. He did not mind at all.
"Mr. Gardiner, now that we are to become family, might you call me Darcy, as my close friends do?"
When the man acquiesced, the talk became light. Joviality filled the room, and Darcy could not be more pleased when his sister relaxed to the point where smiles came easily to her. When the Fitzwilliams joined the group, minus the Viscount who had already removed to the Matlock country estate, the noise grew in intensity. The women unobtrusively aided Georgiana in her duties, as they patiently awaited Bingley and his betrothed. Darcy's eyes could not keep from his beloved. The soft green of her gown deepened the rich emerald of her eyes. The cream lace bordering the bodice, which he had no business admiring, made the glow of her skin appear almost translucent. And her hair was glorious, its rich tone shining in the candlelight, and the minimal sun drifting in through the hazy winter London fog, wrapping the outside of the house in a blanket of quiet. All of this was interrupted when his butler announced his next guests. Charles Bingley and Jane Bennet had not come alone. With their entry came the high-pitched screeching announcing the unexpected arrival of Mrs. Bennet. Darcy was stunned.
when Mr. Bennet, his wife, and his 3 youngest daughters followed behind Bingley and Jane. The intolerable situation was made even more so when Miss Caroline Bingley stepped into the drawing-room. He was appalled, and so angry his hands shook when he fisted them. How dare they come uninvited into his home? How dare they ruin Georgiana's first attempts at taking charge of a household? How dare they take away the peace of his home? Mrs. Gardiner immediately moved to Georgiana's side, as Elizabeth moved to his. He overheard Mrs. Gardiner's reminder to his sister. "Lady Catherine," just before Elizabeth spoke. "Mamma, why are you come? You have no invitation." Her chin raised and her voice firm, Elizabeth was acting as the soon-to-be mistress of Darcy House. "None of you—"
"Stuff and nonsense, Lizzie," Mrs. Bennet interrupted. "I told Jane it was merely an oversight on Miss Darcy's part. Of course the Darcys would welcome the family if Mr. Bingley's intended. Now—" She waved her daughter away from Darcy, as if a fly was trying to settle on his shoulder. "Shoo! Go, Lizzie, and allow your sister the place of honour." Caroline Bingley chuckled, and then sneered. Before Darcy could respond, his sister flew from her chair. She stopped within a foot of Bingley's sister. Georgiana's voice was clear, and could be easily heard around the hushed room. "Miss Bingley, you too were not invited, nor are you welcome at Darcy House or Pemberley in the future. Your rudeness can no longer be overlooked. Therefore I must ask you to leave. If this means your source of transport necessitates Mr. Bingley and his guests departing as well, so be it. Leave now." Darcy wanted to clap and hug his sister at the same time. Never could he have imagined her so bold. His mother would have burst with pride to see her daughter stand in her position with authority. When he spied her fingers quivering, he moved to her side. "You heard the lady of the house," Darcy insisted. He worried Caroline Bingley would be struck with a fit of apoplexy. Her complexion went from a shocking red to snow white within seconds, as she surely realised the extent of her fall. "Pray leave us now." Turning their backs to her, they casually walked back to where Elizabeth stood. Bingley remained in confused stillness, as Darcy's butler assisted a grumbling Miss Bingley from the house. "What a joke! Mr. Darcy kicked the shrew from the very home where she'd hoped to reign as mistress. Well done, Mr. Darcy. Miss Darcy, well done." Lydia Bennet clapped loudly, as she became the centre of attention. "You have a wonderful sister, sir, and I am glad of it. Lizzie will have good company when you marry, and I will have another sister I can admire. You, sir, are blessed, I am surprised to say. She looks like Jane and Lizzie all rolled into one." "Oh, my Lydia, how smart you are!" Mrs. Bennet proclaimed, the pitch of her voice louder and higher. "Attach yourself to the little miss, and she can introduce you to a rich man you can marry, perhaps one with a title, unlike Jane and Lizzie." "Oh, Lord," he heard Elizabeth whisper beside him, as her face became almost as red as Miss Bingley's had been. He took her hand in his, as she had done to him on several occasions when he had been in need of her support. "Do not worry, my dear. All will be well." "Miss Lydia," he spoke over the top of Mrs. Bennet's ramblings. Mr. Bennet had moved against a far wall during the disturbance, and was snickering. At that moment, Darcy despised the man almost as much as he did Wickham. How could a father find entertainment in the vulgarity of his wife? "While I thank you for your sentiments, they are poorly timed. You see, this is my sister's first time hosting a party, and there are now 5 more in attendance than she had planned. If it were you acting as hostess, what would you do about this situation?" His question appeared to render Lydia Bennet speechless, something he had never thought would happen in his lifetime, or hers. He waited as she surveyed the room. "Mr. Darcy, sir," she began, "I see your cousin, the Colonel, is already attached to a young woman, and assume the man and woman standing close are his parents, which would make them an earl and a countess. Am I correct so far?" At Darcy's nod, she continued, "This is a private tea, then?" Again he nodded. "I see. And we were not extended an invitation?" Darcy shook his head.
Then we must leave, and will return once invited.
He nodded. The young girl turned to her eldest sister.
Jane, you should not have given in to Mamma by tacitly agreeing with her. As you can now see, there has not been an oversight. Our appearance, and that of Miss Bingley, has been an abuse to Miss Darcy's hospitality. We should not have come.
But Lydia, Mrs. Bennet sputtered. Of course we are welcome. Lizzie is my child.
No, Mamma, Lydia insisted. We need to depart. She looked to Mr. Darcy. And I believe Mr. Bingley and Jane need to go with us to see both his family and ours follow what is proper. This is London, Mamma. We are no longer in Hertfordshire.
Lydia turned her back on her mother, the same way Darcy had done to Miss Bingley. Approaching Georgiana, she offered,
Pray forgive the interruption, Miss Darcy. You have a lovely home. Perhaps another day we might enjoy each other's company.
With that said, the youngest of Elizabeth's sisters curtsied politely and turned to leave.
Mamma, Papa, come, she insisted.
As they sauntered out of the drawing-room to the entrance hall, the front door slammed back with such force the walls of the whole house shook. Lady Catherine had arrived. Chapter 30. As Elizabeth whispered an apology to Georgiana, they heard Lydia Bennet from the entrance hall comment in a manner proving she may have discerned the proper behaviour in one area, but completely lacked tact in all others.
La, what a hideous colour for someone your age!
The youngest Bennet's voice carried easily into the drawing-room.
Young lady, do you know who I am? Do you know to whom you're speaking?
Lady Catherine began, her tone imperious, only to be interrupted.
Good heavens,
Miss Lydia responded, ignoring his aunt's questions.
The French have shipped their mantua-makers to England, so we no longer take pride in what we wear.
Lydia turned to her father.
It is the French we are fighting, is it not?
By then Lady Catherine had arrived in the drawing-room, like a dervish bent on destruction. One by one, the Bennets quickly followed. He heard Georgiana giggle, and thought Lady Matlock had sniggered as well. The scene was spectacular in its ridiculousness. Lady Catherine de Bourgh was livid, while Miss Lydia was indifferent to the effects of her insult. Mrs. Bennet seemed not to know whether to agree with her youngest or curtsy to the woman in front of her. Miss Mary and Miss Kitty stood on either side of Lydia, while Mr. Bennet returned to his position, leaning against the wall, smirking at the tableau. Miss Jane Bennet and Bingley were frozen in place, the disruption unsettling them both, so they did absolutely nothing. Darcy was angry. This day had been hard enough with the word of Wickham's escape, added to his sister having to toss Miss Bingley from the house, and the pressure for her to host intruders like the Bennets, and now his most cantankerous relative. He had had enough. Before Ferd could fly, Lord Matlock spoke to his sister as Elizabeth walked to hers.
Cathy, why have you come to London? Why are you not at Rosings?
Lady Catherine glared at her brother.
You can be at no loss, Hugh, to understand the reason of my journey hither. Your own heart, your own conscience must tell you why I come.
She now glared at Darcy.
Your paltry letter contained a report of a most alarming nature, a report so scandalously false, I instantly resolved on setting off for this place, that I might make my sentiments known to you. I am not to be trifled with, Darcy. I will have my say.
Mrs. Bennet let out a cackle. Lydia snorted, then spoke.
You are Lady Catherine de Bourgh, from Rosings Park in Kent. The patroness with a sickly daughter, windows too numerous to count, and a chimney-piece suitable to impress my father's absurd cousin.
She turned towards her second eldest sister.
Oh, pray, Lizzie, do allow us to remain, for I imagine there shall be entertainment in abundance as long as she is here.
Her index finger pointed at Darcy's recalcitrant aunt. Lydia Bennet, enough! Elizabeth grabbed her sister by the ear, in the same move she had used all those weeks ago on the balcony at Bingley's ball. You will behave yourself. She bypassed her mother and glared at her father, her eyes pleading with him to act. Darcy knew it was futile. Elizabeth's father remained in his position, his arms crossed over his stomach as his shoulders shrugged.
Elizabeth spoke without taking her eyes from her sister's. "William, I am certain Mr. Bingley's carriage is close and can be called quickly. My family is ready to depart." "Oh, Lizzie, cannot we stay? This is ever so much more fun than Gracechurch Street. Nothing ever happens there." Miss Kitty Bennet spoke for the first time. Elizabeth grabbed Kitty's ear as well and pinched hard, pulling both girls to stand next to their father. If he was too indolent to go to his daughters, Elizabeth would make certain they came to him. Darcy's admiration and respect for her grew. Here was a woman who would not tolerate disobedience and ill manners. What an asset she would be to their home. "Who are you to call my nephew by name? Are you one of these—" Lady Catherine waved her hand towards the Bennets. "These people?" His aunt's nose was wrinkled and pointed in the air as if something repugnant was teasing her nostrils. The look of disdain was somewhat familiar, and it startled him to realise it had been an expression he had worn frequently in the recent past. Nonetheless, his patience was at an end.
"Mr. Bennet, have you no remorse? Have you no care when your family acts improperly, causing embarrassment to your two eldest? Are you not filled with shame when reproach is heaped upon your family name because you choose to ignore the poor conduct of your wife and two youngest daughters?"
His voice rose with each word, as Elizabeth returned to stand at his side, her shoulders pressed back and her eyes on fire.
"Mrs. Bennet, until this moment I held you in derision for the vulgar conduct I witnessed repeatedly in Hertfordshire, and today in my home by you and your youngest."
The lady's mouth dropped, so he quickly continued.
"However, I now realise I was wrong. It is not you who bears the full weight of responsibility. I imagine you have rarely received direction, and are doing all you know to see to the future of your children, something your husband has declined to do. Pray accept my apology, Mrs. Bennet, for I have no doubt you would act with decorum if you had the freedom to do so."
He bowed to her. She blushed and then glared at her husband. Turning his head to his uninvited aunt, it was Darcy's turn to glare.
"How dare you break into my home, into a gathering to which you had not been invited?"
he started. Lady Catherine jabbed her cane into the carpet and launched herself towards him. "Have you forgotten who I am, young man? I am the Right Honourable Lady Catherine de Bourgh, widow of Sir Louis de Bourgh, daughter of the Earl of Matlock, sister to the current Earl, and your mother, Lady Anne Darcy. I will not be trifled with by you, or by an upstart of inferior birth, with no consequence whatsoever, whose family is tied to trade, and who has no fortune. You must cease this foolishness immediately, so we can announce your engagement to Anne. She is of elevated rank. She is of noble birth. She is the heir to the greatest estate in Kent. She will be your bride."
"I am the master of my own life, Lady Catherine. As such I bend to no other," he growled. "Your condescension, your selfish disapprobation of the feelings of others, including the children of a sister whom you have long claimed to admire, makes you more vulgar than I accused Mrs. Bennet of being moments ago. This is my home, my domain. I will decide who does or does not remain in Darcy House. I have no interest in your opinions. I will marry whomever I choose."
Darcy reached for Elizabeth's hand, giving her fingers a gentle squeeze. He tilted his head towards hers as he looked directly into her eyes. He hoped for tender affection. What he found was a challenge so vivid he thought back upon the words he had just uttered.
"Pardon me, dearest. I misspoke."
It was time to send a message to his aunt and all the others in the room. He wanted no doubt where his devotion lay.
"There is one person to whom I will bend, one person who owns my heart and my homes. She balances me, so I stand firm. She gently guides me, so I am a better man. She calms me, so I know I am not alone in my troubles. And she completes me, so I am content. I will marry Elizabeth Bennet. She will be Mrs. Darcy, no other."
"Oh, William." Elizabeth sighed his name. Lifting her hand, he brushed his lips over her knuckles, before turning it to kiss the inside of her wrist. A burning ache flourished inside him, to drag her into his arms and carry her off so they could be alone, to demonstrate his devotion with their first kiss, to speak winsome words, to reach her heart, so she understood there would never be another man who would love her as he did. "How dare you make love to her in front of me?" His aunt's fury was completely unrestrained. Her voice shook as she yelled at him. "You speak of shame and embarrassment, yet you act the rake. Your mother would die of mortification had she witnessed your scandalous conduct, Darcy. How dare you attempt to place blame on me when you are guilty of far worse? You are a reprobate, unfit to act as guardian to Georgiana, and unfit to care for the responsibilities of the Darcy properties." She looked to her brother. "Surely you can see this, Hugh. We need to take this to our solicitor immediately. You are consumed with business for the House of Lords. I will take control of Pemberley and Georgiana."
"Cathy," his uncle started. "Do not answer for me, Uncle Hugh."
Darcy took in a breath and released it slowly.
"We have finally, since the death of my father, arrived at the crux of the issues, have we not? You want Pemberley. But know this, Lady Catherine, you will never have control, not while I am alive, nor over my dead body."
The room's focus was on the woman in front of him, so he did not hear the front door quietly open. None were aware someone had entered the house, until a voice spoke from the doorway.
"That can be arranged."
"Wickham." Pulling Elizabeth behind him, he glanced at Georgiana to see Mr. Gardiner stepping in front of her and his wife. Richard drew his sword as he tucked Miss Knowlton to his back. Lord Matlock did the same with his wife. Bingley hugged Jane, and Mr. Bennet stayed at the wall, leaving the females of his family vulnerable. Lady Catherine stood alone. George Wickham was a fastidious man who cared about the shine of his boots and not in his cravat more than the lives of those he abused. The man in front of him was unshaven and dishevelled. He was holding a pistol which was pointed directly at Darcy.
"Put the gun down, George," Darcy quietly demanded. "You only make matters worse with this threat."
"Ha!" Wickham snarled. "You could not leave me alone. You had to interfere, Fitzy."
"I did what needed to be done,"
Darcy stated blandly, as he tried to move closer so Richard could protect Elizabeth. If the gun should discharge, the bullet could go right through him to her. He could not stand the idea she might be hurt because of him. He hoped his butler or one of the footmen realised what was happening and sent notice to the magistrate. Without a weapon, Wickham would have stood no chance with Richard, Lord Matlock, Mr. Gardiner and himself. He expected no assistance from either Mr. Bennet or Bingley, who were paralysed into inactivity.
Why now?" Wickham pressed. "You've never dirtied your hands with me before. Why, Darcy? What did I do to you this time that I did not do before, and you did nothing?"
His wail bounced off the walls.
"I am done with you. I am tired of your games and of your lies. I am tired of cleaning up the messes you leave behind. And I am tired of you."
Darcy raised his chin an inch.
"What do you want?"
"I want it all!"
Wickham yelled, taking a step forward, the barrel of the gun never wavering. Darcy felt beads of sweat run down the centre of his back as his pulse beat to the rhythm of a herd of galloping horses. Elizabeth needed to be safe, his sister as well. Even Lady Catherine did not deserve to have a wild man waving a gun, endangering them all.
"Pemberley is mine, George."
Darcy softened his voice to almost a whisper, drawing the man even closer.
"You will never have it."
"Well, if I cannot have Pemberley, then neither will you."
Darcy saw the twitch of his finger and heard the repercussion of the gun. Acrid smoke surrounded him as Wickham's face contorted into an expression of such mad fury that Darcy knew then how desperate he had become. He waited for the impact. Would Elizabeth be harmed? Pray, Lord, do not let Elizabeth... Oh, God in heavens! Chapter 31. Before the bullet struck home, Darcy spun around. He did not want the last human he saw to be his fiercest enemy, Rather, he would forever keep in his memory the woman he loved. Elizabeth. In rapid succession he saw from the corner of his eye his sister standing with her hands over her mouth, her eyes wide, full of fear. He wanted to run to her, to hold her, offering consolation so she would not worry. She had already been through so much at Wickham's hands. The loss of a brother would be devastating. Richard would care for her right after he cut Wickham down with the blade of his sword. Darcy knew the miscreant would not leave Darcy House alive, although he might not either. Miss Knowlton grabbed at Richard's arm, and Darcy knew his cousin would be attached to a woman who genuinely cared for him. His uncle clutched at his heart as Lady Matlock sought to ease him into a chair. Lady Catherine was as still as a statue, glaring at the man who had interrupted her rant. None of the others caught his attention except Lydia Bennet. For some unknown reason, she had grabbed a book off a side table and was holding it in front of her. What she planned to do with it, Darcy had not a clue. He was surprised her actions had registered in his brain under the circumstances. These random observations took less than a fraction of a second. He waited, almost impatiently, for the impact. Wickham would have no remorse at shooting him in the back. It was the act of a coward. Any man who lacked the courage to stand up for what was morally correct, who lacked the willpower to work hard to care for his responsibilities, and who timidly ran from consequences by deserting a position he had volunteered for, was, by definition, a coward. Darcy felt nothing. Wickham had missed. How could that be? He was a skilled marksman who had years of practice firing weapons when they hunted together as boys. While in the militia, Wickham had days upon days of target practice, as well as loading and cleaning both pistols and rifles. He stood less than 8 feet from his intended target. He missed. Terror filled him as the realization hit that someone else may have been injured or worse. Sulphur filled the air, and the repercussions still rang in his ears. The sight before him was horrifying. Smooth-bore flintlock dueling pistols were notoriously prone to misfiring, and Wickham must have put the shot in before the black powder. When the flint was struck, the flash pan exploded, covering Wickham's face, neck and hand with hot, burning sparks. Since their years in university, Wickham had regularly purchased and used Atkinson's of London's hair pomade to keep from balding like his father had done. Darcy had learnt not to tease him, since Wickham had been particularly vain of his appearance. Additives of herbs and fragrances to improve the scent made the concoction flammable, and his burns much worse. Swivelling his head quickly, Darcy scanned the room for casualties, as the reality of his own safety hit him. Mrs. Bennet and Miss Kitty had swooned, though he did not entirely trust Elizabeth's sister's faint to be genuine after her actions in Meryton. Bingley was holding Miss Bennet. Richard had broken away from his intended and was approaching quickly. Mr. and Mrs. Gardiner held a sobbing Georgiana, and the Matlocks were soothing each other. Lady Catherine, Mr. Bennet, and the 2 other Bennet girls appeared unharmed. None had red blooming from the front of their garments. Elizabeth? No blood. His knees threatened to buckle as he pulled her to his chest. Running his hands down her arms and back up to her shoulders, he squeezed her tighter, resting his head on her soft curls. Elizabeth, he chanted quietly, as his arms gently embraced her. Her hands were also on the move. She patted the length and breadth of his back, then brought her hands around his front to do the same. Will, oh, Will, she answered, as her fingers moved up his chest to search his neck and face. He could stand no more. He needed her more than his next breath. His passion, his fears, his need poured from him as his lips met hers in a kiss that went from tender to inflamed in a breath. She tasted of ripe fruit and sunshine, of blue skies and joy. Her slim fingers wound into the hair at the back of his neck and tugged him even closer. All his senses centred on where his mouth met hers, over and over, as they gasped for air before returning to his new favourite position. Richard's announcement that Wickham was alive drew him back to the moment. Before he could break his hold, Elizabeth's eyes danced over every inch of his face. You are well, truly. She apparently needed the words to believe what she was seeing. I am, he replied, for her ears alone. He did not expect her reaction. She planted her feet and pushed his chest, resting her fists on her hips. "Do not ever scare me like that, Fitzwilliam Darcy. I mean it." She poked him in the chest. "If you do, you will pay dearly, sir." The anger seemed to come from mid-air, and he was confused. Then he saw her tears. "I'm sorry, William. I do not know what's come over." She sobbed into her hand, her eyes never leaving his. His heart melted to a puddle at her feet. As footsteps moved in and out of the room, voices yelling for the magistrate and a surgeon, Darcy again wrapped her in his arms. Georgiana ran to him, and he welcomed her into his embrace. His world, although knocked off kilter by the man lying on the floor behind him, was suddenly in balance.
"We will be well, my dears. This I promise you."
And he meant it with his whole soul. He knew then that he would become whatever Elizabeth and his sister needed to see them happy. Richard had poured the pots of cool tea over Wickham's face and hair where he had hit the floor. Kicking the weapon out of reach, the colonel welcomed the Bow Street runners who had entered the room, the magistrate himself close on their heels.
"Help me!"
Wickham begged between wails and sobs. Before Darcy or the colonel could reply, the magistrate spoke.
"Pick him up, men,"
he commanded the three men, who had apparently followed Wickham to Darcy House.
"You've done enough damage here, Mr. Wickham. From now until justice is served, you are mine to do with as I choose. Mr. Weston of Weston's Jewellers has filed a report against you, and Colonel Forster is standing by waiting for us to deliver you into his hands. What happens now is no longer Mr. Darcy's choice. You have broken laws of society where the penalty is death by hanging. You will not live to see another day." "Help me!"
Wickham's pitiful cries became louder. They touched a deep place inside Darcy's heart, a place that stored good memories of their youth, before ambition took root and rotted Wickham's heart.
"Sir,"
Darcy began, only to have the magistrate raise his palm to stop him.
"No, Mr. Darcy. This man, independent of any claims to justice you may have, is not your concern. Had he never trespassed on you or caused you harm, he still would go the way of the noose. Your conscience can be at rest. Nothing you say or do will change his outcome. He committed the crimes. He will pay the price."
With that said, the men carted Wickham away. Like the mixed feelings when his sister lost the babe, sorrow for a child not living long enough to know love, and guilty relief that Georgiana would not have to suffer from the birth of an unwanted child, Darcy felt that same guilt and relief for George Wickham. Wickham's death would not be at his hands. Lady Matlock insisted on taking her husband home, despite the expected arrival of Darcy's personal physician. With a sheer force of will, her husband commanded his sister's presence. He left Lady Catherine no room for argument, as he issued threats of what he would do to her reputation if she resisted. Head held high, she left the room behind them. Bingley left Miss Bennet to tend her mother, and approached.
"I say, Darcy, I think it best we return to Gracechurch Street. I believe we're in the way. I want you to know I do not fault you or Miss Darcy for cutting Caroline. It was time she learnt where her true place in society is, and I'm grateful to you, my friend, for executing a task I should have performed years ago."
Bingley rocked up on his toes, his hands at his lapels.
"I say, Darcy, I beg your pardon for leaving the job to you."
Before Bingley could step back, they were approached by a pale Mr. Bennet.
"He had the gun pointed close to my daughter. I could have lost my Lizzie,"
Mr. Bennet stammered, his emotions running so deep they hampered his speech.
"Yes, Mr. Bennet, you could have, but you did not,"
Darcy stated blandly.
"And I did nothing."
Elizabeth's father shook his head at himself.
"As is your wont, Mr. Bennet,"
Darcy agreed, not giving the man an inch to ease his guilt or explain away his lack of decision.
"I have recently learnt the perils of inactivity. They are dire. As for Elizabeth being yours, she is no longer. She is my Lizzie now." "Then I will take those who still belong to me away, and leave you in peace."
With that said, he gathered his wife, who had recovered with the use of smelling salts, and Miss Kitty, who had indeed been pretending, along with his other 2 daughters. Before he walked out of the door, he looked back at his second daughter where she stood with her hand in Darcy's. As her father gazed at her with a mixture of longing and loss in his eyes, Elizabeth shifted closer to Darcy until their arms touched. Breaking eye contact, she looked up at him, her message clear. In her heart, she was admitting to him she was no longer her father's. In spite of all the bad that had happened that afternoon, he wanted to jump up and click his heels. Restraining himself, he lifted their joined hands to his lips. Mr. Bennet heaved a sigh, and then departed, his family in tow.
I will see to my father. When my mother worries, I worry as well.
Richard returned his sword to its sheath, and reached for Miss Knowlton's hand.
Pray keep us informed.
He loved his Uncle Hugh, bluster and all, and he sincerely appreciated his removing Lady Catherine from his home, although hosting her would not ease the pressure on his heart.
Take the surgeon with you. I believe that is he who has arrived.
Richard nodded and escorted his betrothed out of the room. The initial sounds of silence soothed him, as Georgiana directed Mr. and Mrs. Gardiner to the library so the staff could clean the mess left behind by Wickham. For a brief moment, he and Elizabeth were alone. "Are you satisfied, William?" Elizabeth hesitantly asked. He knew she spoke of the consequences coming to Wickham. Meditating on what it would mean to have the man no longer able to cause harm to his sister and himself, he was relieved. That he could no longer do harm to others made the relief flourish until it filled him, pushing out the regrets until he was at peace.
"I am," he easily admitted.
"William, I do not know if this is the appropriate time, but I feel I need to share something with you only somewhat related to the events of this afternoon." Rarely was Elizabeth hesitant, so he gave her his full attention. She walked to a sofa, pulling him along behind. He waited until she sat before he joined her. Worry filled him.
Was she about to break their engagement? Did she worry her life would be imperiled by becoming attached to him? Could she never learn to respect and have affection for him, after seeing how long it took him to change?
"I have been wrong about you, William," she began. "I believed with my whole heart that you would never be a man I could marry. I admitted I did not know you well, and felt you did not really know me either. Yet seeing you act in a manner where you repeatedly put your own desires aside for the best interests of your sister has opened my eyes to the man you are inside. When you stepped in front of me, protecting me with your body, risking your life for the safety of my own, clarity overpowered me with such force it was as if I had felt the impact of the bullet." He sucked in his breath at the thought.
"I love you, Elizabeth. I would do anything for you."
"And I think... She bowed her head and took in 3 deep breaths. As she exhaled the 3rd time, she lifted her eyes to his. They were filled with confidence and trust. "I love you as well, my Will. You have my heart and my soul, a gift I willingly and lovingly give. I will marry you, Fitzwilliam Darcy. I will be your wife. We will have a family and live a happy life. I love you, William. I always will." He wanted to bawl. He was so overcome with tender emotions towards the woman next to him. Instead, he leaned towards her and placed the lightest of kisses on her lips. He had sorted through his enemies and his friends, those he had long known and new acquaintances, to find the one woman just right for him. He smiled as an image of Miss Lydia Bennet on the balcony at Netherfield Park flashed through his mind.
What would she say about him now?
Chapter 32. Wickham was dead. Richard helped himself to the brandy, remembering to pour Darcy one as well.
"Are you accepting of this, Darcy?"
"I am."
Darcy paused in reflection before speaking his thoughts aloud.
"I am sad he ended this way, but I feel no guilt. His decisions brought about his death, not mine."
Richard nodded.
"And Georgie?"
Darcy shook his head.
"She cried when I told her."
He sipped his drink, his hands clutching the small glass.
I do not understand her tears, Richard. I do not understand how she can mourn him. I listened, and that appeared to satisfy her, because she thanked me for helping her when I merely sat on the edge of her bed and said nothing. Most likely because I had not a clue what to say.
His cousin chuckled softly. Darcy sat erect in his chair.
How is your father? Unhappy, Richard scoffed. Your physician, whom he believes is the most incompetent promulgator of quackery in the history of medical arts, told him his heart was healthy. This is the best of news.
Darcy was confused.
And Uncle Hugh is not pleased? No, he's certain Dr. Smallwood is the smartest man in the kingdom when it comes to matters of the heart. Nonetheless, it was when he told father, in front of mother, mind you, that he needed to walk more than ride, quit cigars and brandy, stop eating foods with heavy sauces, and stay away from the cakes at Gunter's tea shop, that he felt the man was severely ill-informed.
They both laughed. Darcy mused.
I cannot imagine having Lady Catherine there will help his cause.
The colonel snorted.
She challenged the doctor on every utterance. Father was in such a mood that he agreed with the physician only because he knew it upset his sister. The two of them yelled at each other for a good half an hour after Dr. Smallwood left, before Mamma walked in and put a stop to it.
Richard sniggered.
Mother told Lady Catherine she would be enjoying the same plates of lean meats and vegetables bereft of cream that father would be served, as long as she remained a guest at Matlock House. The brandy and sherry bottles would be removed, and they would, all three of them, walk the full circuit of the park twice each day. Within minutes, Lady Catherine called for her carriage and vanished from London.
By then, Darcy had tears in his eyes from the laughter.
What a sight that would have been to see! Though I cannot blame her when it comes to walking Hyde Park. It must be 3 miles around. All of them would have had a hard time of it. Ha! Your mind works exactly like our aunt's. Like you, she assumed Mamma meant Hyde Park. In actuality, she was speaking of the small park adjacent to our home, which will take less than 10 minutes to circle.
Richard downed the rest of the amber liquid.
Although I do not care for the idea of having a wife who would nag me, I will confess I look forward to having Cecily concerned about having me around for a while. You resigned your army commission. At the turn of the calendar, I will be an ordinary citizen. I cannot imagine anyone less ordinary than you, Richard.
Richard held up his empty glass to the candlelight, twirling it slowly to see the colours hidden in the object.
2 weeks, Darce, and I will shift my command to my new home, my new bride, and my new life. When I think of what is in store, a sense of excitement fills me, similar to each time I headed into battle. I find enjoyment in anticipating the changes to my life. Perhaps by this time next year, we will both be fathers with a child of our own. We can teach them to ride, climb trees, chase the sheep when nobody's looking, and how to find the secret passageways at Pemberley,
Darcy predicted with a smile.
What if you have a daughter? The colonel asked. She will ride and climb trees and sneak books from the library into her room when she's supposed to be asleep, I imagine. She will be the product of both parents.
He grinned as Richard nodded in agreement.
Will you marry soon?
His cousin inquired.
The settlement should be ready by morning. The licence is in my desk. I have her uncle's permission, and her father knows my intentions. He has said nothing.
Darcy would not easily forgive Elizabeth's father for not caring for her as he should.
We have had little time to plan, but I hope to have a date set for the first Tuesday after the new year. Are you thinking to marry soon as well? I am.
Within minutes, the cousins had a plan for a double wedding to take place in their London parish. They shook hands, both eager for the next morning to consult with their brides-to-be. By the time Darcy broke his fast, his sister's constant chatter when he told her his plan to set a date left him begging for the silence of the carriage.
Would you not find the same at the gardener's with the passel of Bennet females in residence?
He blew out a breath. Elizabeth had grown up with that level of noise, so it would be he who would have to adjust to the cacophony. In fundamentals, the past several weeks had changed him. He admitted to himself that he most likely had a long way to go before he fully pleased his betrothed. When his arrival at Gracechurch Street was announced, Darcy's first impression was of silence.
Had they left for a day at the shops? Had he missed Elizabeth? Why had she not waited? Surely she had known he would be waiting for the appropriate time to arrive, would she not?
Barton directed him to a small sitting room at the back of the house. He entered the room to find Elizabeth sitting with her youngest sister, both quietly mending, until a stubborn knot seemed to form on its own on the fabric held by Miss Lydia.
"I will never be a true proficient, Lizzie," she whined.
"You will if you practice," Elizabeth stated, without looking up from her work.
"This is what Papa says about you and the pianoforte. He says you will be an accomplished musician should you practice more."
Lydia thrust the words back at her sister. "I'm sure Papa is correct, Lydia. As long as I am at Longbourn and Mary spends hours at her playing, I fear we shall never know." Still she did not look up. Darcy was pleased to stand in the doorway and watch her. Her head was bent over the stitching, her neck long and delicate, escaped curls resting on the soft skin.
"I suppose Mr. Darcy will buy you a pianoforte?"
Wistfully, Lydia set aside the threads.
"He loves you, Lizzie, though I'd never thought it was possible he would love anyone."
Her voice softened.
"It is just like a dream or a fairy tale, where the handsome prince with his tall form and thick hair saves you from the wicked queen, Lady Catherine de Bourgh, and rides off with you to Scotland to marry in haste."
She sighed.
"He's far more romantic than a man should be, especially for a rich man. It is such a waste for him to have both looks and wealth, as it makes it hard for normal men to compete."
Elizabeth giggled. When she looked up, she spotted him standing behind her sister. He put his finger to his lips and shook his head. He was enjoying this revealing conversation far too much.
"However," Miss Lydia's voice became firm, "I would only ever call him tolerable to his face, sister. He should never know the power a well-placed set of dimples can have over a lady. When he smiles, he's far more than tolerable in my opinion. I would think it best if he kept his pleasing countenance for when vipers like Caroline Bingley were not around. Ladies like her would always assume a gentleman's attention was solely for them. Little do they know, their silly ways do not appeal to a man of means. Mr. Darcy would never kiss Miss Bingley like he kissed you yesterday."
He did not need a mirror to know his eyes grew huge in his face. "I would hope not," Elizabeth declared, unsettled at the thought. Darcy cleared his throat, wanting to laugh when Miss Lydia spun around to see him directly behind the chair.
"Have you been here long?"
the young girl challenged, her gaze never wavering.
"Long enough,"
Darcy smiled, hoping his prized dimples were displayed. They must have been, as Miss Lydia rolled her eyes and huffed.
"Say, Mr. Darcy, we heard Wickham has died, but we did not hear how it was accomplished."
He was stunned.
Why would a young woman want to know this?
Then he remembered the stack of Gothic novels in Georgiana's sitting room and had his answer.
In a strange turn of events, Mr. Weston, the jeweller, insisted Wickham be hanged, while Colonel Forster begged the magistrate for the privilege of executing him by firing squad outside the city.
He said nothing else. Both young ladies leaned forward in their chairs, waiting. He continued in silence. Finally, Elizabeth turned her gorgeous eyes to him and looked at him with a slight tilt to her head. He could hold out no longer.
As it happened, he was neither hanged by a noose nor riddled with bullets.
Lydia almost jumped in her seat.
"What happened?"
Her chin rested on the palm of her hand as she bit the corner of her lip in the same manner her older sister did.
"How did he die? You must tell us, for we are brimming with curiosity."
"Prepare to be shocked, then."
There was no glory in a senseless death, whether deserved or not.
When the doctor came to see Wickham's burns, he brought along with him a small bottle of laudanum to dull the pain. In a last grasp of control, Wickham grabbed the bottle from him as the doctor measured out the drops. Tilting his head back, he swallowed the whole of the contents. Within minutes, he fell into a sleep he would never wake from.
"No!" Lydia proclaimed. "This is an abominable end to his tale. To end his life without the benefit of a romantic death, with his hair burnt off, is shameful. I am pleased I did not stand up with him for the first at the Netherfield ball. How would I live down the infamy?"
"I understand your point," Darcy concluded. "I do have a question for you, Miss Lydia, which I have pondered since yesterday. One where my cousin, the Colonel, has an interest as well.
I am at your service, sir.
He saw Elizabeth smile at the unexpected formality of her little sister.
Richard and I yearn to know why you grabbed a book when Wickham crept in with a gun.
Lydia shrugged her shoulders and fluttered her hand.
It is very simple, Mr. Darcy. When John Lucas taught me how to protect myself 2 years ago, he told me to always clasp the closest weapon in my hands tightly to throw at my assailant or hit him over the head. There was nothing else within my reach, so I figured I could always read it to Wickham and bore him to death.
The room filled with laughter as he thanked her for her reply. He wiped his eyes.
Miss Lydia, after Elizabeth and I have been married for a while, it would be our pleasure to invite you for a visit to our home. You have proven yourself to be a true friend, and despite my initial impressions, I believe with a little amount of instruction you would outshine the silly ladies of the temps in no time at all.
What a joke!
She jumped up and ran from the room. At the door she stopped.
You just wait until I tell Kitty.
Whooping and hollering like a field hand calling cows, she left Darcy and her sister behind, quite alone, and stunned by her wild behaviour after the compliment.
Perhaps there might be needed a bit more instruction than you thought, William, Elizabeth giggled.
Darcy appreciated their solitude. Taking advantage, he kissed her sweetly. Within minutes, a wedding date had been set and a double wedding agreed upon.
Elizabeth, where are the rest of the family?
He was grateful but curious when time passed, and they still were undisturbed. She smiled mischievously. Mamma declared that London society is too barbarous for her, so she harped at Papa until they left early this morning. Mr. Bingley, Jane and Mary travelled with them to arrange for the ceremony to be held at Longbourn in June. Kitty and Lydia remained behind for 2 extra days, under the guise of helping Aunt Gardiner with the children, when we all travelled to Hertfordshire for the holidays. They gave no consideration to how much room a family of 6 takes in a conveyance. I fear they will be displeased when they arrive in Meryton with their dresses wrinkled from being pressed against each other. They are silly girls at times.
But not always, he insisted.
No, not always, she easily agreed. William, you truly are the man of my dreams.
Am I your handsome prince? He teased.
Am I your beautiful princess in my ivory tower? She volleyed.
You are, he said with conviction.
Then we shall live happily ever after, just like in the storybooks. She nodded her head once and lifted her face for his lips.
Yes.
He kissed her passionately, his fingers softly tracing her jaw.
Happily ever after, forever.
Almost the end. Epilogue. 11 months later. Never had he been as upset with his wife as he was at that moment. Elizabeth Darcy was more stubborn than any person of his acquaintance, and made his aunt Lady Catherine look meek by comparison. "How could you?" she growled through clenched teeth, her eyes almost squeezed closed. She continued to pace in front of him, her hands fisted at her sides and her breathing uneven. Her gown swirled about her feet as she stalked the short path from one end of his desk to the other. "How could you go against my wishes with so little remorse, Fitzwilliam Darcy? I should think you will pay for this, husband."
"Are you saying you truly desire your mother's presence? Now?"
he questioned, wanting to pull his hair or stomp his foot.
"You do recall what happened when your family unexpectedly showed up in the spring, do you not? They would not leave."
"Yes, Elizabeth raised her hands and let them drop. "They were rather tiresome."
"Tiresome?"
He was flummoxed.
"Elizabeth Darcy, you were the one who finally showed them the door. I tolerated your mother's interference far better than you."
"Only because you hid in the library," was her rebuttal.
"I did not," he defended. "Your father was in the library, so I hid in my study, and I was working."
"Well, I'm sure I do not know what you mean," she huffed. "I am as big as a barn. I am as big as Pemberley, and I cannot see my feet, and if I could I would only cry, because my ankles look like an oak stump, a large oak stump, and I—" By then the tears were falling.
I love you, William, but I do not love my leaking breasts.
I love your leaking breasts, he suggested.
I do not love my round face, she pouted.
But I love your round face.
He went on to clarify.
And I love your big belly and your ankles, and the way you press up against my back at night so I can feel our child move against my skin and yours.
Oh, William, she sobbed. Will I ever see my feet?
I should imagine so.
What do you know? You've never been heavy with a babe. You've never had 1 ounce of fat on your belly. As a matter of fact, sir, you know nothing about this. I need my mother, she wailed. Yet you are single-handedly keeping her from me.
I did it for you, Elizabeth.
Darcy had become used to the way her mood would swing from tears to laughter and back again. He had become used to her throwing open the windows when the air was still frigid. He had become used to the small evidences of her presence, the hairpins she left on his side table, and the ribbons forever draped over his pillow. What he could not become used to was a woman who was unreasonable, especially someone as intelligent as Elizabeth. He longed for the days when the babe would be born, and he would have his sensible wife back.
No, dearest, I will not ask your family to travel to Derbyshire for the birth of our child and return home the following day. Your request is unreasonable, and I cannot allow it, my love.
Do not call me your love, you heartless man. She stopped in front of him, prepared to let loose her ire. She had been restless since the night before, not able to settle in one place. Her emotions were high as she reached under the bulge at her waist and dug the heels of her hands into the tight flesh. He had not been married to her for the past 10 months and not learnt a thing or two. Reaching into his top drawer, he slowly pulled out something so magical it calmed her instantly, eased her disappointment, and allowed her to focus on the valuable relationship within her grasp. The white baby booties were tiny in the palm of his hand. When his wife's eyes dropped to see what he held, she hurried around the desk as fast as her distended belly would allow, only to fall into his arms, smiling through her tears. She wrapped her arms around his neck as she settled on his lap. Smiling into her hair, he closed his eyes and breathed in the joy of his wife. Her confinement had challenged her independent spirit, her need to roam the pathways around the estate, and her desire to be productive as mistress of their home and caregiver of their tenants. She cherished Georgiana, and the two spent many hours during her first months of the pregnancy comparing symptoms. It was with delight rather than sorrow when Georgiana received the news of the first flutterings of the babe. The two had become close. He could not envision a time when his sister was not in his home. But she was not Jane, Elizabeth's favourite. With the Bingleys on their extended wedding trip, Elizabeth had decided she needed the presence of her mother for the birth. However, she had no desire for her family to remain once the child arrived. Even under these emotional conditions, she recognised the need for peace with a newborn and a first-time mother in the house. On most days, this issue never arose. Cecily Fitzwilliam and Elizabeth Darcy had both entered their confinement at approximately the same time. Their estates were separated by 18 miles of good road, so Lord and Lady Matlock made the journey between the homes almost daily. Since the death of his parents, they treated Darcy as their own. These two babies would both be considered their first grandchildren, and they were determined to do their part in overseeing the task at hand to the best outcome possible. The Gardners would be bringing their children to Derbyshire, arriving in 2 days, and would remain until after the holidays, longer if the snow fell harder than normal for the winter months. Between his aunt and hers, they had successfully delivered 6 children. Elizabeth's mother had only borne 5. Miss Lydia Bennet arrived with her family in late spring. Her imagination of what it was like living on a grand country estate was shattered by the reality of the pastoral, bucolic life at Pemberley. Within 2 weeks, she begged to return to Longbourn, promising never to return. It had taken weeks for their home to settle back into a semblance of quiet after the Bennets were gone. Darcy decided there they were good in small doses and no more. Imagining what their lives would be like with all of the Bennets at Pemberley for the birth of their child made him shake with trepidation. He had come far with becoming a better man, but he doubted he was ready for the onslaught. Thus he had not sent an express inviting them to Pemberley. Will? Elizabeth kissed the sensitive area behind his left ear. In truth, I only want you, she whispered, nuzzling him again. He decided then and there that he had changed his mind. Fickle male. She could have her whole family stay until the baby was no longer in leading strings, if she would not stop. From the first night, she had remained the whole of the time from dusk to dawn in his bed. Like his parents before him, day and night they spent little time apart, as they discussed their tasks and duties, and their hopes and dreams together. More than anything, he appreciated it when she sat opposite him in his study, using the other side of the same desk. From there, he could gaze at her to his heart's content, and he discovered he was contented most of the time. Unless, of course, she was on his lap, with her fingers in his hair, and her lips trailing kisses down his jaw.
Elizabeth.
He breathed her name.
If you want your parents.
A sudden gasp and a gush of fluid soaked through her gown and covered his trousers. It was far too late to send for the Bennets now. Lifting her, he rushed her upstairs, calling for his housekeeper, Mrs. Reynolds, to send for the midwife he had brought to Pemberley almost a month prior. They were having a baby. The ticking clock on the mantel became his worst enemy. Minutes went by, and then hours, without him hearing a word from Elizabeth's chambers. Repeatedly he had climbed the stairs and stood outside her door, listening and learning nothing. He would not pass the time by indulging in spirits, like other men of his acquaintance. He could not sit and read, or remove himself to his desk to work. All of his attention was on the room upstairs, and that infernal clock. Tick, tock. His mother died a day after birthing Georgiana. Fever was common, as was death of a mother, child, or both. Darcy shuddered, fear streaking up his spine to settle in his brain. Worry shook him, until he jumped up and ran upstairs to the hallway outside her chambers. The door was heavy and thick. Nothing. Making a promise to himself, he called to the footman to have his steward order new doors which were much less sturdy for the next child, if there was a next child. Chills unrelated to the weather danced up his spine where the fear had been. What would he do without his Elizabeth? His Lizzie? His breath rushed from him at the thought. His wife was the best part of him. It had been her presence, her kind wisdom, which had set the tone for their courtship and marriage. Although he had not appreciated it at the time, her asking him to slow down, to know one another better, was worth the agony of waiting. He leaned back against the wall, wishing she would come out and hold his hand while he waited for news. She was his comfort. She was his strength. He was ridiculous. He was strong. She often told him so. She would snuggle up to him and whisper her joy at having his long arms wrapped around her, and she would soothe his worries by resting her head on his shoulder, her face pressed into his neck. He loved the feel of her breath on his skin. He was a moon calf. Many hours later, Darcy's eyes caressed the exhausted woman resting in the bed, a large smile on her face. "Is he not the most perfect child?" she inquired. He had no words. Long, skinny fingers and toes, legs that were pulled up almost to his chest, hair shooting up from a head which was more pointed than round, and murky-coloured eyes with eyelashes and barely there eyebrows. Yes, he was the most beautiful baby ever born. Darcy was overwhelmed. He had thought he had fallen in love with Elizabeth rather quickly. However, it took less than a breath to have his heart forever attached to this little fellow. "What shall we name him?" his wife asked. "I am far happier a Darcy than a Bennet, so I suggest we not follow the tradition of naming the first son after the mother's family name. He needs a name uniquely his own. Do you not agree?"
"I do indeed."
He held his son close to nuzzle his little neck with his nose.
Could any other baby have such soft skin? Impossible. What comes to mind is the lesson I learnt about the importance of friends and learning to value those friends. Obviously you, my lady, are and will forever be my best friend, but I think Elizabeth is not a good name for our firstborn.
Her eyes twinkled.
Therefore I would like to use the names of two men I value highly, whose characters I deeply respect."
Before he could say their names, she did. "Richard and Uncle Gardner?"
"Yes."
He swallowed, his heart in his throat.
"Our son shall be named Richard Edmund Darcy."
For some unknown reason, a lone tear trickled from the corner of his eye. He cared not. His heart was full. The memories of his life before the Netherfield ball did not deserve being brought to mind. What he thought was happiness then was, in truth, a small fragment of what was possible. In the period of a few months, he had learnt principles he hoped to benefit from for a lifetime. He would be a better husband and father because of the love of his wife, his close friends, and his family.
"I love you, my wife."
"As I love you, my husband." Running his finger down his son's soft cheek, he looked to the woman who held his heart in her hands. Never had he imagined he could love a woman with the depth, height, and breadth of devotion he felt for her. With Elizabeth, all things were possible. He recalled the promise he made to his mother all those years ago. "When I marry, I will cherish my wife as my father cherishes you. I will worry and fret when she is ill. I will laugh with her and smile often, as he does when he is in your presence, and I will tell her how much I love her. But when I have a son, I will love him like you do, Mamma. I will welcome his presence. I will play with him, and I will encourage him by example to be proud of our heritage." And he did. The end. This has been Friends and Enemies, a Pride and Prejudice variation, written by J. Dawn King, narrated by Stevie Zimmerman. Copyright 2017 by Joy D. King. Production copyright 2018 by Quiet Mountain Press.